Sandra all the time is here with a cold heart through. She's the ears and the eyes for me and you. Every day, everyone want to hear from Sandra. And every time on the air, she's getting better. Tell your sister, tell your brother, tell your mama, call Sandra in the morning and in the evening. He always calling Sandra. And when they start fighting, they calling Sandra. And they
should say good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We are live and direct from our CMR studio. Good morning to one and good morning to all. We've got some special guests who are going to be joining us. So please share the link if you've not yet had an opportunity to do so. We invite you to share the link. Election coverage, 6 p.m. until meeting whenever it happens. So yes. The count has not yet begun, but the polls have literally just closed a few minutes ago. And we do have some guests here. And of course, I think for some of our guests, they've not been here in a minute. So we're going to do some introductions. And then we will also be having some other people join us throughout the show. So yes, we're on radio. We're on Facebook. So that's Bobo 103.1. We are also on, let me just let everybody know in the channel that we are live on radio, because some people may have forgotten that. Live on Bobo 103.1 FM, folks, 103.1 FM as well. So, right. So very good. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and get started with our guests. Again, folks, it is Election Coverage 2025. Let me do our first set of introductions. I'm happy to have Mr. Roy Bodden in the studio with us this evening. We'll do him first. Give me one quick second here. Mr. Roy Bodden, of course, many of you are very familiar with him. I'm proud to say, by the way, we have a list of all Caymanian broadcasters and political commentators this evening. And Mr. Roy Bodden is known as a celebrated historian, author, and former president of the University College of the Cayman Islands. He has a career spanning politics, of course we know that, education, and literature, and he's known for his insightful commentary on Caymanian society and his commitment to fostering critical thought and cultural identity in the islands. Good evening, Mr. Bodden. How are you? Uh-oh. Let me see. Uh-oh, somehow I managed to, I don't know how I have you twice, but, there we go.
Yeah,
Good morning,
evening,
Mr. Bodden.
Sandra.
How are
It's
you?
great to be here.
Good evening. I keep
I
saying
look
morning
forward
because,
to
of
this
course,
evening.
I'm so used to going live in the mornings. But good evening to you and welcome to our program. We have almost 400 people already on the live stream. Please feel free to share this with your friends and colleagues. We're going to have a super interesting evening lined up for you. And of course, Mr. Bodden being one of our esteemed political commentators, we are so glad to have you here with us. So I don't even have to ask you, Mr. Bodden, you voted already? Well, you must have because the polls are now closed.
A long time ago, Sandra, a long time ago.
Wonderful.
I cast my vote.
You got out early.
Yes, I did.
All right. Fantastic. All right.
Catches the wind.
That's right. That's what Aunt Lottie always told me. You better believe it. So let's go ahead and bring in our next guest who's going to be joining us. And we have two other ladies that's going to come in a little bit later on and another gentleman. So we'll give them some time to get here. I'm very, very pleased to welcome Miss Elizabeth. Some of you who are followers in the program would have seen Miss Elizabeth out and about. Elizabeth is a proud Caymanian, Cayman Bracker. She was born in the U.S., an American mother and a Caymanian father, raised in Cayman Brac, and then moved to Grand Cayman to attend college. Graduated with a BSc in business administration, concentrating in accounting. Currently an entrepreneur, mother of three, and wife to the ever so patient Mr. Shane Evans. And she resides in West Bay West. So let's go ahead and bring her in. Good evening, Miss Elizabeth. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Yes, we're doing fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. Well over 400 people on the live stream, pushing to 500. Let's go ahead and do what we always do is we show a bit of good Caymanian manners. So Lucky Body, good evening to you. He says, I'm a bit worried. I don't know if Lucky Body is male or female, but Lucky Body says, I'm a bit worried, but trying to remain optimistic. Perla says, good evening, Cayman. Happy election day to all. So folks, it is now 6:07 p.m. and the polls have closed. Melita is here at Roar Cayman. We're going to get some of the latest statistics available in just a second so that we can see where we are. Let me just see. Yes. Okay. And we may even have some candidates will be joining us. So Elizabeth, tell us a little bit about why this election was so significant to you as a young Caymanian entrepreneur and mother of three.
Well, I mean, as many of us are feeling it, just the high cost of living, the overdevelopment, you just look around and you can see that our people are struggling. And so this election for me was definitely crucial. I like how Mr. Ralston Anglin said it. We're not at a crossroads. We've already passed the crossroads. So we need a strong government this season, this election cycle, that can turn us around and take us back, because we've already passed the crossroads at this point.
So interesting indeed. And of course, thank you again for, deciding to join us. And all the candidates now are probably going to be having a bit of a nail biting this evening. Mr. Roy Bodden, you are in a position, perhaps, I don't know if it's an enviable position or not, but you have certainly been in this very situation where the polls have closed by a couple minutes. Tell us what is going through the mind right now of some of the candidates, you think?
Well, I can guarantee you from experience, many, if not most of the candidates are living out of their skin now. Until the election in their particular constituency is called. There's a nervous excitement. And some people may feel confident, but for the most part, others are apprehensive because one can never be sure. One can never be sure. And unless you were in a constituency that you were fortunate enough to believe that you were leading by a considerable number, then you are apprehensive, very worried. I can guarantee you, many of them, if we could see them, they would be biting their nails if they wouldn't be bashful about letting us see them do that. It's not a good time.
Yes. Wow. And is there anyone you think whoever has, I mean, obviously some candidates are probably feeling a little bit more comfortable than others, but have you ever seen where someone was confident of a win and that didn't happen? Sorry, Mr. Bodden, did you hear?
Yes. I cannot say. Yes, I cannot say that I have. I cannot say that I have, because even the most assured person at this time, they're humble.
Yes,
they're humble, because you never know what the electors have done. So most people are just hoping and praying that they could come out the winner. Although I must say, my first time in 1988, I had the feeling, I knew that I was going to win, because the people were telling me, this is your time now, this is your time now. So I felt comfortable that night. As a matter of fact, I never went in to the hall where the count was. I always stayed outside, because I felt more comfortable that way. And I felt assured that I was going to win, and I won by a landslide. But I had times, my dear, where I went to sleep full well believing that I had lost.
Wow. Isn't that something? Very, very interesting indeed. All right. Thank you, Mr. George Fullerton, for joining us. Corsita is here watching on YouTube. I think we're pushing 600 people now in the live stream. First Lady Jayanne, Rich watching us from White Plains, New York. And of course, the beauty of this, thank you so much, Rich, for letting us know where you are, is that we have an entire international set of watchers and a lot of people all over the world, quite frankly. Caymanians and even non-Caymanians are very, very interested in this election. And there are people who would have also, I dare say, voted from abroad as well. Look at this. We have Ms. Damaris, who is watching from Queens, New York. Good evening, Ms. Damaris. And here's another one joining us from the United States of America. Alicia says that I'm watching from the USA. I did my mailing vote, and I would not have missed this election for nothing. Wow. Good for you. We're going to get some final numbers here in terms of the voter turnout, and we've got the election results up on the screen. And of course, on our website, we are going to be giving you all of the updates as well. I've actually got one of our colleagues here in Canada who's updating our website numbers also. So trust me, our little team, as Miss Natasha Whitelock said in the election, we are small but mighty, small but Talawa. And that's what we do here at CMR, bringing in some really, really significant contributors to the evening's event. All right, so let me see here now. So let's go ahead and get some general feedback from our listeners and how things went today. The phone lines are open, 936-2626. I'm just going to remind Mr. Wesley that he can jump in at any time for an interview as well. So give me one quick second. I'm multitasking as usual. Tonight it's going to be a bit more than others times.
Well, while you do that, Sandy, you were asking Mr. Roy earlier about anyone who he thought in the past, maybe thought that they had it and that they won and then they ended up losing. I'm not sure how Mr. Marco Archer, I think it is, I'm not sure how he felt, but I don't think the people thought that Kenneth would take him out.
Yes, there have been some upsets. Let's talk about that here, Mr. Roy. Obviously, historically, the one that's most recent that I think was really, really shocking for all of us is the one that Elizabeth just mentioned with Mr. Kenneth Bryan and Mr. Marco Archer. Kenneth Bryan was now deputy premier, but none of us well, I wouldn't say none of us. A lot of people didn't see that coming because, on the one hand, you had an accountant, a professional, CPA, well respected, and a lot of people just never saw that coming. So, what do you say to the upsets? Think back in your mind, and I know that we've got Miss Karen Thompson who's going to join us, and also Miss Mary Lawrence is also joining us. But in your mind, tell us what you have seen as some historical upsets in the history of the Cayman Islands where people just didn't see it coming. Mr. Roy?
I go back to.
I know.
Yes,
I was going to
I go back to.
You're thinking, but on radio, we got to be careful because the radio can click us out in a minute. So we don't want that to happen. But you're such a, let me just. Yes.
I go back to 1972 in Bordentown.
Yes.
That was an election where the incumbent, Anton Borden, ran against Jim and Haig as newcomers. And Anton was leading. I mean, he was the favorite of everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Regrettably, he did not campaign as energetically as he could. But still, because of his many years of incumbency, people expected him to win.
Right.
But he didn't win because he didn't understand the dynamics. There were only 2 seats, and 3 people were campaigning for the 2 seats, and he didn't campaign, full well relying on his incumbency. And so when the results were counted, he lost, much to his surprise and to a lot of people who were his supporters' surprise as well. I think that's the most outstanding one I can recall.
And what election cycle was that? Do you recall? I mean, we might need to.
That was as I say, in 1972, the beginning of the Jim Borden era, beginning of the Jim Borden era. That election set up Jim Borden. He came in then with his colleague Haig Borden, and they dominated politics for the next until really 1984. They were the dominant political personalities.
Wow. And in more recent times, are there any others? I mean, for me, one that stood out, but maybe it wasn't such a shocker, was when Mr. Arden McLean unseated Mr. John McLean. Do you think that would also?
Well, that's funny, Sandra. But if you take a look at East End politics over the years, the East End representatives, all of them serve an average of about 14 years. John McLean unseated Warren after about that time, and Arden came up and unseated John McLean after about that roughly period, and then Isaac unseated Arden roughly after the same span. So there's a pattern, I think, in East End, where the representatives serve about 4 times and then they get defeated by the challengers.
Wow, that's such an interesting observation. Thank you so much for making that.
I think it is.
Yes, absolutely. Because maybe there's a cycle, Mr. Roy, to how long you last in politics.
Maybe that should be the cycle.
Well, there is, but a lot of people say we should limit the terms. Personally, I don't believe that we should limit the terms a person can serve, because I believe that the electorate are the best judges, and if we leave it to them, they will, in most cases, make the correct decision as to when to turn out a representative. Because in a small place, it's difficult to say, well, you can only serve 3 terms, because we don't have that much larger pool of people contesting. Although this election with 58 candidates is the exception rather than the rule. We'll see what happens going forward. But I'm certainly not one for term limits. I think we leave that to the decision of the electors, and they're the best judges.
Yeah, that is certainly a very, very interesting observation. Let me remind our listeners, I know a lot of them just like to comment, but you can call in as well. The phone lines are open, 936-2626, and it is toll free for Flow callers. So if you're a Flow caller, the line is toll free as always. So big thank you to Flow for sponsoring that. Mr. Jamie is here, and Jamie says it's good to see Dr. Roy in the house. Yes, sirree. We love having the esteemed Roy Bodden here. Now, I can't remember the last time he was here. I think he has come on before, but it has certainly been quite some time. So we pulled out all the stops for you guys this evening. King Robbie says, good evening, Mr. Roy. Great to see you. It's a long time. Former bartender from the Marriott Hotel in East End. Enough love and respect. King Robbie in Fort Lauderdale. So look at that. Mr. Roy, you get some love, international love.
Well, thanks.
And of course, we want to say hello to our Instagram listeners as well. They're joining us on Instagram. Got some good numbers over here on the IG feed. So about 58 people over there and 638 on the other two. So some wonderful numbers here today. Mr. Blair, or Miss Blair, sorry. Blair Webb Ebanks joining us. She's showing some KY love. We have Magdalene says, I could not run. Don't like the weight. I don't like to lose, especially when others contribute to my winning or losing. Oh, that is an interesting question. So, how does it feel, Mr. Roy, when you went in there, you had a fantastic term, you thought you had it in the bag and you did everything that you could possibly do, but maybe because of your colleagues and this concept of collective responsibility, you still lost. Do you look at your colleagues with a side eye after that? Do you guys go out and have a drink after, or how does that work?
Well, I never held any grudges. I really knew that my party was going to lose, and I knew that I would lose. And so I cleared out my office and was prepared. I said, if I'm prepared like this for my death, I'll be all right.
Wow.
Because I realized that I was going to lose. I also realized that it didn't make any sense, because what can you do? What can you do? How can you object? I mean, my time was just up. So I collected my thoughts and I moved on.
Wow. And was there ever a time when you were surprised, where you thought for sure, okay, we did a good job and I think the people appreciate that, but they still surprised you?
You mean surprised it positively or negatively?
Either way.
You see what happened?
Mm-hmm.
You see what happened in 2005? The odds were really up against us because of, the Stardust France in 2003. So it was rather difficult. I realized after that the party couldn't win. The party couldn't win. So I resigned myself to the fact that we were going to lose, and I took it in stride. But I knew the next election the party would win again. And because I really and truly, I saw what went down. And I figured that the UDP would win again. But I just knew that I wouldn't be around because I didn't want to run again.
Okay. And we're going to talk about that, because obviously that party has now disappeared. And it's so interesting to historically, sort of consider how politics flows in terms of party and stuff. And we're going to talk about that in relation to the progressives, who a lot of people now say at 20 years old, they're the weakest that they have ever been. And I'm curious to see what your thoughts are on whether or not, a party ever recovers once they hit that low. So Miss Mary is joining us. Miss Mary, are you ready? Please ensure that Miss Mary has a little glass of water to wet her palate. She decided to come and join us in person here with Elizabeth. So let me go ahead and do the introduction for her as she gets settled. So the Honorable Mary Lawrence is a respected community leader and historian. And when I tell you she's got a memory like an elephant, I kid you not, recognized for her work in preserving and sharing the rich heritage of the Cayman Islands. She's been a passionate advocate for the recognition of women's contributions to Caymanian history and is celebrated for her efforts in education and public service, and especially in the Boddentown community. So let me just say good evening to Miss Mary. Can you hear me okay?
A little bit louder.
Oh, I'm not sure how to get any louder, but okay, because we want you to sit back so we can see you. So let me just pull them out while they arrange that a little bit. So I think our IT tech, Mr. Marlin, is in the background there assisting. All right, so let me just see. We have some comments coming in. Yeah, share your comments and don't be shy, guys. You guys know we're all family here. This is part of the CMR family. We're just here in the evenings instead of the morning hour. And so we do invite your phone calls into the program. I know a lot of you, the majority of you, just like to type a message. Just read this for me, Sandy. All right, so give me 1 second as I screen grab some of the messages already coming in. And of course, a number of people making their contributions on the live stream as well. So Alyssa says, small like David in the Bible. Alicia, thank you. Yes, size not always has anything to do with what you're able to accomplish. I can tell you that from experience. Neath, oh, sorry, Perla. Perla says, I'm proud of all candidates for their rallies, meetings, and courage to be out there and to give it their all. Well done. Neath says, Isaac taking out Arden was a surprise. Again, how long was Arden in there for? We're going to fact check some of this, but I think Arden got, was it 3 or 4 cycles? Give me 1 second here. Let me just see. So Arden McLean, he served, giving him a tenure of over 20 years.
5 terms.
Yes.
Yes, he served 5 terms.
Yeah. So that's a good long time. Now we have someone here who has a diverging opinion, and you know we love that people can have different opinions. That's fine. And let me make an announcement now. Is we will have the supervisor of elections joining us after 7 o'clock. So we're pulling out all the stops here tonight for audience. Well over 700 people already, pushing 800 on the live stream. So thank you guys so much for this. Let me see if Miss Mary is ready. Miss Mary, can you hear us? I want you to sit back and be comfortable, but I think
can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right, sit back a little bit so we can see you properly. There we go. Yes, and relax yourself. And please ensure that she has some water. And I want the camera to be adjusted just a little bit because we're cutting off Elizabeth's head for some reason. So just move it up a little bit for me, Mr. Cameraman. Yes, just a tips. There we go. That's great. Miss Elizabeth did her hair for us today. I can see it's nicely washed and moussed, so we don't want to miss out on that. So Neith says Isaac taking out Arden after some 20 years. M.A. Omar, good morning, Omar, says people please have 911 on standby because this election is hot. Oh my goodness, he said some people might have to call 911. Did you feel, in your opinion, I'll ask this of all of our candidates, or all of our guests, my apologies, political commentators. Let's start with Elizabeth. Elizabeth, you talked about the significance of this election, certainly for you. And I think a lot of Caymanians felt that it was a significant election. But do you think the temperature was hotter, like when it came to, people out there doing their thing? Do you think this was a hot election?
I definitely do. I think it was a polarizing one. I think people were definitely in their feelings a lot this election cycle. Even friends, colleagues, family members, people arguing, which is unfortunate, but it shows that they're engaged at least.
Yeah. Yes, Miss Mary, how did you feel about this election
What
in
do you think?
terms of was it a hot one?
Um, it I wouldn't say hot, but not
Uh-huh.
all of it anyway. But I
Yeah.
think that there was there was a lot of feedback from the public this time. People wanted to know what their candidates were going to do. They wanted to be able to hear how they were going to get it done. I'm not sure
Mm-hmm.
they heard much of that. There was a lot of promises being made, but from what I understand, the financial situation is not great. So
Mm-hmm.
it's going to be take a real genius to work on those promises for us.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. All right, and we are going to talk to Mr. Roy about that here in a little bit, because I do think when a government comes in, and we'll see who actually gets to form the government, but of course they have to work with what they have, and I think a lot of people sometimes do forget that. Over 800 people, 815 people now in the live stream. Good evening to all of our Instagram listeners. Mr. Over on Instagram, we got Matt from up the road. Matt from up the road says, I'm proud of everyone who went out and voted. So we're going to talk about, Matt, the voter turnout today. Miss CKH on Instagram says, make Miss Mary the speaker again. She's fantastic. This West Bayer absolutely loves and respects you. So Miss Mary, you're getting some
Wow.
love there.
Super.
Absolutely. And of course, we're always catching up in the comments. I'm going to fast forward through some of the comments now. Sandra Miller says, what a day. Anthea says, any new candidate will need at least 2 out of the 4 years to get accustomed to what they, I don't know what that's supposed to be, but I think just accustomed to the position is what she's saying. Good evening to Thea. Thank you for joining us. She said she's very grateful, incredibly grateful to have participated and to feel part and parcel of the democratic process, shaping the future of our islands. So I'm waiting on Ms. Karen anxiously. I think she is coming on, but I want to talk about women's suffrage because Ms. Mary, someone mentioned this earlier today, and when we were encouraging people to get out there, vote, we got a referendum, we've got all these amazing questions that people need to consider, and we also got candidates. We need a government, but the right to vote, as has just been expressed in this comment by Thea, is something that we should never take for granted. It is one of the rights that people fight for, one of the democratic rights that people fight for all over the island and all over the world, the Caribbean islands and all over the world. And people have actually lost their life for the right to vote. So tell me, when we talk about women's suffrage in particular, Miss Mary, tell us a little bit, because you're quite the historian as well. Tell us a little bit about women's suffrage and the women who played such an instrumental role in that.
Well, back in 1947, when the women decided that they wanted the right to vote, they wrote a letter. But the amazing thing about it, when you look at those women, and I've done a lot of research on this. When you look at the women, it was their husbands who were in the house that they were writing the letter to. And it took a lot of nerve. Some of them were wives of ministers. Some of them were wives of businessmen. But they got together and they said, enough is enough. We want the right to vote. We want the right to participate. And of course, it didn't happen. It took another 10 years before they finally got the women together in the island. And they all marched into Georgetown and said, this is it. And so we got the right to vote in 1958 by legislation and in 1959 by constitution. But one of the things that I have found not very strange here, because I believe we have a better record in either the United States or England when it comes to putting women in position. But one of the things I find is the sort of women are expected to do everything and anything till it gets to politics. And all of a sudden, oh no, she can't do that. She just can't do that. You don't understand. She hasn't got an experience in it. But how do you get experience in politics? You go out there and you get into the fray. And everybody knows I ran numerous times. I didn't get elected, but I had a voice. And I used that voice during every campaign I was in to put across what I felt was needed in the country at that particular time. And I think that is one of the things that I am waiting to see what's going to happen after this election. We had 59 people running. Only 19 can sit in the House. What's going to happen to the other 40? Are they going to do what they've done all these years? So go home and come back in 4 years' time. This time, all 59 of them need to get out there and put their shoulder to the wheel. Just because 19 of them are inside the House, what people don't understand, they talk about the party system, but it is the people on the ground who's going to make the difference, not the people in the House. The people on the ground are supposed to push the people in the House to get what they need done. And the role of women in this community has always been one of the homemaker and the deal maker. I think women do a better job in the House than men do, in that they bring a lot of empathy and a lot of emotion to it. And people say that's not good, but I think it is good, because that way we get everybody included in what is being done. And unfortunately, over the years, we've had this great distrust of women. Women will run, but women are women's own and biggest enemy. You know, I've spoken about this publicly before. If you're in a business and a man gets a promotion, all the men slap him on the back and say, boy, good job, let's go for a drink tonight to celebrate. Get a woman get a promotion, and I want to know how she get that. What you think to get that? I'll tell you one thing, she won't get any help from me. She'll have to try to do it by herself. Right away, we start tearing the woman down that managed to pull out. And many long years ago, when very first time I ran for politics, 1968, a little old lady came to my house very, very early in the morning. And she said, Miss Lawrence, I've come to tell you they're going to vote for you. I said, you don't have to tell me that, but thank you for telling me. She said, you're not going to get in. I said, I'm not going to get in. I said, but wait a minute, you just told me you're going to vote for me. Yeah, she said, I'm going to vote for you, but you're not going to get in. You are the smartest woman that Bodden Town has produced. But she said, you see that? And I had a barrel of crabs on the ground by the tub I was washing out of. And she said, look at them. And I said, well, I see them. She said, you see that one trying to climb out? When he gets halfway up, everybody's going to grab him and pull him back down. She said, well, that's what happens to women in Cayman. One tries to go up, and everybody grabs him, pull her back down. You're not going to get elected. She was right. She was right. Every time I ran for political office, there was an excuse. It was amazing, some of the excuses that they came up with.
Interesting.
They did not want, and I firmly believe this, men are intimidated by women who speak out. And I was raised in a family where women spoke out, where they said their piece. And, you know, having a husband who encouraged that, I guess, made me an oddity in the community. They said, you can't control your wife. They told him that numerous times. You didn't make your wife stay home and mind your children. We had 6. He said, did you hear my children are neglected? But it didn't matter, because their view of a woman was that was not, politics was reserved for the men. And I think we have played a big part in the development of this country, because if we talk about the seamen, but everybody forgot about the women who stayed home and mixed cement to put those little blocks together to build that house, and tended the grounds and went out to work. When in the Cayman Islands, the little jobs that came up, people went out and worked with very small wages. People forget about the women who held this country together, who raised the children. And the men came home every Christmas. They came home, and we celebrated big time. We watched the ship come in with them, and we couldn't wait for them to land. Big time celebration. And they were home 3 and 4 weeks, and they were gone again. And we were back to the same old grind we were in before. But for some reason or other, we never got the credit for it, because people do not like to give women credit. And that's the fact. If you're good, There has to be a reason, a question mark in everybody's mind as to why you're so good at what you do. Right
Wow.
now, in this community, I went to the first political meeting last night, and I heard the CI, what's it? CIMP? CI, no, CI,
Yes.
yeah, CIP, is that it? Cayman Islands.
NP, Cayman Islands National Party.
And I went to their meeting,
Mhm.
and I heard them say, we have a team. There's 5 women and there's 5 men.
Mhm.
That's probably the first time we have seen that in Cayman, because the political teams are very sparsely populated by women. You will get the token woman, or maybe even 2 or 3, but it's not. It's the people coming forward don't encourage women to come out. They encourage women to stay in the background and do the work, but they don't encourage them to go on the platform and be a part of what's going on, and hopefully get a seat in the House. And we need to change that attitude. And the world that we're living in today, it's going to take every man and every woman and every child to build this country. It is not going to happen by itself. And it is time that we recognize our individual strengths and our collective strength, and put them together to build Cayman. Because if we
these
don't,
are equal length. Like, this is an equal length to this. So how are you getting these prepared? How are you using a slate or something?
Kevin, I think you pull that in, and you kind of you need to mute that for us, Kevin. All right, so we had some background assistance there, but he pulled in something and it started playing. My apologies, Miss Mary. I'm going to pull that back out because that still has a couple minutes there. But it's some very, very interesting commentary that you have provided. Because as a woman, I mean, as they say, he who knows it, feels it, or he who feels it knows it, I think is the right term. So a lot of women struggle with that, not just in the world of politics, but just in life in general. As you rightfully said, there were so many women who historically contributed to the success story of Cayman, and yet we tend to celebrate the men more. We might get into that certainly a little bit later on as we continue to have our discourse about politics, but women's suffrage being so critically important. And I want to thank let me just read a few comments here, Mr. Hero Blair, who said, congratulations once again to the people of Cayman Islands for being a model to the world in the electoral process. So, here in Cayman, we have elections that are relatively fair. We're going to talk about some of the stuff that people complain to me about all day today as we continue through the evening. This is going to be a very long show, so we got lots of time. I received an entire basket full of complaints today, and they were really circulating around sort of one core issue. So we're going to talk about that, because I think the political arm, whoever is elected next, we need some electoral reform. So we'll get there. So thank you, Mr. Hero. But we are fortunate that we have elections, that there's no violence. There's little intimidation. It's probably more subtle than anything else. No overt intimidation. Of course, there's vote buying that we have to admit is happening, and that has to come to a stop. Mr. Spellman Miller says Roy is the best. Julia says, when can we expect, good evening, Ms. Julia, when can we expect results to start coming in? So we know, for example, this is just Miss Karen calling me. Hold on one second. Hi, Miss Karen. Okay. Yeah, no problem. I'm live, but no problem. That's fine. Okay, dear. Thanks. All right. Thank you, my dear. All righty. All right. I'm like, I'm live. Gotta go. All right. She's working it out. She'll soon be joining us. So, Miss Julia, we have been told, and this is one of the questions, of course, that we'll ask Mr. Wesley when he comes on this evening, that probably by maybe even 7 o'clock, 15 minutes, we might start to get some results. So we'll be keeping an eye on it for you. Miss Debbie says, just an impressive panel. Mr. Roy, my cousin, Karen Thompson. Who else is going to be a commentator? Yes, honey child, CMR pulled out all the stops. This is forecasting with CMR TV, CMR radio. You guys know that that's coming here in 2025. But yes, we're absolutely pleased to have our esteemed political commentators. We've got Miss Karen, who's going to be popping in hopefully shortly. And we also have Johan Moxham, who is also going to be joining us a little bit later on this evening as well. So a good variety, good combination of individuals from, quite frankly, all walks of life. So thank you so much. Let me just see here as well. Just going through a few more comments. Anne is in the house. Anne Wright says, my mom. You must be so proud. Jamie says, awesome, Miss Mary. Miss Mary, there's somebody else on Instagram saying that you should be the next premier.
I got to be elected to be that.
Exactly. I am DeAndre, says love from Jamaica. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Melita says, I'm watching on YouTube, reading comments on Facebook, and talking about having the best of both worlds. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Jamie, Mama Sita, Mama Marva in Jamaica is watching for the results. And we're going to pull in a live feed here in just a second. We're going to get a live update from the elections office. So somebody says, if you need a DJ for the radio show, I'm available. You can talk and I'll play. All right, let's see what the elections office is coming through with, folks. Just a moment.
Mine is true. Well, we can combat false news by following these 3 simple steps. Step 1, check the source. Make sure the information comes from official websites or credible news outlets. Be careful of screenshots of articles that can be easily manipulated, and watch out for anonymous sources with no credibility. Step 2, read beyond the headline. Sometimes sensational headlines are designed to grab your attention while omitting key details just to get more shares on social media. Always read the full article before you decide to share it. And step 3, check if credible news agencies are confirming the story. If no reputable sources are reporting it, that's a red flag. Finally, before you share, ask yourself, does it sound too shocking to be true? Would I share it if I knew it wasn't real? False news spreads quickly, but you don't have to help it along. For more fact-checking tips, visit gov.ky/misinformation.
Not all news we receive is true.
All right, let's pull that back out. Looks like they're not ready yet. They are looping at the moment. So once they're finished looping, we will pull that back in.
All right.
Yes, I'll just mute that and we'll keep an eye on it. All right, Lavana says Mr. Roy is aging like fine wine. Take that. That's amazing. Mr. Roy, you do look good. Anthea A. Bodden says first 2 out of the 4 years is spent getting used to the new job responsibilities. So how much is a person expected to learn this new job? Keep your platform promises and clean up the unresolved issues from the past 50 years. If you keep changing them out after 4 years, things will never change or get any better. That's why things worked back in the day with Jim Bodden, Haig Bodden, Annie Holda Bodden, etc. Oh, that's an interesting comment. What are your thoughts on this, Roy Bodden? I mean, first of all, we said that Cayman doesn't, based on the historical trends, Cayman does not really seem to take people out after 4 years. I think unless you've been a dismal failure. There have been examples of that, as they say, one-hit wonders. But what are your thoughts on 4 years just isn't enough to get things accomplished? Oh, let me pause you there.
Well,
we do have
referendum, and what a day it has been. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Wesley Howell, our supervisor of elections, as he comes to give us an update of the day. Welcome, Mr. Howell.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. How are you feeling right now? I know that it's been quite eventful.
We have been going at this for quite some time now, but we're excited that we're finished with the polling, and now comes the very important part of the counting, and we're looking forward to having that complete as well.
Yeah, we knew that this would be a record-breaking election from the onset of registration, and we are getting some numbers that show that their select voter turnout in certain constituencies was quite impressive as well. Could you give us a bit of some of the highlights of the day?
Oh, absolutely. Voting started out really strong. We had some early polling numbers that were very impressive. great voter turnout numbers in the sister islands, Cayman Brac East, I believe it is, hit 80% voter turnout. So that's tremendous. Some other districts range from 60 odd percent up to 70 odd percent. We have several that have exceeded the number of voters who came out to vote in 2021. And I really think that's a combination of the fact that there's increased interest in a joined up referendum and general election, and the fact that there were a number of candidates running in various districts that interested voters to come out and make that vote.
Okay, do we have an overall estimate to date of how many voters turned out today?
We have an estimate of just around 79% net total, but many of the districts went higher than that, and some were lower than that. So, sorry, 74%. Sorry, voter turnout. But yeah, some went higher, some lower.
Okay, at 74%, that takes us to just about the same amount of voters that turned out in the 2021 elections, but there is an increase. Could you explain that a bit to us?
Yeah. So the number of voters on the register increased by 2,000 voters, just about 1,800 or so. So to hit the same percentage of voter turnout actually meant that we have that many more voters actually voting because the list is that much larger.
That's quite impressive. So of course, we know with any elections that there should be some challenges or hiccups. Do you have any that took place today?
We were relatively smooth. I mean, we were troubleshooting all day long, all sorts of issues, pipes bursting at polling stations and those sorts of things. But our partners were fantastic. Public Works came out on a public holiday and got it sorted for us, and we were able to continue to poll normally. So yeah, nothing on really extreme. I'm just really thankful that it was a calm and peaceful day overall.
We know that you mentioned the referendum played a major part in possible part in the turnout today.
Mm-hmm.
Could you speak about any other differences that you might have noticed between this and other elections that you might have supervised in the past?
Yeah, I believe that we had a higher number of younger persons, young Caymanians voting in this general election. There were a number of university students, Caymanians overseas, that we've sent postal ballots off to, and just coming out today on postal voting on voting day, the number of young people was impressive. Yeah.
Okay, so now we enter the period of transition following the ballot count. So could you tell the public what exactly to expect from this moment on until we have a government sworn in?
Yeah, so around 7 p.m. we'll start the count. So the returning officers will now be receiving the ballot boxes from each of the polling stations. They go through a meticulous process. At the end of the polling, they'll count exactly how many ballots they've issued, how many persons voted in there, any spoiled ballots that they may have, and then they hand that over to the returning officer. The returning officer goes through an elaborate process of processing the postal ballots, and then to ensure that the way that people vote is not revealed, the postal votes are mixed with the mobile votes, and that's included with the votes from the first polling station. So it's impossible to tell how any postal voter voted or how any mobile voter voted, because we'll be counting a larger number of ballot papers together. So that process is happening in the districts that we have two counts going on. So a returning officer and a deputy returning officer. The deputy will start counting the other ballot boxes, and we still look forward to having a result somewhere around midnight, maybe earlier than that for the smaller electoral districts.
I know that's the $1 million question everyone will be anxiously awaiting, and our colleagues from Radio Cayman will actually be having a live panel discussion.
Absolutely.
Which we'll shoot over to right after this. I had one last question. We know that after an election, misinformation is rampant.
Yes.
Do you have any rumors that you'd like to dispel now, or any advice you would like to give the public on how to manage misinformation?
Yeah, so we will be putting out official count numbers from our website, including the national count for the referendum. So each returning officer and deputy will be counting the referendum votes for their electoral districts, and then we'll add all those together and publish that number as a final number. I would say wait on the official sources for all that. And as we know, in our style of elected government, we elect MPs, members of parliament, for electoral district, and then amongst themselves, they then group together to select their premier and deliver those signatures to the governor, and from there their form of government. So that process can be a bit tumultuous sometimes, but again, stay tuned for it, and You know, as a senior civil servant myself, you know, I'll shift gears and go back into getting ready to serve whatever government comes in with the best of my abilities.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Before you leave, I just wanted to see if you had any other key comments, notes to the public, or anything else you would like to say.
I just want to say a huge thank you to my staff and all the volunteers that made this possible. We really delivered today, and so proud of the team. Many of them were up. Well, some of them couldn't sleep last night because they were supposed to be here for 4:30 in the morning. And they're still going strong with smiles on their faces and so on. So a huge thank you to them. And a huge thank you to our partners, the RCIPS, Public Works, Cayman Airways, DHL, all those folks that made it possible. DHL rushed ballots off of BA flight that came in this afternoon and got them out in time to be counted tonight. So no, really happy about all that. And just a huge thank you to that. And thank you to the voters who came out in their numbers and exercised the democratic right. This is actually why we do what we do.
And on behalf of the Cayman Islands, sir, I feel I am empowered to say thank you for your service. We know that this is not your first election, and you've done exceptionally well. So thank you so much for your commitment to making sure that we have a fair democratic process in your capacity as supervisor of elections.
My pleasure.
All right, thank you so much. We actually have results from our sister islands coming directly from our CIG TV correspondent, Mr. Giovanni Ebanks. He was able to speak with Deputy Supervisor of Elections, Mrs. Shavela Burke, today, and she gave us a synopsis of what voter turnout and engagement was like today in the sister islands. Giovanni, over to you.
Good evening from the Cayman Brac Government Administration Building. I'm Jevi Ebanks. I'm joined by Deputy Supervisor of Elections, Ms. Shavela Burke. Ms. Burke, tell us a little bit about the update since we last spoke earlier today.
Things have been going really well. Very smooth process for both Cayman Brac East and Cayman Brac West and Little Cayman. As at the 4 o'clock update, we had over 70%, just under 80% really at both of the polling stations, locations here in the sister islands. So it's been going really well. Very smooth process for us.
And are there any early election lessons from this year's election that you can share with us so far?
I would say no. I mean, things have been going really well for us. Maybe here and there some things to check with our teams once they come back to see if they have any feedback for us. But things have been going really well.
And in terms of the overseas election observers, have they noticed anything or brought anything to your attention that we should know about?
No. That information will be shared at a later time, but things have been going well with them. They have been pleased so far, I think, with just the interactions that we have had with each other, with questions that they have come forward with as far as what they do, the process. But otherwise, the details of their report will be shared at a later time.
And were there any mishaps throughout the day? Anything that was a bit concerning?
No.
And finally, before we get out of here, give us a forecast for the night. What do you expect throughout the rest of the night in terms of counting? I know that's happening at Aston Ruddy. Tell me about that.
Yeah, the count will start at 7 o'clock, and we do expect that it will probably go until at least between 10 and 11, possibly later, because we do have the referendum questions at this time.
So that is the latest update from here in Cayman Brac. Reporting for CIG TV News, I'm Jevi Ebanks.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. At this time, we'll turn over to our colleagues at Radio Cayman, who are providing live coverage of the elections updates as they come in through until our final count is submitted. We thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Before you sign out, please remember to follow all official CIG government channels for all of your information on this and any government-related news. I'm Takia Smith. Thank you so much for joining us. My colleague Elizabeth Charles will resume at 9:30 p.m. tonight. Thank you and have a good evening.
All right, folks. So we are back in the studio. Miss Elizabeth, we saw you standing up. You got to let us know if you're going to move, honey child.
I'm using the mic, sorry.
Okay. All right. So thank you so much to our listeners, well over 1,000 people now, and we're going to continue the conversation with our guests. So if you're just joining us, which obviously the numbers keep going up, so I know some people are, we've got Mr. Roy Bodden in the studio with us. He's a former government minister as well as politician, obviously, educator, writer, very, very interesting author. In fact, he's got a new book that's coming over the summer. We're going to invite him on to tell us all about that. Celebrated historian, former president of the University College of the Cayman Islands. We also have the Honorable Mary Lawrence, who is former Speaker of the House, respected community leader and historian, recognized for her work in preserving and sharing the rich heritage of the Cayman Islands. And she's been a passionate advocate for the recognition of women's contributions to Cayman history and is celebrated for efforts in education and public service. And of course, Miss Elizabeth, who's sitting next to Miss Mary, is also joining us. She's a young Caymanian with BRAC roots. And also has a degree in business administration with a concentration in accounting. She just started the long haul to being an entrepreneur. She's new on that journey, mother of 3 and wife to Mr. Shane Evans, and she resides in West Bay West. So we are going to be getting into some of the details here in just a little bit about the different constituencies and how you guys are feeling about each one. And of course, we'll be talking about some of the hottest contested seats in this current election. So thank you so much. We have Street Life Marketing says, happy election day, Cayman, watching from Jamaica. Thank you, sir. Urban Threats says a person such as McKeeva Bush should have never been able to be in office for over 20 years. So we had someone earlier who said there should be some sort of term limits. Mr. Roy has expressed his opinion that he does not believe that term limits are a necessary element of maybe electoral reform here in the Cayman Islands. Instead, what he said is the people have a way of being your term limit. They have the right to obviously remove you, and there's a cycle, it seems, that they do so, a cycle of frequency that they will do so here in the Cayman Islands. It is interesting. Here we have an opposing view. This one says, hi, Sandy, I disagree with Roy about time limits. Why have the same people over and over when they're not doing anything just because the people like them and they're filling their pockets? A person should only be allowed 2 terms and out like Big Mac all these years and nothing but embarrassment to Cayman. You know, the sad thing is, I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like I'm kind of in the middle. Like I obviously see Mr. Roy's point that the people can vote him out, but I also see this caller's point, because the question becomes, how can someone be in politics like a Mr. Bush for over 40 years? And just because now we have one man, one vote, he has this previous stronghold. We don't know if it will keep after today, but he has this previous stronghold in West Bay West. But at a national level, most people in the country will say, Mr. Roy, that he's got to go. He hasn't done anything worthwhile in 20 years, but caused embarrassment to the people of the Cayman Islands. But yet he gets enough people, came close last time. Mr. Mario Ebanks came close to taking him out by some 26 votes. But it's people like this, it's people like him, quite frankly, that makes the average voter go, is term limits how we fix this? What do you say to that, Mr. Roy?
You know, my position remains the same. It's a democratic process, and the majority carries. So, and this is an idea that comes from much more eminent thinkers than I. There's a danger in a small society like the Cayman Islands to have term limits, because we have a small pool to choose from. I think the most informed discretion comes from the voters, the electorate themselves. When they're ready, they will turn out their representative when they figure they have a reason in the majority. And that's what we should abide by. Tinker with that, the system, we're tinkering with the elements of democracy when we tinker with that. So I know that there's a case to be made for people who sit for 40 years, but that's not unique in Cayman. If you take the United States, for example, I know senators like Chuck Grassley. He's been in there forever. And all these people, if their constituents are happy with their performance, then they remain there. They go up against the competitive system. They beat off the opponents. So who are we to say, well, you shouldn't be there any longer than 2 terms or 3 terms? No, it's wrong.
Okay, Miss Mary, what are your thoughts on term limits? And are you in agreement with Roy Bodden's position that the people ultimately will move you? Can you guys hear me, Elizabeth and Miss Mary? Uh-oh, looks like they might be frozen there. I'm not quite sure what's going on. Let's give them a second to fix that. Darlene, we'll read some comments in the interim. Darlene says, love Miss Mary. John, says country should consider age capping politicians to the retirement age of 65 and term limits next. Wow, so age capping as well as term limits. What do you say, Roy Biden, about age capping?
So now you're talking about social engineering again, which is dangerous in a democracy. That's social engineering. So if let's take the case of other countries like the United States, for example. People go on and on and on as long as they're able to perform and they're elected, they serve. Any talking about social engineering, and we're infringing on the democratic process. I think it's best to legit of the electorate. I think we're safe in that. That's the way it is in most jurisdictions I know call themselves democracies.
All right. It's certainly interesting because we saw some candidate.
Let's take the argument. Let's go back to 65. At 65, I would contend that in some areas, people have just learned where they can make really mature analyses and really separate issues. 65 is, if you have your prime. So that should not be a reason for someone to be disqualified from being a representative because they reach 65 years of age. So, and again, I harp back to this. We are a small pool. When you do that kind of social engineering, chances are, what are you going to do? You have to do one of the things. You have to recycle people, or you will soon run out of people because the pool is.
Okay. All right. So we'll continue the discussion. Mr. Denver said, my grandmother signed that petition. I'm assuming that's for women's suffrage. Rhonda Terry says, love Miss Mary. She's an awesome person and has so much knowledge. Absolutely. Sabrina Wong, are you in the UK? Or are you here in the Cayman Islands joining us? Says my grand aunt, Mary Lawrence, she ensured that I was educated, tutoring me in the weekend and ensuring that as a young girl, I was prepared to sit at any table and at the best professor I've ever had, Mr. Roy Biden. Cayman Society explained the political and social development of the Cayman Islands. So, they say, Mr. Roy and Miss Mary, to give people their flowers while they're alive, and you guys are certainly getting them here tonight. Let me know when we're ready, Elizabeth, to pull you back in. Just give me a thumbs up, but it looks like you're frozen there. So I'm still waiting for you guys to perhaps get that sorted out. Okay. Let me just see here. Magdalene, thank you. Miss Perla, words of wisdom, says Dawn. We're just going to catch up on a few comments. Real talk, madam, so true and inspiring, plus intelligent and great leadership. We are waiting eminently on Mr. Wesley Howell, Supervisor of Elections, to jump in as well. All right. Let me see here. Miss Ann Rice says, I agree, 65 is a young age. Yes, I mean, it depends on the individual. But the most interesting thing, turn the camera back there, Elizabeth. Turn it back the other way. I think you're back, but you just need to turn it the right direction now. Barbara says, if age is not a problem, then why people are still forced to retire at 65? Well, I mean, I don't know how to answer that, but I think a lot of people, even in the general workforce, are not ready to retire at 65. Some people are starting new businesses, new careers. I think it depends on the individual. But what I was thinking, Mr. Roy, is potentially going on here is that some people will have a full career. They'll go out there and they'll be doctors, lawyers, they'll do all sorts of stuff for 25, 30, 40 years. And then it's like, okay, they're ready to retire, but they see politics as an easy job, as a quick paycheck. And so that's why some people decide to enter the, the political scene, so to speak. What are your thoughts on that? Do you believe that there's, any justification for someone thinking, oh, this is a retirement plan because somehow politics is easier than any other job?
No, on the contrary. I think the statistics show that many people enter politics as a choice after college. Some don't even go to college, and those who do and they're successful, they stay in it a long time. Those the persons who choose politics at the end of their career are in the minority by far. Most people are career politicians. They get in either after college or after a brief career in the private sector, and they stay in it for as long as they remain. Certainly in the United States, that's the trend. In the UK, only in jurisdictions like the Cayman Islands do people change careers and get into politics after maybe a successful life in business. In other jurisdictions, they go right into the public life. And I don't necessarily believe that people see it as an easy paycheck. I would be quick to pour cold water on that. I think most people go into politics believing that they can make a positive change.
Yes.
Most people go into politics believing that they can make a positive change.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much for that. 936-2626. Folks, don't be shy. The phone lines are open. We are taking your calls as well. Let me just see here if we got any messages there. This person for Elections Day, which is mostly okay. All right, that's Miss Alice May, who is, let me just remind everyone that we're live. Of course, we've got well over 1,000 people. I'll send out the links to some more people. I think some people are not used to us being live, but of course, this is a very, very special occasion for us to be live. So Miss Alice May, give me 1 second. I'm gonna certainly do that. And let me just remind our Instagram listeners that every so often, every hour, we have to restart your feed. So do bear with us, and we will restart the feed, and then we will certainly welcome you back in. We have an announcement to make. Miss Tamika R. Ricketts. Miss Tamika Ricketts, it looks like someone may have discovered your wallet. They seem to have several of your bank cards. So anybody knows Miss Tamika Ricketts, please have her contact us, and we will get, get her reunited, as it were, with her cards. Miss Tamika Ricketts, please give us a call and we will get you sorted out. All right, let me just see here. We are waiting again on Mr. Wesley Howell. He'll be coming in at any moment now, so not to worry. All right, any updates, tech team? We've got Mr. Wesley Howell joining us. Any updates on what's happening with Miss Mary and Elizabeth? All right, thank you. Miss Sue says 65 is a good age. Lakin Duncan also agrees that Cayman is too small for term limits. Let's go ahead and bring Mr. Wesley Howell in now, folks. Good morning. Good morning. Good evening. I'm so used to saying good morning. Good evening, Mr. Wesley Howell. How are you?
Hi, good evening. I'm well, thanks. How are you doing? You had a long day too.
Absolutely. I had to take a little afternoon nap, but we're in good form now. We're ready for you. So please give us an update on how it went today. First of all, let me commend you and your entire elections office team. When we were streaming earlier, the people who went out and voted early, I must say we got a lot of positive feedback about how the entire group was so well, meaning your staff now, were so professional, and it was just a seamless process. So give us an update from your perspective.
So we had a really great day. Super proud of the team that went out. We had, well over 300 people when we combined our polling team as well as our logistics folks and the other folks working in the background to make it all happen. And they've done the job that they've been trained to do. So, really happy for that. And yes, we had a couple of issues that we had to work through, but for the most part, really good feedback. A lot of people were in and out. We really stressed that we wanted to give, even though we do mobile voting, that people can vote in the privacy and comfort of their own home. We also stress that we ought to give priority access to our older persons with disabilities, pregnant ladies, and the such. And that went over really well. Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, I was at the Bodden Town West polling station early this morning, and I got there probably about 6:40 or so, and there was actually a little bit of a queue already. There's about maybe 4 or 5 people in front of me, so it looks like people were anxious to vote. What are your numbers telling you in terms of the voter turnout?
We're looking similar to the number that we had percentage-wise from 2021. So somewhere around 74%. I've been going back to back with interviews, so I haven't even had the time to sit down and look at the final polling numbers that came in probably about 15, 20 minutes ago. But based on the fact that we actually have almost 2,000 more people on our register, to have a similar amount actually means that more people in sheer numbers actually came out to vote either through mobile or postal voting or voting today on election day.
Well, that is some good numbers. And of course, we will discuss some of this historical information in terms of stats. So give us now a breakdown. It is now 7:16 p.m.
Yeah.
When will we start to see some numbers coming in terms of election results?
So most of the electoral districts have now finalized their end of polling process. So they actually have to account for absolutely every ballot and every ballot stub that we use to reconcile. Once that process is complete, they then deliver those boxes to their respective returning officer. The returning officer goes through a process of validating the postal ballots and then depositing those ballot papers into a box. That box is mixed along with all the mobile ballots into box 1 from polling station 1, and then they start counting. In the districts that we have a deputy counting, which effectively is all districts except for Kimmerbrook East, Kimmerbrook West, Little Cayman, East End and North Side, a deputy returning officer will be counting typically 2 or 3 boxes, depending on the number of polling stations in there. So because we're doing that dual count, we're still hopeful that we can be done somewhere around midnight, even though we're counting referendum questions along with candidates.
So you don't anticipate that the dual counting will slow you down much at all?
We know that it's going to take longer. So in our training and our practice, instead of being sort of 5 seconds per ballot for just a candidate, we were going up to 10, 12 seconds. So we appointed some additional deputy return officers. So we're doing a dual count in those districts. So because it's taken approximately twice as long, we have 2 people counting. We're still looking for it to be done around about the midnight. And of course, the smaller electoral districts will come in earlier. Kimmerbrook East West will I'm predicting will be in first. Yeah.
All right, very good. All right, so thank you so much. We're hoping that perhaps a little bit later on we can touch bases with you again as the evening progresses, but we appreciate that you're extremely busy and you've taken some time out to join us. Big shout out to the elections office staff and Mr. Wesley Howell, who's a supervisor of elections, who has done yet another phenomenal job. The observers, you've seen them around, I'm sure?
We had a domestic observer in with us this morning when we declared the polls open. Almost made me brought tears to my eyes because we invited Mr. Colfer Scott in. Many people know him as one of the key brains behind a lot of the systems that we use in the elections process. He did our countdown for opening of the polls at 7, and then he came back and did the closing of the polls. So we do a radio countdown for that. And it's just super special to have that connection between the ones that came before me and the work that we're doing now. So really sweet spot.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much again. That's Mr. Wesley Howell, Supervisor of Elections. 2025 general election now officially completed as in terms of, we're up to the point where they will start counting the ballots. And this is a very, very secure process. Lots of hands on deck. And yeah, fantastic. All right. Thank you, Mr. West.
Thank you much. Take care.
Appreciate it. All right, I think we're ready. Elizabeth, you want to sit back down? And we've got Miss Karen Thompson. We're going to pull her in just a second. Elizabeth, go ahead and sit back down next to Miss Mary. Miss Karen, I want you to pull your camera down just a little bit because I'm getting that light right behind your head from the ceiling light. So I don't know if you can reposition yourself, but let me know if you can do anything about that. Miss Mary, you there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, where's Elizabeth? She can jump back in and sit down, I think. All right, Omar says the after party is in Foster's. I don't know if Omar cleared that with Mr. Foster or not, but let's talk a little bit about the process and how seamless the process is here in the Cayman Islands. No violence, not a lot of disruption. Both of you, have gone through this. Any thoughts or comments from either one of you on the fact that, it works relatively well?
I think we can be very proud of ourselves and the fact that we do not have violence in our elections. Even we've had it in the past, mind you. We don't talk about it, but we did have quite a bit of it in the past, not just during elections, but even afterwards. We find ourselves in this election, I thought was very, very calm, very quiet compared to other years. I don't know whether it was people were fatigued or people were nervous, but it seemed to be very quiet and very laid back to me. I didn't think that, I think a lot of the issues, and we do have a lot of issues, I think a lot of them got missed or got very, very little attention. Some of the major ones got very little attention. One of the issues I really waited to hear people talk about was the establishment of district councils. Now, we said, I've heard a little thing they come up with. They say, well, you see, we haven't got it right because the district, the Constitution or the law, I'm not sure which, the act, is not properly defined. Well, the Constitution was passed in 2009, and it has been amended a couple of times since then. Are you telling me that somewhere along the line we could not have taken the time to define district properly? Because they're saying it's mixed with constituency. Well, there's a difference. Take Bodden Town, for example, we have 4 constituents, and each one of them will elect a representative tonight. But tomorrow morning, the district council should be coming forward. We should be having a considering who we are going to put from each one of those 4 constituencies to form the district council to oversee. This is the checks and balance you have on the people who are elected. Right now, we don't have, the people we elect don't have to answer to anyone. And I mean, they answer to the polls every 4 years, and they might answer to a demonstration or something like this. But the idea of establishing a district council is that representatives from the 4 constituencies sit down together, and they are the checks and balance on the members. They make sure that the members are following through on what the district wants. They make sure they know what that the members know what the districts are saying, that the people in the constituencies are saying. They make them know sometimes they're short-term goals, sometimes they're long-term ones. But right now, there's no oversight of that. Right now, Bodden Town East is Bodden Town East, and Lord help us if we have a dinner, don't invite anybody else. And Bodden Town West is Bodden Town West, and Savannah and Newlands, etc. Savannah and Newlands do a little bit better job than we do of getting together. But the fact of the matter is, you need a district council that the candidates, that the members, the 4 members from our constituency has to answer to. I mean, they are the people. That should be the body. That is the body that will say to those members, wait a minute, I heard this about you. You know, you need to pull your socks up. Or, You know, you were assigned this particular mission. How far along are you with it? You know, are you going? Do we need to go back to the people to get some more information? All this is what a district council is.
Yeah.
But we don't have it. We have not had it since, and it's amazing. We have the commissions in place. We have that tells that, you know, this, and we have legislation in place for information and the ombudsman and all of this, but we have not put the district councils in place. And my personal opinion is that it stems from the fact that those people we elect think that they are sometimes they think they're little tin gods, and that they don't have to answer to anyone. And therefore, it is expedient for them not to consider putting a district council in place.
Yes. All right. Mr. Roy, what are your thoughts on this? Because the problem I have here is I don't actually know how district councils are going to work, because the law isn't there for it. So we're speculating to some extent about how district councils will work and how accountable they will hopefully hold people. I think it could be one of those things that backfires and a bit of unintended consequence. We're going to bloat government even more, add expense to government, and it's going to be just like boards in some instances, just another way to put your friends and colleagues on something, aka district councils, and they're not going to be that effective. What is your vision for district councils, and do you think we have any guarantee that they will be successful in any way? Yes, sir.
I think that they can be successful. It certainly would be an improvement on the system. I agree to a large extent with Mayor Lawrence. What the district councils would do really is to keep the representatives, the members of parliament, in touch with their constituencies. The district council think the issues in the community, pass them on to the members of parliament for them to dispense with. Now, it doesn't have a system where the district council would bloat the bureaucracy. And first of all, they should never be appointed by the members of parliament. There should be some kind of process where the district council are chosen from the members of the district, and they should be independent of the sitting members of parliament. But I can see why the members of parliament don't want district councils, because they figure if they have district councils, they'd be accountable to some entities. To me, that the majority of them want to escape accountability to their constituents. That shouldn't be the way it is. In other jurisdictions, you have to, if they're not district councils, they're similar to district councils. Members of parliament to act upon the issue. They know what is needed in the constituency, how the people are thinking, and they feed that information up to the members of parliament. I see it as an improvement we currently have. And also, it could be a training ground for young people who want to step up to the next level, which is what we're lacking now. There is no system which helps the young people into the process. And people talk about, well, we don't want to fill the parliament with young and inexperienced people. Well, district councils could be a good training ground for young people who are interested in national politics.
Okay, very good. Some good commentary there for sure. Ms. Karen Thompson, are we ready? Yes, let's go ahead and introduce Ms. Karen. For those of you who do not know, Ms. Karen Thompson, MBE, is a distinguished legal professional and a founding member of the Cayman Bar Association. Renowned for her advocacy and dedication to public service, she has played a pivotal role in shaping the Cayman Islands legal landscape and continues to champion standards in public life. And she's also served on a number of boards over the years, and the commissioner, let me try to remember which one this particular bill. We'll have Ms. Karen jump in and tell us all about it. Good evening, Ms. Karen. How are you? There you are.
Here I am at last.
Yes, looking fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. We've had a very, very interesting segment thus far, and we have quite a few people listening on the live stream. And of course, we're also on Bobo 103.1 FM this evening, right up until I think 10 o'clock on Bobo. And then we will continue on the live stream until we know who all 19 elected members are. So we are here for the long haul tonight. So thank you so much, Ms. Karen, for joining us. We've been talking about a number of different issues, and we're obviously waiting on some of the poll numbers to come in as well. And we do want to have your take on some of the issues that we have been already, sort of discussing. What is your viewpoint on district councils? Ms. Mary was saying she thought it would have been more of a election issue than it was. But, it's very, very important that we start to move towards that direction of having district councils in place.
Quite frankly, back in 2003, when we were finalizing what was considered the final draft of the 2003 Constitution Order, the whole question surrounding the desire on the part of those that were involved directly with the drafting of the document, addressed this issue of district councils. And it sounded good. It was certainly something that I think the people considered would be a tool to support democracy, transparency, but most of all, establish a clear understanding of the role of their representative and the general population that those representatives answer to. I don't think it got off the ground in 2003. And then district councils were revisited in the final draft of the 2009 Constitution Order. And I had the privilege of seeing some advances in that regard. And I was far from satisfied that this whole establishment of district councils had been properly addressed in the 2009 Constitution Order. And I think, as Ms. Mary will say, there's still a lot to be done before we can actually establish what was intended in terms of the nature and role of district councils. The safeguards must be put in place. There's absolutely no way that we can work with what we've got and think that district councils will be up and running the morning after or tomorrow morning. It's just not going to happen. And I think we're still some distance from it, despite, I think, several opportunities to amend the Constitution or add to the amendments that were. I'm not too familiar with all the amendments, but I do know that there have been several changes to the 2009 order. That would have been the perfect time to address district councils. So there we are. We have it's what it is.
Yes. All right.
I thought it would have been an election issue, to be honest. I thought that, we've matured to the point where we can seriously consider the role of district councils and put in place what is the machinery that's needed to allow district councils to come online.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that, Ms. Karen. I just sent you a little message as well. Just read that for me. And I'm going to let you guys know that we are inviting some of the candidates to join us. So that positioning right there, Ms. Karen, would be perfect. Yes. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So let me just see here. Yes. So we're going to invite some of the candidates. Someone says, how do I get, oh, yes. Someone still wanting to view a previous show. So let me invite our listeners to please remind yourselves that there is the CMR channel. This is a fantastic way to get all of the show links. And once you get in the channel, you can go back and watch previous shows and, news coverage and so forth as well. So thank you to that listener who is interested in a show that we did apparently a few days ago. So Ms. Karen, you got out early and you voted. Which constituency? You're Georgetown, would that be North?
Georgetown North. I actually didn't go until around 3:30, 4 o'clock. It's a very smooth process. Of course, it's during the lull period. It's, you're just getting dribs and drabs as we wind up before the closing of the polls. So there we have it. It's now just a question of waiting and seeing what unfolds before us tonight.
Yes. Wow. Any predictions? We're going to start to look now at the predictions, but let me ask you before we get to that, a quick question. What are your thoughts on, we were talking about this with both Miss Mary and Mr. Roy Bodden earlier, but what are your thoughts on term limits?
I've always supported term limits. I don't think we should have career politicians. You must know when to make your exit. Hopefully you do it while you're at the top of your game. Don't wait until you're forced to accept a severance check.
Yes. Okay. So you say don't wait until you have to get voted out.
Absolutely not.
All right, fantastic. Ms. Marva Bodden-Reed, who has been very, very pivotal in this election, is here. Phone lines 936-2626 are open as well. And we have, let me see here now, K Street Journal says, shall we say district councils is sort of like Congress and the elected members are like the Senate? Of course, we maintain governance under the Westminster system. The elected members are well paid. I think the district council should be reasonably or comfortably paid as well, though at a lower pay scale. Such a position calls for a lot of hard work and necessary tools to work with making the political machine work productively in each district. Are these intended to be paid positions? Do we know if that's how that would work?
I don't think it was ever intended to be paid, but I stand to be corrected because perhaps that's something that Miss Mary would like to share her thoughts. But as far as I'm aware, not very much thought was given on exactly what framework would be set up for purposes of establishing district councils. The whole idea was that it would be one more link between the representative and his or her constituents, and that you would have a council that would be able to do a lot of the legwork. But I don't think that there's anything that has been set up since 2009 that would allow for paid district council remuneration. I really don't think so. I'm not sure what the others, how they feel, but I haven't seen anything that tells me that very much thought has been given as far as remuneration or payment.
Right. All right, Vicky's of the opinion that 3 terms is enough. The city needs me. We are waiting on results. I'm actually on another screen over here, keeping an eye on some of the details. Let me just pull this up here as well. So we are anxiously, all of us are anxiously waiting on the results to come in, to start to trickle in. It's going to take a little bit more time because we've got a referendum as well, but we'll certainly get there. Risa says, I thought that they would function as intermediaries between the MP and constituents.
That's what it's intended.
Yeah, it would be great if we could get more details on exactly how it would work. And these are, as I say, the devil's in the details. A lot of people very, very anxious. So we have 25,643 people registered to vote here in the Cayman Islands. We're going to look at some stats here now. Of that, we had 18,837 that actually came out and voted, and the national turnout, 73%. That was for members of parliament. For the referendum, we got some, we're waiting on these, I think, to be filled in. So this is a live statistic board here, and we're going to get, this will be updated in real time here shortly. So again, let's talk now with our guests about the voter turnout. Let me just see here. There we are. What are your thoughts on that 73%?
I think it's low.
It is.
It is. Wow. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, any thoughts on the 73% voter turnout?
Yeah, I think 73. I think that's reasonable.
Okay.
That is reasonable. 75, anything 75 and up would have been excellent, but I'd accept 73. I think that we can say that's a high enough percentage to give us a broad consensus of the majority.
All right.
Definitely. We've always been high in those numbers. Many jurisdictions, you're lucky if they go above 50, 55, 56%. So we're outlier where these kinds of percentages are concerned.
Well, it did drop a little bit. So voter turnout
But I have an idea about the district councils too.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, I wanted to say about the district councils, it need not necessarily be a paid position. How you could work it out was the members who sit on district councils, they would get like a stipend. And to me, we talk about building a plural society. This would be a great place to incorporate those residents who cannot sit in the parliament. They could sit on district council and their feedback could be taken into consideration with the rest of the people, and a sense of inclusion in the community in which they live.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yes,
Can I
ma'am.
say yes? What happened to us? We made a switch from a multi-member district representation when we had 4 representatives running for the district, or 4 representatives chosen from the district. We have 4 representatives chosen from the district now, but they are in individual constituencies. So before, people were comfortable going from one representative to the other one to get things done. They didn't have to wait to see the member from Town East, when you could go look for the other 3 and get them together and push something you wanted done. If he was reluctant or she was reluctant, then you still got it done. But we're in the position now where everybody stays in his little soja crab shell. They don't mix, they don't come out, they don't join hands to do things. And the party system is should be filling some of these gaps, but that's not filling it either, because the parties here in Cayman are election machines that are built from the top down. Parties should be built from the bottom up. The people on the ground are not they're not getting to have a say in what is going on in the country. We elect 19 people, they go to the House, we never hear from them, they don't come to town hall meetings, and in a small community, that is necessary. I know we have a lot of electronics ways now of reaching people and all of that. That is true. But every once in a while, the members could call a little meeting and say, well, coming up in the House this month are these bills. This is what this one's going to do. And we had that before. What we have right now is a dearth of information to the public. There is no link between the public and the member. Once they walk through that parliament door, they don't come back out to talk with the people and let the people know what's going on. So it builds up, it festers and builds up into something that eventually explodes, because they're doing something the public don't like, but by the time the public find out about it, there's only one way to deal with it, and that is to explode. And this is not, I don't think this was the intention of the Constitution. I think that just like they put the commissions in, these are checks and balances within the Constitution to make the Constitution work in the various areas. But the one area where it would work for the people is through the district councils, and that was not put in place. And it is the oversight body, as far as I'm concerned, for the people we elect. We're electing 4 people from Bodden Town tonight.
Yes.
And we need to have, in this district, which is the fastest growing district in Ireland, we need to have boots on the ground that advise those 4 people. Well, this needs to be done in Newlands. This needs to be done in Bodden Town. Whatever it might be, they need to have a bridge between them and the people, because they are not coming back to the people. And there has to be a bridge there, and that's what the district council should be.
There has to be a reason why no steps or no meaningful steps. I'm sure the intention is there, but I don't think any meaningful steps have been taken since we've had the radical change with the 2009 constitution order. I don't think any of the districts have really taken any meaningful steps. They may have set up ad hoc committees as they did before, but I have yet to meet any of the candidates that would have said that they have successfully established a district council for their constituents in the last 4 years. And before that, 4 years before.
Yes.
I mean, 2013 would have been the logical time when we moved into the new voting framework with single member constituencies.
Mr. Roy?
Should we interpret that to mean that our representatives don't want any semblance of accountability to their constituents? Because that seems to me the logical conclusion to draw. I mean, as a sensible person, that is what I would think. It looks to me like they're shirking the responsibility of being accountable to their electors. To their electors. That's how I interpret it.
Right.
I totally agree.
Yeah. Miss Elizabeth, what are your thoughts on district councils, and how do you feel that we haven't quite gotten there yet?
I haven't heard much of what was said, but what I did hear, I agree with. I feel like they've tackled bigger issues and solved bigger problems. So the only, like Mr. Roy said, the only conclusion one can come to, if they don't want to solve this problem, if there is a problem, if they need more guidelines or whatnot, then why is it that this hasn't been solved yet? And this is what the people have been asking for a long time now. So you can only come to the conclusion that they don't want that level of accountability if they're able to make it happen.
All right. And what are your thoughts about the voter turnout being, I'll get you the exact figure. But before we go on to that, a listener says there is a legal issue with district councils when it moved to single member constituencies. Well, what's the issue, and why has no one, any of our leaders, discussed what this legal conundrum supposedly is now that we've moved to...
Miss Mary was saying, and that makes sense to me, is that yes, you can still have 4 constituencies in Bodden Town, but you can have one district council for those 4 members in Bodden Town. You can still have one district council.
Yeah. Well, I think we certainly need to have more conversations around this. If there is some sort of legal issue, how do we resolve it?
There is a legal issue. There's no doubt about it.
Yes.
There's absolutely no doubt about it. I think that's one of the issues that, candidates, it's unfortunate that although I did hear about district councils and promises for district councils during the campaign trail, and I had very limited, as you can see, I have very limited contact with the man on the street. But it's very, very clear that it's either, as Dr. Roy says, a lack of political will, or they lack the necessary framework to allow district councils to function effectively.
Interesting. All right, so we're gonna bring in Mr. Johan Moxham here in just a second. But, if there is a legal quandary, this is where I say our elected officials have an obligation to have had this conversation with us and tell us exactly what the issue is and what's going on. Seems a bit strange to me. We have a few comments on this, so let me bring those in quickly before we invite Mr. Johan onto the program. So this person made the following comment. Why am I not able to pull that in? Let me see here. There we go. Oops, that was an older one. There we go. So I seem to recall, says this listener, Sabrina had at least one meeting per annum, sometimes 2 meetings per annum. Not trying to support TCCP or anything, simply acknowledging someone who held meetings. Now, I have an interesting, that's interesting. Obviously, it's not a formal district council as such, but I have an interesting question about this because Miss Kathy Wilkes actually talked about this briefly at one of her meetings. And she said when she first got elected and she first started out, she was having regular meetings and nobody was showing up. People had fatigue. So they just weren't as involved as they think. So it's interesting that a lot of people say, well, yes, this is a democracy. I want to be more involved. I want to do stuff. And when you say, okay, great, we're going to have a monthly meeting. You come once a month, we get together, we do stuff at the district level. Meh, there are no shows. What is that? Is that voter apathy? Is it apathy towards real participation? Is it, listen, I'm too busy. I got kids to raise. I got a business to run. I've got a law firm to work for or whatever. And let me just leave it up to the politicians to do their job. Why do you think, even when you're trying to say to the people, have more involvement in the process, when it comes to really doing it, they don't show up?
Some of it is communication, a lack of communication. And a lot of times when something is happening, you never know about it until after the fact. I've gotten invitations through email inviting me to something, and when I look at the date, it was last week. So I think and we need to find a way to communicate with people. When the police came to Bodden Town to introduce their new chief, I said to them, the easy way to introduce to a meeting in Bodden Town is to put a banner up. You put it up at Guardhouse Hill or you put it up by the church hall where you're going to have the meeting, and people passing will see it and they will stop. You have to find a way to communicate with a man on the street. You can't do it through social media all the time, because people are coming home from work and they're not listening to that. They don't want to hear anything that's going to tax their mind. So they listen to music or they're trying to think what they're going to cook when they get home or whatever. There is all these things that clutter your mind up, and you don't have space for the extra stuff. But you notice how everybody looked at every notice board going by with the candidates on it? Everybody looked at it. There's a little church, I'll tell you how, there's a little church in Crew Road by Tropical Gardens, and it had a notice board. I don't care what time of the day I went by, I read the little thought they had on that notice board because it made me feel good. And the thing of it is, we find that we're talking at people instead of to people or with people, and people just tune you out. And I also believe this: if you have a meeting and 3 or 4 people turn up, tomorrow morning I can assure you that those 3 or 4 people is going to take the time to get on the phone or on their social media and say, you should have been at Miss Kathy's meeting last night. Whatever, these are the things we talked about. You should have been there. And the word gets out. When I was growing up, they said you had 3 means of communication: telegraph, telegram, telecommunion, and it was true. It went. We had a little ring-up phone, 3 rings in Bodden Town, 2 for Northside or whatever. And when you got on the line, everybody from West Bay up to East End and Northside knew what you were saying because it was an open line. There has to be a way of communicating with the people, especially now that we've gone to one man, one vote.
Yes.
Because
Elizabeth? How do people communicate in these days? I mean, listen, Miss Mary, we believe on this program certainly in what we call data-driven decisions. And the surveys out there that are being done, Tower Marketing, big shout out to Lynn Biles, they do a phenomenal job. And what they tell us is most people in the Cayman Islands are communicating via WhatsApp. So a lot of the politicians do have WhatsApp groups, and some are now starting to set up WhatsApp channels. The parties are starting to set up WhatsApp channels. Mall Road, that's how you communicate with a lot of people. I mean, anything happens on Mall Road, everybody seems to know about it. So maybe they need to use some of the available means to communicate. Elizabeth, you're a young person. What do you think? Do you think the communication is enough? And if not, how can it be improved?
I can't speak for my district because I didn't have that opportunity to even attend a meeting. So I can't speak for my district in West Bay West. As far as I know, there was nothing like that available to me. But I feel like the average person, they feel like once they've gone to the polls and they've voted for the candidate that they feel will best represent them and represent the country's best interests, after that, you've kind of lost their attention and they're not that interested in politics. In my point of view, just speaking with some of my friends and family, the average person is like, okay, we are paying them to do a job. We're paying them a lot of money to do a job. They need to get it together. They need to get district councils together. And we only want to hear from them when something big is happening, like a port or a road or changes, major changes to laws. I feel personally that's where the average person falls. I mean, I feel like I'm a little more interested in politics than the average person, but I feel like that's where the average person stands is, we're paying them to do a job, get it done, when maybe right before you're ready to do a sitting of the House, meet with your people. And if only 2 or 3 people come, then I think it's still worth it because obviously those 2 or 3 people want to hear and they want to give their opinion.
Interesting. So you think that a lot of people are happy for the politicians to just get on with it?
I think so. If they elect people, if people are elected that they trust, and if district councils were in place, right? Because district council, that's another level of, okay, there's another group of people surrounding this politician that is going to give them input. And then, like I said, maybe the average person wants to hear from them right before they are ready to sit in the House. Because, I mean, let's face it, how many people do you think actually watch the sitting of the House?
I can tell you not many, because sometimes we even play it and they're checked out.
Right. So, if something big is happening. People want to know if the abortion law is going to be changed. People want to know if a port is going to be built. People want to know if major changes are going to happen that are going to directly affect their life. Otherwise, I think it's hard to hold the attention span of the average person when it comes to politics.
That is so very interesting. Ms. Karen Thompson, let me ask you a question. Because as a lawyer, I know you're retired now, but of course, when I hear that, I think to myself, there's so many things that happen, so many nuances in law, so many amendments to law that make a real big difference in our lives. And if we're not paying attention and our legislators are not necessarily communicating with us in the best possible way, things go on. And then all of a sudden, people are shocked. Like, oh, how did that happen? One that comes to mind is when they had amended with the HSA, where you couldn't sue them they had capped it on, I forget the legal term now, on what type of lawsuit you could file. And afterwards, people are like, well, when did that happen? I don't want that. And it's like, it's already been put in the law.
Absolutely. And there were a number of cases before the court when the law was changed. And I think at least in 2 cases that I'm familiar with, the judges, one of the judges had some scathing remarks to make about the state of affairs of the various. There were medical malpractice cases, and it was really draconian, and it was totally unacceptable. But that's what happened. The cases were thrown out simply because the necessary protections to prevent the Attorney General or the HSA from being sued.
Mm-hmm.
That was it.
Mm.
One involved a child and the other a young woman,
Mm-hmm.
and they'd lost their right for the remedies that had previously been available to them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I can speak firsthand on those two.
Yes. And again, a lesson as to why it's so important to pay attention.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But before we get off the topic of district councils, I remember so well, and I'm sure that the other members of the panel would have heard similar sentiments. The whole idea of district councils, as I understood it, was to establish a formal framework whereby the constituents would have an opportunity to have regular contact through an intermediary, i.e. the council. They could contact members of the council. They would be able to voice their concerns. The council would then voice those concerns, meet regularly with the representative. But not much thought was given for funding or how it would work, whether there would be an office set up for the district councils to have meetings or have contact with the public. I don't think that the idea was to replace the role of the representative and his or her constituents. That relationship must remain intact. But as Elizabeth said, there's some vexing issues, pressing issues, and we rarely hear those issues being aired on the floors of Parliament unless we're leading up to an election or there is an issue that requires the support of the whole Parliament. I wanted to say House. And I just don't see this getting off the ground. I really don't. You may have informal chats and even meetings, but the district council was supposed to be more than that. There should have been formalities surrounding the appointment. We should have been addressing the whole issue of board appointments when we were looking at district councils. I think it may have been mentioned earlier. You wouldn't want to appoint a district council comprised of all of your supporters and forget those that may not have voted for you in the previous election.
Absolutely.
You just can't have a choice and select group. Then the other problem is finding a willing group prepared to put in for long years, or at least 12 months. You can't be changing the council every 3 months. It's going to take some thought, and
yes.
it's just something that seems to fall away with every election cycle.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much for that. Let's go ahead and bring in Mr. Johan Moxham. Let's introduce him first of all. Johan Moxham is a respected Caymanian leader known for his commitment to good governance, community advocacy, and public service. Over 18 years of experience in the international financial services industry. He's currently the managing partner of Lanston International Management Limited. He served in key roles such as the deputy chairman of the Cayman Islands Monetary Authority and has been a driving force behind civic initiatives, including the successful cruise port referendum campaign. He's also dedicated to youth development as chairperson of the National Youth Commission. Are you still in that? We got to find out about that. And of course, all of our CMR family know Mr. Johan for being the #1 morning fan who's here for Auntie Sandy's Brownies. Good evening, Mr. Johan. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Evening, everybody.
Good evening.
So good to have you here.
Miss Mary, Miss Karen, honored to be on the same panel as you guys. Hi, Miss Elizabeth. This should be fun.
Yes, speak up just a little bit. You're coming in a little bit low, so make sure your audio is nice.
Is that better?
Not really. Everybody hearing Johan okay? Maybe it's just me.
I can hear it, but it's definitely lower.
It's faint. Yes, sounds a little bit faint to me. Find that inner voice there, Johan.
Yes,
All right,
ma'am.
Instagram folks, we're gonna go ahead and restart your feed. If you have, I don't know if you're joining us on an iPad or phone, laptop.
iPad, laptop, yeah.
If it's an iPad, maybe try some AirPods or some sort of direct connection that way. Okay, so people are feeling anxious. Lucky Body says the suspense is killing me. I feel the same way, says the city needs me. A suspenseful time for sure. Street Life Marketing says Elizabeth's response is exactly why I think that more young people need to be MPs, because it's easy for them to tune out from the older politicians. Younger MPs would keep people engaged. Well, do you think age makes somebody more engaging? Does
No.
age do it, Johan?
No, I think we're not having an honest conversation. I think every 4 years people come around and they speak to what the ills are and what we should do. But then after the election, people tune out. So you can't expect for there to be the sort of change where you only pay attention come election time. And sadly, a lot of Caymanians, let's face it, election times is the equivalent of Christmas come early for some. It's the only time your politician cares. It's the only time your politician contacts you, and money floods the streets. So you actually think that it's Christmas. And so that's what captures the attention of people. Having run in 2021, I can honestly say to you, I think I'm well read. I think I pay attention to things. But you have no idea what the current political machinery is about. It's about touching people and making sure you show them appreciation by what you have for them, because people are not afraid to ask you straight up what you have for me. You know, I like you. You talk good. You know, you're very bright and you're ambitious. But you know, the next guy's dropped off several $1,000s. So what you got for me? And that's what politics is in 2021, 2025, and it's probably always been like that. But what we're not talking about is the amount of money that is flooding the political machinery and landscape isn't money that is derived from the politicians themselves. Those funds are derived and they come directly from their sponsors, their handlers, and their people who are, for the want of a better word, their political daddies or pimps, because that money comes from corporate Cayman. Make no mistake whatsoever, you will see alignment with people in politics based on who their sponsors, financiers, and those that want a return on investment for that funding. So they line up together and they know full well it's going to take X amount of money for you to win. So that includes cash in hand, because cash gets paid to people. Then you've got the grocery cards, you've got the CUC cards, you've got the water authority cards, you've got every utility card possible. But we actually lie to ourselves and we pretend that that isn't happening. That's probably always been happening, but now there's so much at stake that people expect, hey, I didn't get as much as I got last time. Why? And politicians understand you don't need to have a substance, a manifesto of substance, because everybody's manifesto says exactly the same thing. There's neighborhoods in Cayman whereby you can go and you can buy people. It's modern day political slavery where they will give you their support subject to you giving them something. And here's the funny thing. Corporate Cayman does exactly the same thing. You can buy their support if you fund my campaign and then you understand who your daddy is. And that's what politics is in 2025. Now, there are some exceptions. There's some quality people that do it the right way. But anybody, listen to me, look at all the campaigns. Do you really think that everybody's only spent $40,000 on their campaign? Let's wake up, Cayman, and have a real conversation. And then people will have more respect for you year long or all year round instead of just election time, because we're complaining about things, but you're going to take the money from the guy that's been bought and paid for so that you can feel good for a couple of hours whilst they give concessions, they give grants, they look after their sponsors, and more importantly, those people that take the money understand that they have to deliver. So that ROI that you're talking about is I get paid by contract for services for me, my family businesses, my friends, and so on and so forth. And let's not forget this. The way that politics is in Cayman, there's a strong link to the senior levels of the management of the civil service. Chief officers dictate and act as, some chief officers act as senior business development agents for the private sector. They act as the agents and the go-between between the private sector, the administrative arm, and then the politician who's responsible for ensuring that those policies, that those projects, that those decisions are come to fruition. That's what it is. And unless we're having that conversation, we're wasting people's time.
Wow. Johan came in strong, folks. People want to know if you had some brownies tonight. Jamila and Mirstar saying he's the brownie ambassador, and Mirstar has now tried the brownies herself, as well as the custard cake, and she's saying that she's brownie ambassador number 2. Some very, very interesting points there. Mr. Roy Bodden, as a former elected member, because you're the only one who's sitting on our panel tonight who has that interesting perspective, what do you say to Johan, who says, listen, a lot of our MPs are there for not necessarily the Caymanian people, but for special interests, individuals, groups, organizations. Sometimes it might be they might have a single king maker, if you will. Someone in the WhatsApp said, yes, tell Johan to call it what it is, the kingmakers. And these people want to be kingmakers, so they're going to fund campaigns. They're going to give people money to doll out as handouts. But ultimately, as I say, he who controls the purse controls the person.
I think Johan is right. Politics is a dirty business, and the Cayman Islands are no exception. Many of the candidates are of the people who pay them. He who pays the piper calls the tune, and it was common in I spent there. I saw it happening all around. People try to achieve a position of power and excellence by getting close to the member of parliament. And if you're naive, you'll get entrapped and you won't even know it. People invite you to, common thing is inviting you to lunch. They take you to a fancy restaurant. Everyone who comes in cahoots with, they say, aha, now I understand. You know, I wouldn't go to restaurants with them. I said, you're not my constituent, not my companion, you're not my relative. I'm sorry, I'm not going. I'm not going because I went to school in the United States, and that's one of the first things they taught me. I know the game well. And
interesting.
And we had breakfast as we usually did. When I turned up to pay, the lady said, the manager says, your breakfast is on the house. I said, no, it's not on the house. The top is on the house, but not my breakfast. I came here with my wife intending to pay a government minister, and I insist on paying for my breakfast. But that's how it happens. People would say, wow, boy, he really likes me. Give me a free breakfast. That's a trap, man. So Johan is right. It goes on all the time. And I don't know whether people are naive or whether they're playing the game, but that's the way it is. Tales about a lot of loose money going around, and where there's smoke, there's fire.
Wow. So it's not easy, you say, even when someone just says to you, I'm going to give you, a free meal. You better be careful what it is that you're accepting.
Atisani, just to show you that I'm not hypothesizing or just pretending to make this up. I have no reason. I speak candidly, and I am what I am. I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but I'm definitely not a fool. Caymanian people and persons watching this show, look at the projects that have come to a standstill that have had no activity over the last 3 to 4 years when a particular government is not in power. The project dies, the project comes to a standstill, there's no activity because the government that is their preferred government and those that they own and control no longer are in a seat of power where they can pull the levers and make these things happen.
Right.
Go through 7 Mile Beach in particular. There's a project right across from Kirk Supermarket.
Okay.
At the end of the term of the previous administration, which would have been the PPM-led coalition, hustle and bustle, lots of activity, so on and so forth. In about 4 years, you have a shell. It's come to a standstill. It starts, it stops. You know why? Requests were made for concessions, but this administration or the administration after the 2021 administration did not honor those concessions or give those grants in the way that the previous administration did. And ladies and gentlemen, the fact that we don't have robust investigations into how concessions are negotiated, how concessions are granted, and what is the quid pro quo that the Cayman Islands government gets back at a pre-construction and post-construction level with these projects, this is what says to me that there is a deliberate failure by the powers that be to investigate why projects had life and then for 4 years they died. And it's because these projects were negotiated at a time when we had an economic boom, a development boom, but their party was no longer in power, so they couldn't get what they wanted to get. And you got to ask questions of every minister, every chief officer, and every cabinet that has granted those concessions and ask them, how did you do it? Why did you do it? Who's tracking the concessions that the government was supposed to get? What is the quid pro quo that the government was supposed to get back in return? But then you see a shell of a project. Now that those developers there in that project, they are praying on hand and knee right now that their preferred government gets back in, because then that project might have life. And that's what the Caymanian people are fighting against. Governments will give multi-million-dollar concessions during an economic boom to developers, but they won't do anything to help Caymanians find medium or appropriate housing development or give them concessions. But you're going to take a group out of anywhere and grant them concessions. And the problem is this. There was a reason why the LCCL regime came into play. For decades, it was a limited sort of situation for LCCLs to get granted. The previous administration opened up the floodgates. Now every man and their dog that shows up here has an LCCL, and they do what they want, when they want, how they want. But are they doing anything to help the Cayman Islands? Probably not. What they're waiting for is their government to get back in. And that was a big issue in this election, and it should continue to be a big issue, because unless you're thoroughly investigating that entire process from start to finish, somebody needs to be charged, investigated, charged, and held accountable for breaches in standard in public life at a minimum. At a minimum. If we're not doing that, we're wasting time, and that's why people get disenfranchised.
Okay. Let's read a few comments. Mayor Star, thank you. Alicia says, we're still waiting on people like Johan to run. He will and can make a difference for Caymanian young people. Lucky Body says, Sandra, they're talking about you on the compass and not in a good way. Well, they're still talking about me, honey, chill. We won't worry about what they're saying, because guess what? We're sitting here with over 1,000 viewers, and they have 110 on Facebook and a few more on YouTube. So they'll be just fine. People are always going to talk. Don't worry about when people talk about you. The fact that you're taking up space in their head rent-free says a lot about what's going on. Peter says it will never change until young people get involved. And one thing I must say, we're streaming live on Instagram, and we got some decent numbers. At one point, we had about 100 people on Instagram. You know, it's fluctuating. I know a lot of younger folks tend to be over in the Instagram feed, but it's important to engage and meet them where they are. And this is one of the things. Let's talk about this a little bit, Elizabeth. You know, I'm going to use you for our younger example here. You're the youngest person on the panel. So let's talk about this. at the end of the day, CMR came out this summer. June is going to be 8 years now. We came out with a big bang. And one thing that always struck me as very, very interesting is how the young people have really galvanized towards their platform on Instagram. They're here for it. I go out and I see kids like 8, 9 years old. Oh, Miss Sandy, you're the honey child lady. They want to come and hug me. And somehow I've managed to make news, I'm going to put that in quotes, fun and interesting on some days. Not all the time. Some days it's boring. But talk to us about how people engage differently about look, how do we get young people to the table? How do we bring them, instead of saying, 65-year-olds are the ideal age to run for politics because they're well seasoned, they've experienced life, they know a lot. Just in the general discourse of life, how do we bring young people to the table more?
I think you spelled it out correctly. You meet them where they are. We're definitely in the age of social media. And so I think CMR is definitely doing a good job at that, at reaching younger people and the younger audience. But I want to go back to something that Joanne said earlier that I agree with, is that after every 4 years, then we tune out. But we need to ask ourselves, why is that? And I believe it's because that's what we've been taught to do. The politicians don't start paving roads until a year before election. They don't have major sittings in the House or in Parliament regularly. We're not being taught in the schools about politics. It's not, I wouldn't say it's not taught at all, but it's definitely not a big part of the curriculum. So I think we've been taught from an early age to only tune in every 4 years. And so CMR has done a good job at trying to bridge that gap and hold politicians accountable throughout their entire term. I think these last 4 years, people have paid more attention because there have been so many shifts in the government. And so it's been making news and stuff like that. But we've definitely been taught, tune in and then tune out. And that's something we've been taught, whether it's subconsciously or not. That's something we've been taught from an early age, is that, there's nothing going on with elections or politics except every 4 years. So I think that has to change, and I think it is slowly changing, and younger people are becoming more aware and involved. For me, I'm going to admit the truth. Last election cycle was the first time I was registered to vote. And I had no interest until what really made a difference for me and made me decide that I needed to get registered to vote was when the referendum went around previously about the court. And there was a petition that was going around, to have this referendum. And I realized, oh, wait, I can't sign this petition, or I could, but it wouldn't make a difference, right? So for me, when that issue came up, something that I felt very strongly about, I was like, in order for me to have a voice, I have to be registered to vote. That doesn't mean I have to go out on election day and vote, or I could have voted in the referendum or just voted for a candidate. But I think we need to do a better job of explaining to people the importance of that civic duty from a younger age, from school.
Right. And teaching civics in school, I think, would be a good start, letting them know how their government works, because I'm often surprised at how many young people have no clue how this works at all. And so education is a big, big part of that, for sure.
Adults don't have any clue.
Yeah, sorry, Miss Mary?
I said adults don't have any clue how it works.
That is very, very true. She says adults don't have a clue either. And that's true. There's a degree of apathy. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, comes straight down to laziness. Sometimes it's a status quo, keeping things as usual. One of the things that we have made a conscious decision here in CMR to do is we are disruptors. And I remember recently I was giving a talk at an event, professionals from all walks of life. And they asked this question about, sometimes you get some negative feedback or whatever. And I'm like, and what's the problem? As though there's something wrong with being a disruptor. I said, in life, we have to understand that this desire to be likable all the time makes you compromise often who you are, the principles that you stand for, and even the things that you speak up on. It's not about likability, folks. And if you have to be a disruptor and during the process of doing that, you get a couple people who don't like you, oh, well, life goes on. But it's about getting things done, bringing issues to the forefront. Yes?
You know what, Miss Sandy, call me a conspiracy theorist, right?
Yeah, okay.
But it really makes you wonder, why aren't civics taught from an early age? Why do they not want us to know how the system works? I mean, call me a conspiracy theorist, but why? What other reason would there be to not teach civics in the schools? Especially, I can understand maybe primary, that's a little too young, but why not in middle school and high school in our public education? Why is civics not taught at a higher level? Like, it makes no sense to me. Why would you not want your people informed about how the system works?
Mr. Roy Budden, former education minister, why are we not teaching civics in school? Mr. Roy?
Well, you have to understand that the examination reported. Yeah. And so what is imported, and we don't tailor it to suit the needs of our community. And so civics is not a part of it, and nobody thought of putting civics into it. And here we go. And that's why a lot of people make ill-informed decisions in politics and the aspects of life, because we're not taught certain things. There are those of us who believe that one of the things we should be taught from the basic level, so how to manage our finances, personal finances. And here we are, and it's not until we get to college and university where we get introduced to things and finances. That should be a part of the curriculum from primary school. That's how they do it in places like the Bahamas, but we don't do it that way. You see, because we like to import things that we think because it's made in the USA or made in the UK, it's best. As could take some of these things and tweak them to suit the individual needs of our society, and we would be better off. So yes, one of the reasons why civics are not taught is that there is a deliberate attempt to keep some of us in the dark as to the process. And that's the reason why these things are not questioning. I leave that to the younger generation. They should begin to raise these issues, to query and to question and to demand.
Wow. Well, I tell you what, I'm a firm believer, Johan, you can jump in here, but I'm a firm believer in this day and age, nobody can keep you ignorant unless you want to be ignorant. Trust and believe me. There is a world of information out there at your fingertips. And the technology, the AI tools, everything that's available to you, you've just got to jump in. So, don't allow people to keep their thumb on you and to keep you down. Many years ago, and Mr. Bodden, of course, is an advocate of this, and so am I, we say that education is the leveler, right? Having a good education will level the playing field. Nobody can hold you down once you have knowledge and information. And what I say now in 2025, in addition to that, the technology is also a leveler. right? That is what is going to bring you up in life. I mean, look at us. Look at us here this evening with over 1,000 people listening to this live stream, a panel of beautiful Caymanian faces. Miss Mary's 85. I don't know how old Miss Karen is. Young 60s?
No, I'm almost 70.
Oh, good. All right, beautiful. Mr. Roy Bodden, I'm going to wager to say 60s. Yeah, maybe.
78.
78.
78.
Wow.
78.
Oh my gosh. Yes, fine wine right there. Johan, 50s. Miss Elizabeth in her 30s. A face of young Caymanians having a discussion on Election Day 2025. Results are going to be coming in eminently. We're waiting for the first set. And we have people from all over the world listening to us. We've not spent $1.2 million on a fancy studio, okay? We can do this because of technology. And I want my Caymanians to listen very, very carefully. Technology is the equalizer. Right now, we're talking about the jobs that will be replaced by artificial intelligence. And if you're not on the cutting edge of that, and you're sitting here waiting for WORC to kick out a work permit holder so you can get a job, we need to wake up. It is time we understood what is making the world universally move and shake. Education, and especially now, understanding and being able to use technology to our advantage. Imagine spending over $1 million on a fancy new TV studio and you still only have 300 people watching you. And CMR has people from their living room, the back patio, Miss Karen there in her dining room, and over 1,000 people are engaged. Do not be fooled. And Johan made an important point earlier when he talked about the kingmakers and the powers that be. Trust me, you don't have to be a kingmaker. You don't have to be someone sitting down with $1 million in the bank or whatever to make things happen in your own community. You need to get up, be educated, be informed about what's happening in your country, and use your voices. Yes. All right. Jamie
when I was at the University College, I often told my students when they would complain about they couldn't get in, I give them a little adage. The only way to control the future.
Yes.
So if you have initiative, nobody can keep you down.
That's right.
You search for a niche and you found it just like you found CMR. Nobody can keep you. Find a niche and you develop it. Then you don't have to depend on anybody telling you, well, you don't have a job today, or I don't like what you do, or I don't like what you look. So that's the thing. And you were talking, Sandra. Ed and I said is the great equalizer. That's what my grandfather used to tell me.
That's
Go to college, get an education, because it's the great equalizer.
Yep. Absolutely. Miss Karen, let's talk about this. It's so funny. Someone was talking about you yesterday and saying how, they remember when you were contemplating going to law school. And I think you might have had one baby at the time. You were a young mother and, you were married and probably thinking, well, maybe I could just be a housewife and focus on these things. And they said they remember encouraging you and saying, Miss, listen, in 5 years, it was a 5-year degree back then. In 5 years, you can either have the law degree or not. The 5 years is still going to go by, and that you can be independent. You don't know whatever happens with marriages and whatever. But once you have that education, that knowledge, nobody can take that away from you. Once you're a professional attorney, you are able to work for yourself, work for other people. The world is your oyster. What do you say to young people who are looking at you and may not even know anything about your life story, but they think, oh, she's such a successful attorney. These people are born with silver spoons in their mouths. Talk about how important it is, especially for women, to have your own, to be educated, to be able to hold your own if you need to do so.
I promise to forward you an advance copy of my book.
Thank you so much.
The story of the law school took up quite a bit of time in the mid-70s. In 1976, I voted for the first time. And I was employed during that period with Truman Bodden, who ran for the first time in 1976, and he took with him 12 seats, no opposition. So it became a very tumultuous and controversial 4-year term. I know Miss Mary remembers it well. And having come into the world of politics with Mr. Roy in 1980, he will remember the story of the law school. Before we could get the law school, we had to get a community college to educate our people, our children, potential students, and the government, the 72 to 76 government, did not support a law school. And therefore, it became a very, very controversial topic. And it took 4 years for the funding. And in the meantime, we got a community college. I was the first enrollee. I also enrolled in the law school a year before it opened. So we were a year late. And I don't think I need to take up too much time telling my story tonight, but this is something that has always concerned me. I think we've gone backwards as a people. Miss Mary, when you entered the world of politics, at least in 1972, you had your entire family on board. You also had me on board.
Yes.
It's a long story, but we have gone and we have reached a stage where we have failed the generation that came after us, and it's not too late, but we are going to have to put the you back in education. And that was my campaign slogan for the Unity Team Party in 1976. And I think that's the story of my success. And so I entered the law school in 1982. At that stage, we had no affiliation with Liverpool. We were operating on the premise that we would have a local degree. So it was only midway through, probably at the end of our second year, that the results, the first 2 years' results, allowed us to form the relationship that we now have with Liverpool. And I eventually graduated 5 years later with my degree with distinction.
Okay.
So that's the story of
Yes.
the beginnings of my career in law.
Yeah, and as you speak, I was reminding myself that I need to contact you for one of my Cayman Voices segments for sure to do that interview. But, you know, I see you getting a little bit choked up when you talk about Miss Mary, you know, being supportive. And of course, this is also part of the Caymanian history and discourse, is that we have to find a way to be more supportive of each other. You know, whether it's everyday life, encouraging each other in terms of educational aspirations and so on. So thank you so much for that.
That is something we've lost, and I'm not sure when and how, but it's slowly eroded. Miss Mary, would you share your views in that regard, on that vein? Don't you find that the days of freedom of the press, the tumultuous period from 1972 throughout the 70s into the 80s, it's quite a story that needs to be told.
Well, the idea of freedom of the press was, you know, that was not supposed to happen. People were not supposed to be able to express themselves freely on any issue. If you did, I mean, I was writing for the Northwestern magazine when Mr. Roy Bodden came home with his thesis, brought it for me to read, like he did a lot of stuff. And I said, oh, this is really good. We're going to print it. Can we print it? Yeah, he said, you can print it. Well, it was going to be printed in 2 parts. By the time the first one, the ink had dried on the first one, he was Black Power and I was communist.
let's examine that for a second. Like, you know, it's crazy to hear those stories because we don't really produce a lot of scholars and a lot of professional grade people, but to see that persons back in the 70s could be labeled as some sort of radical and threat to the system for being educated, that in itself speaks to the insecurity and the levels of control that existed back then that many would wish to see reinstated today. And that's why CMR is so successful. It's unorthodox, it's raw, it's it goes, whether you like it or not, to levels that the other traditional media houses dare not entertain, but they want all of the salacious stories as well, but they want to then dress it up because they've got interests to protect, they've got advertisers to protect, and so on and so forth. And there's nothing wrong with running a business. I completely get it. You know, some businesses are successful because they understand profit before product, so on and so forth. But to see that a man as learned as Mr. Roy, Dr. Roy, comes home, to see what Miss Mary's gone through, you know, to see what Miss Karen's gone through, it was our own people that did that to us. So let's not blame foreigners or anybody else, okay? It was the rabid, ultra-conservative Caymanian aristocracy that didn't want any of you rocking the boat and taking food out of the mouths of the establishment. Now, if you parlay that into 2025, it's exactly the same story, except now those people that are in control have come to the country. We have welcomed them in. They have become Caymanian, and now they're going, I have died and gone to heaven, and now I'm going to control what's happening in this country, and I'm going to buy, borrow, and utilize the system to benefit me and mine, because nowhere else in the world besides Cayman could you get really conscious people, educated, industrious people coming home to then be thrown to the wolves unless there was systemic racism, systemic classism, and systemic bigotry and discrimination against our own people by Caymanians.
Can I say something?
Yes, absolutely.
We're talking about the young people who came back in that era with Roy Bodden. Ezra Miller was one of them. Ezra wrote a paper, which we wrote about, to set up a national health insurance policy. And wow, they squashed him flat. He was thin then, he isn't like he is now. They squashed him flat as a beetle because that was not in the books. No way were they going to pay for that. You know, let's go back. Let's go all the way back to the early 1900s when the only little schools available were the little private schools under the breadfruit tree where you paid 3 or 6 pence or whatever to go, right? And they decided that we should have an education law that offered education to everybody. Well, that brought a big storm. Why are you going to pay? You're going to pay for education? You don't need to pay for education. We don't need a law for education. That was a big fight to get the law passed. But once the law was passed, it was even a bigger fight to get it implemented. You know, let's face it, the Cayman Islands government existed until 1948 before it funded, not them, before the church funded, the Presbyterian Church funded the Cayman High School. In 1942, the Church of God started Triple C. But they were not government established schools, and they were not available to people from the general populace.
Wow.
You had to pay to go there.
That's something.
I was fortunate. I got a 4-year scholarship to do 5 years of studying. And so I hadn't done algebra and geometry and all those, and Spanish and all those subjects. I had to find a way to do it myself to catch up with everybody else who had been there before me for 1 whole year. And then we got into the division thing. Well, okay, government's going to take the Cayman High School over, but the church says they can't take it any further. They're going to take it over, but only a select group of 40 students are going to go there every year. We're going to do the common entrance exam. 20 students will get a scholarship, 10 students will get a half a scholarship, and 10 will get the privilege to go. Well, guess what? That group was a very, very slim group because people could not afford to pay to go.
Wow.
When Benson came along and introduced the comprehensive system, they were screaming all over the place. You're putting those children with our children to make one school? You got to be kidding.
Wow.
But
Isn't that something?
That's he did that for education, and so when my children went to school, John learned to do sewing, and the girls learned how to pull a car engine apart and fix it, because there were all of these subjects within the curriculum that could prepare you for almost anywhere you were going to go. You know, and don't forget that at the same time we're developing, we're the construction industry, where the condominiums are coming in, people are coming in building homes. There was a place, even if you had to back a bucket of cement because they didn't have these big trolleys to carry it then, you had a job, you had a place in the society, and you could earn a little living. You went to sea. You could go to sea at 16. You went out, you got on a plane, you'd never been any further than Georgetown in your life, but you got on a plane, you went to Miami, they took you by train to New York, put you on a ship, sailed you around the world, and you became a man. Because when you look at salt water for 6 months straight, you have to figure out something to do with yourself. And that's why the people who went out, the young men who went out there, rose to great heights because they started doing correspondence courses on board the ship. I know my brother did that.
Yes,
my brother left here at 17, got on that ship, did correspondence courses for 5 years, and came back here. They told him he wanted to be a preacher. They said, "Oh no, you can't be a preacher. You better go learn how to chop bush or something." He came back here, and they said, "Oh no, you can't be a preacher." He went to Jamaica under his own money, his own dime, did 7 GCEs, passed them with distinction in the first year, and then entered Union Theological Seminary. Caymanians were driven to do something. They felt they had to go ahead, they had to move ahead. And I will say this too about some of the teachers we had. They considered it, if you failed, they were a failure. So they pushed you.
Yes,
I told someone, we were talking about the thing of corporal punishment, and they said, I said, well, there was a different way it was administered when I was growing up.
Yes.
They told you, I gonna make something out of you yet. You think you man, I gonna make something out of you yet. And they beat you till they got you to that point that they wanted to get you to. It wasn't the right way to do it. We wouldn't do it today. But the fact of the matter is there was a reason, because that was the only way they knew.
Right.
To push you in the direction they wanted you to go. But we stopped pushing our young people. We started lowering the bar. We go into school and, oh, well, you can get a -D, and well, it's a grade. Or we all of a sudden we were compromising.
Yes.
We were making it possible for children to come out, to graduate, and be total failures when they get outside the door because they had nothing in their hand. When we moved the school back to that idea that it was going to be based on academics alone, and I maintain this, academics is not an education. I can go online and get a doctorate degree from Harvard University, but I can't learn, I cannot be an educated person until I get out there in the world and meet people and know how to get along with people. Being a seaman did that for a man. That's why today they talk about Caymanians being kind. We don't have to learn what Cayman kind is. They went out there into another man's world and they learned how to survive in that. And so when people came here, they were generous enough to feel that they should be given that same privilege. We have lost sight of who we are as a people. We don't know ourselves anymore. We're a copycat of we copy everything. We copy people's music, we copy people's accent, we copy people's mannerisms, we copy their dress, because we don't know who we are. And we have never really established ourselves as a Caymanian. Proud to be one.
Wow.
We have people coming here.
I got Zeus marking at me.
From other nationalities. They know who they are.
Can somebody come and get
They
Zeus?
set up all of their little different kinds of social activities and stuff because they know who they are. They know where they come from.
Tell them
we
again.
need to learn.
Yes,
we need to start focusing on who we are and make sure our children understand that they are somebody in the process.
Tell them again, Miss Mary. Tell them
Until
again.
we do that, we've lost the game, and we only have this generation to do it in. The next time around, we won't exist. So that's my take on the social problems.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much for that, Miss Mary. Michelle says, preach. Wow, Miss Mary, great knowledge, says Miss Mona. Claudia says, amen. And Mary, lost identity, taking on other nationalities. Lucky Body says, we need to learn. Shenzhen, giving thumbs up and an applause. Paul Alberga says, wow, Miss Mary, you're 100% right. Sheen Evans says, speak it. A lot of people, Miss Mary, you're resonating with tonight because what you speak is the truth. Absolutely, absolutely. And you know, as you were speaking, Miss Mary, sorry I had Zeus come in the studio for a quick second. I was reminded of a story that I heard some of our elders tell, you know, Uncle Rennie in Georgetown, even Mr. Steve Matfield, about how Georgetowners, who that section of Georgetown, poor Black little kids, got a proper school and a little play field is because a kid had fallen down. I'm sure you guys will know the story better than me. A kid had fallen down a well or something, and they realized that they didn't even have a proper place for the kids to play. And primarily the women got together and anybody else that they could round up that wasn't out to sea, and they went out there with their little placards of the day and they protested and said, we need a primary school for Georgetown. We need a little play area for the kids. And they demanded these things, understanding that although they themselves did not necessarily have the benefit of an education, they wanted their children to have those opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
Auntie Sandy, just again, hearing, you know, the seniors and the veterans on the panel speak, right? I'm honored to participate and to listen to them. And I would encourage anybody that is a patriotic Caymanian, whether you're first generation or 10th generation, it doesn't really matter. To have what is said and shared by Miss Mary, Dr. Roy and Miss Karen, we've got to be able to connect that to today. And the issues that they're talking about in years gone by, in decades gone by, are still relevant today. And the question is, when are we going to move the needle to actually change this for the better? Let me give you the best example. If you're a Caymanian and you are in a corporate setting, now we all have accents, we all have dialects, we all have everything. But there are many of us in the professional services firms or industry that feel compelled that they have to take on an accent or a persona that is very much, for the want of a better word, it's almost British. And having your Cayman accent and speaking as a Caymanian, you've got people that come here, and again, this is not being anti-foreign, this is being pro-Caymanian. If someone can tell you in your own country that the way that you speak, now grammar is important. It is important to be able to conjugate verbs. It is important to be able to write properly. It is important to demonstrate that you have some basic understanding and mastery of the English language in how you speak, how you write, and so on and so forth. But to be told that your accent you need to work on and change, where can they do that in Barbados? Where can they do that in Jamaica? Where can they do that in the Bahamas? And when will our Caymanian leaders stand up and go, you know what? This is what being Caymanian is. We talk like this. This is our accent. You can have an accent, you can have a dialect, You don't have to sound or be uneducated. But which Caymanian stands up and relays a story that can speak to what Miss Mary just says and says, and stands up and says, I'm sorry, that's going too far. Because if they did that back in the UK, if they did that in Canada, if they did that in America, there would be consequences. But because we are so mild-mannered, we don't even know that you're being insulted. Or if we do know, we go and we complain to our 5 friends. But where is the leadership, whether it be in government, corporate life, at the schools, where you can just be and sound like a Caymanian, and hopefully you demonstrate that your accent and dialect does not mean that you are uneducated or ignorant. And it's those things that I try to connect when I listen to people like my elders, because we have some of those issues today and it's 2025. So my thing is, it isn't just about an election. It's about shifting the mindset of the country and its people, where we will respectfully say, I'm sorry, Sandy, I'm not going to accept that, because if you are from England and you have a Scouse accent, you have a Scouse accent. If you're from Newcastle and you're a Geordie, you have a Geordie accent, and that's fine. It's only in Cayman do people come here and tell you that you have to change your accent. And guess what happens? We actually go and do it. We are the problem. Every problem in Cayman is a Caymanian-based problem and a lack of leadership by Caymanian. And that Caymanian is somebody that has been here 5 minutes or 5 generations. But that is what we need to address. Go ahead, Dr. Roy.
Can I say something?
Yes,
we
ma'am.
were just talking about when do you start educating your child about telling them about Cayman history.
Yes.
My oldest granddaughter is 39. When she was 5 years old, she started kindergarten. And I called her and I said, so how was your day today? She says, where are you, Granny? I said, I'm sitting in my living room talking to you. She said, stand up. So I stood up. She said, put your hand over your heart. So I put my hand over. She said, now listen to me. This is what I learned today. And she recited the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States. Her first day in school. Why is it we are not teaching our children about who they are? Why is it that when we open a reading book, we don't read a story about Miss Anna Hulderboden, who was the sole voice of the opposition in the 72 to 76 government, and who stood up and said, when I talk about your women, and I talk about your wives, and I talk about women, your children, I am talking about you. I am not talking about me. Because when Anna Hulderboden stands in this house, she has all her family under her hat, and she wore a very big hat too. But she was the only one on it. She had lost everybody in her family before that. You see, we don't talk about our people. We don't big up, as they like to talk about. We don't big up our people. Okay, some of them had failings, yes, but that did not make them contributors to the Cayman society, and we have forgotten that, and we hide it, and we pretend it does not exist. Anywhere you go and you pick up a book, you can read about the people who made a difference in their society. Not in Cayman. You don't find it here. And the reason you don't find it here is because whether it's neglect or it's a systemic thing, to just pretend that that's not who we are. That's not who we are. We don't want to be who we are. And so not only have we become a minority in numbers, we have become a minority in culture. Because we don't promote ourselves.
Mr. Roy?
Promote ourselves.
Thank you so much, Miss Mary. Mr. Roy?
We were led to believe that we were inferior, and we are our own worst enemy, others to divide us against our problem that has been to people have come in and exploited us. Like instead of us realizing the similarities among us, we accentuate the differences. Meantime, other people come in and take advantage of that. Because Johan is right. They tell us about our accent. They want us to change our accent. They want us to change our gender. They want us to change all these things. And so we are our own worst enemies. I think it was my one of the persons I had that says the only is fear itself. So we allow and instill in us fear of ourselves and tell us, well, you don't have you have no history, no culture, no legacy. We have a very rich heritage, very rich culture, very rich traditions, but we believe they are inferior. And so, because an Oxonian accent or a New York accent, we will allow people to believe that we don't speak properly. Nothing could be further from the truth. That's how we lose out. We continue to lose out. And I still say this, and I do not excuse myself from this. We don't have the kind of leader elevating us as a people. And I'm talking about political leadership. And I excuse myself because our political leaders have a good time. And one of the first to let us believe and show us we are important. And that's what every great politician in this region did. That's what Eric Williams did to the Trinidadian people. That's what Buster Manson did to the Jamaican people. That's what the people do. That's what Trump is doing now to the people of the United States. We've never had that kind of political leadership.
Thank you so much for that. Some really, really salient points here, and I have to agree with everything that has been said. Elizabeth's taking a little bit of a break. She's going to grab dinner, and listen, it's going to be a long night. I was saying to her, not a whole lot of people can probably talk for 7.5 hours straight, but I've proven that I can do it. But we will allow people to take little breaks. People can take water breaks, coffee breaks. Miss Mary is 85 years old, folks. So she's going to tell me when she's had enough. We don't want to wear her out. I was just thinking, Janet is listening to the program, her beautiful daughter there in Tampa. Janet, we're always thinking and keeping you in our prayers. And she says mom needs to write a book. She is the only one that can tell the real political history of Cayman. Well, I'm hoping when CMR TV launches, I've got a vision for it and I've got specific things that I want, inclusive of making sure our young people have their own programming, they have a voice, but also our seniors, because that is our history. The Mr. Roy Bodden, Miss Honorable Mary Lawrence, Karen Thompson. These people have a lot to teach us as a country and as a people, because it is very, very easy for us to forget from whence we have come. Johan, yes, sir.
Atisande, great point. And here's a thought. We have the National Archives, we have the National History Museum. You do your segment, which is fantastic, and we all watch it. But what is it going to take for us as a country, from a cultural and historic perspective, to say we are going to leverage GIS or the National Archive or the National History Museum or whatever it is, National Museum, and we are going to dedicate, whilst these fine people are alive, the opportunity to just capture their stories on film, so that when the books are written, you're able to understand who Miss Mary is, who Miss Karen is, who Dr. Roy is, who Mr. Gilbert is, so on and so forth. Like, it can't be that hard where we spend money on everything, but we're now having a crisis of identity. And if the powers at be in the Cayman Islands government, whether they be elected or non-elected, fail to appreciate that now is the time to use the resources to capture in every district the real people that are prepared to talk and share what Cayman is. My child, if I fail or Pilar or our boys stop hearing those stories, Caymanians, multi-generational Caymanians will never know. So my question is, how hard can it be to say, Miss Mary, could you please set aside 2 hours for us, or whether it be 6 hours, so that we can just capture everything? Miss Karen, can we do the same with you? Dr. Roy, can we do the same with you? So that we have a collage of Caymanians who broke through, who set the bar, who have been examples of what progress and positivity and all of those other good things are. I can't be the first person to think of that. And if I'm the only person in the room with sense, we got real problems as a country. I'm calling it as I see it, because if CMR can take a mic and do a story, why can't the government resources do the same?
Well,
and that's a question. Sorry, that's not a question. That's not a question for elected people. That's a question for the people that run the Cayman Islands government. Stop talking foolishness. Stop spending money on everything else. Do something to educate your people. Capture these Caymanians now instead of, you know what we should have done? We should have had Miss Mira on. We should have had Dr. Roy on. They're not going to be here forever. Nobody lives forever. But we can encourage them. So, Mr. Madison, who's probably not my biggest fan, I am asking you as a concerned citizen, can you leverage the resources of GIS to spend the time to capture these fine people and the many others throughout the Cayman Islands so that we can get them recorded and that we can one day put something together to share with the younger generation and Caymanians that have no clue what Cayman is really about. And I say that in particular to help the newcomers into Cayman because they have no clue about our history. The most they've ever done is history as it relates to the PR test, but they have no idea who these personalities are, the struggle, our history, and what we've gone through. So if you're going to become Caymanian, understand the struggle from beginning to where we are now, and let's build a Cayman where everybody gets the foundation and how we are where we are today. Mr. Madison, pretty please. Thank you.
Yes. Well,
Johan,
yes.
I'm happy to say, I'm not waiting. When I have a book, God willing, to publish in July. I read my 9th book. My 9th book. So I'm not meant to call me to interview me. I am setting the knowledge, and I straddle 2 genres. I write short stories and poems about Caymanian life, and then I write a serious history. So July will be my 9th book. So they don't have to call me to interview me. I'm not waiting on that call. It will never come. I have the initiative to write.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay. All right. So we do have a little issue with the radio, so we're just trying to get that sorted out. Hopefully we can get that back on here in just a second. But in the meantime, we've got lots of listeners tuned in to the program. So let me just see if we can give you an update from the elections office. I know a lot of people are waiting for a real-time count, and this is what we've received from them. And they basically are saying that the elections office has confirmed that the counts have started and the community can expect results to be published as soon as each ballot box is completed and called in. So we will, as we have that information available, we will certainly be advising and letting you guys know. Wonder if we can maybe take a little bit of a commercial break while we look at what's happening with the connection for radio, or did anybody else have any comments? Johan, you wanted to jump in and say anything else in relation to Mr. Roy Bodden's comments, or we can certainly read a few comments. Jamie says that's always been the narrative. If you are too smart, they label you as a radical. Rory says, even these days, there's still that pressure on journalists. Ask me how I know. Catherine Phillips, good evening, Kathy. Says, Johan, you're spot on, and that's we, the people, have to hold those accountable. It's been going on for years, and I'm only 50. Sheen says, call it what you want. Johan is talking facts. I think everybody this evening on the program is definitely talking facts. Jamie says Orman Patton was labeled a radical, and they lied and said he wanted independence. Michelle says, please, little heart emoji. My daughter just said that she wants to hear Miss Mary and Miss Karen's story, and she's only 18 years old. So there is this narrative out there that our young people don't want to hear these stories, that they don't care. And I can tell you, that's not true. So yeah, they are interested, and we've got to make it. We've got to meet them where they are, and that's why I say everything. And thank you, we're back on radio now, but that's why everything like Instagram and all of these other channels that are available to us, we've got to ensure that our young people have those options there. So I'm having some feedback. I'm not sure where that feedback is coming from. Oh, let me see. Give me one quick second here. No. Okay. I don't know if. Hold on. Let me check my radio folks to see why I'm getting feedback. Hold on one second. It's like a loop back thing here. Let me just take a quick commercial break. We'll do a shout out, of course, to some of our sponsors, and hopefully we can resolve this issue as quickly as possible.
For the past 58 years, CUC has strived to be more than just an electricity provider. We have sought to be a foundational company. We give back to our community, and with the hard work and dedication of our employees, we have built and maintained one of the safest and most reliable electricity grids in the region. As we all look to the future, we at CUC want the Grand Cayman community to have confidence that our commitment to you will continue. Join us as we continue this journey together at empoweringcayman.com.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and try that again. I think we're good now. Are we good now? All right, Mr. Roy, let me just pull you out. Just a reminder, if you guys need to get up for any reason, we understand it's going to be a long night. You can always turn your camera off, that little button there at the bottom. Just hit that. You can turn it off, and we'll know that you're taking a little break, and then we can always pull you out as well. So yes, Elizabeth is doing her dinner break, and then we'll go through the evening. Everybody can get a little break here. So amazing discourse so far. Denny, good evening. Says, I'm grateful to have had the pleasure of learning a lot of this stuff from Miss Lawrence back in 1990s. I'm still hearing myself. Is somebody playing? Nobody else is hearing it but me? Okay.
I hear the feedback, but I don't have a radio on, so it's probably and
I'm not sure where it's coming from. Looks like it stopped again. Okay. That's weird. All right. We'll keep.
That's government cutting you off, y'all.
Can I say something? We're talking about education. This country has paid for years for a radio station and television station.
Yes.
Two of the biggest tools you can use in education, and we don't have an education program on them. We got music programs.
Yes.
But we don't have an education program. Roy mentioned a while ago Jamaica in its early years of development. I clearly remember the radio program. Everybody tuned into Jamaica because we only had radio then, no TV. Tuned into Jamaica every morning to listen to that program because it had all kinds of information on it, health information, education information. People just did it because they wanted to know more. Well, we don't have that program here. We don't have within our radio station itinerary, we don't have an education program. We don't have it in our television itinerary. We don't have an education program, a program where you can turn in and you learn things. We don't do it. And why? We're spending the money. We're filling it up with somebody's speech that they had 20 years ago. We're bringing it out and we're rewinding it because that's all we have to put into that 1 hour space instead of trying to create a program. You can have a group of young people come in and sit down and talk. Why can't you do that? Hear their opinion. The year before last, I listened to the report on education. They were having a big conference where they introduced the new teachers. They said very positively that we were employing 60 new teachers, and guess what? 6 of them were Caymanians. Last year, we had the same program. They do it once a year when they bring new teachers in. We had 40 new teachers, and we had 2 Cayman teachers. And I know for a fact that 3 young people came back to this island last year, fully trained teachers, and they're still waiting for a job with government. So what is wrong with us? Why aren't we promoting our own people? Why aren't we putting them into the schools? And I'm going to go back again to Benson Ebanks because I admired what he did for education. We had a very small amount of money to spend on scholarships. And he looked around and he says,
Miss
if you
Mary,
go to
let
do-
me just pause you one quick second. My apologies. First results are in. Give us 1 second here. First results are in, folks. We're going to get the, we know all of you are waiting with bated breath. So let me just pull these in. 1 second here, folks. First results are in. Let's see where they are at.
I would imagine
1% updated. Just 1 second for me. And we have, trying to see where this is being reported. Okay, first results in. Where is it? Give me 1 second. We're gonna find it here and pull it in. Just give me a quick minute, folks. Again, we are here trying to get you the first results. Loading, it's loading. Give me a second. Bring into this to you, of course, in real time here this evening. Thank you guys so much. All right. All right. Okay, waiting. All right. All right, just give us a second here. We're waiting on the first results in. National percentage reported, 1%. I think it might be the District of Newlands, but that's only because somebody told me that. That was Amala Road telling me that. I am waiting to tell you guys exactly. Ballots cast, registered voters. Okay. All right. Okay, we're still waiting. It might be a couple seconds out before we get that. Let me see here. Only Newlands is in. Okay, we got Newlands. We got Newlands. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull this in for you. All right, give me 1 second. So we've got Newlands. This site is a little bit tricky, but it looks like we have total ballots counted so far for Newlands 218. Referendum, that was for the referendum. Hold on, let me. Okay. Okay, we're doing this in real time here, folks, so just give me a quick second here. So far in the lead, we have Mr. Wayne Panton. So let me just see here. Let's see, graphical, and then, okay, hold on. All right, so give me a second here. I'm going to pull this up. Just bear with me. So let me see here. Okay. All right. Okay, West Bay. All right, let me see. Hourly poll results, right. So Wayne has, I'm just trying to see how to pull this in on the screen because, give me 1 second. So I have an image, but I'm trying to actually get more than just an image. I'm trying to get this up on the site. So bear with me while we figure out exactly where that is. But this is what we've got so far. Wayne Panton is in lead with Alva Saku second, Raul Gonzalez in third place. These are obviously not final results, but we are anxiously waiting in some more numbers. But we've at least got some figures coming in now, which we're going to be keeping an eye on here. So far for the District of Newlands, Mr. Wayne Panton is coming in very, very strong. All right. So let me just try to figure out the URL. I'm trying to just figure something out here. We've got some tech people in the background who are also trying to assist. Okay, let me see here. I think I might have. Okay. All right, good. Okay. I think I found it. Right. Okay, good. All right, here we go. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of you being part and parcel of this program. Again, as I always say here, CMR is a community station for a reason, because, you guys make it possible. If I'm missing something, you guys show me how to do it. So I love it. I love it. Thank you so much. So give me 1 second here. I'm going to go ahead and pull these numbers in, and then we can kind of see what is happening here. So let me just pull this one out, and then there we go. All right. So we've got Newlands. Is that the right one? Wait a minute. What screen is that? Oh, that's not the one that I'm looking for, but here we go. All right. So we've got Newlands. This is a summary of the count so far. Let's go through all of these. I think Newlands is the only one that's in West Bay West. So most of these are empty. Savannah, yep. So Newlands so far is the one that has a count. Again, 218 counted so far, 2 already spoiled, rejected ballots. And, you got to make sure you mark it right. So I don't know what happened there. But of the 218, Mr. Wayne Panton has 118, Alva Saku has 60, and Raul Gonzalez has 38. So, all right. So some very, very interesting numbers. Any preliminary thoughts so far from our guests on these numbers that are coming in?
I believe we're probably looking at the postal ballots.
Mm-hmm.
And
okay.
I think a trend is setting in.
Mm-hmm.
At least insofar as Newlands. Now that can change, but I'm just saying that when you look at the disparity between 118, 16, 38, when you get the next results in, the trend will be set. Because it's such a much smaller number than the count that I did in 2000, where we were looking at over 3,000 votes. That took us 2 days to count by hand. This whole process. Would you agree, Ms. Mary, Mr. Yo, and from your experience, wouldn't you say that?
Yeah, I think that's a correct observation, Carrie. To see, we will know if the next count, even if the percentage of lead lessens a little bit, if the holds up, I think that's likely to be the trend for the evening.
It takes me back to you, Dr. Roy, in 1980. You remember when the first results were coming in 1980? I was on one party, and you were coming in as the relative newcomer that would be bringing radical reform for education and all the things that I, as a young person, was very interested in seeing happen. And even then, by midnight that night, we had a fair idea that there was a changing of the guard.
Yes.
84 was the same, 88 the same. But usually we were hesitant to call the postal ballots because it depends on which candidate was most active in garnering the support and vote of those that would be doing either mobile or absentee or other form of absentee. But by the time you get the second box in, you're pretty well setting a trend.
That is true.
You've got the trend.
All right. So some other districts also starting to come in as well. We'll be updating those here shortly. as we get available information. So thank you so much. 936-2626, phone lines are open. We will continue, of course, to talk on a number of different issues, election related and just community related. C. Ebanks said, good evening, Sandra. Your guest came in. When Miss Mary speaks, I always listen, just like I did in school growing up. Thank you always, Miss Mary. You speak the truth. She does have a voice that you want to listen to. I can tell you that for sure. Shane says, we are a few generations away from what does it mean to be a Caymanian being reduced to simple memory. Oh my God. Can't believe that. Good morning. Good evening. Sorry. Sue says, I've come to see most politicians as nothing more than criminals in suits. Oh my God. Bullies dressed up in expensive fabric, pretending to lead while serving only themselves. They walk around with fake smiles and empty promises, thinking that they can dictate the course of our lives. But let me be clear, politics will never decide who I love, who I call family, or who I stand beside as a friend. That choice belongs, and then unfortunately it got cut off. Ms. Charmaine is here for it. She says, very informative session. Sue says, I still don't understand why Johan did not run for office this year. Smart guy, very articulate and straightforward. I guess he had his reasons. Sue, that's water under the bridge now, but let's see. Denward says, that's why I went and had a little one-on-one session with Miss Mary. Thank you so much. Miss Mona, thank you. Michelle says, the straightforward part they're afraid of. What a mess. Morna says, I now live in Florida, and every day I meet people from different countries who admire my Caymanian accent. Isn't that something? Something that we can really, again, as Johan was saying, it can't be replicated. I can tell you that. It's one of the most unique accents. Well, I think the most unique accent in the world. And it made me think, thank you, Morna, for sharing that. It made me think of a time when I was living in the States, and I was in university. And, you know, when I lived in the States, the 15 years, I actually didn't come home that often. So I missed everything Caymanians. That's why I pig out on mangoes every mango season. Unfortunately, I'm still making up for the 15 years of mangoes that I missed. But when I was in university, I remember passing someone by, and I heard that accent. And although I had left Cayman as a 9-year-old child, I almost got whiplash, how quickly I turned around. And I said, excuse me, are you from the Cayman Islands? And the young lady looked at me and she was like, who is this? And she said, yes, how do you know? Me and my little American accent. She's like, yes, I am. And that was none other than Cassandra Powell, who went on to be a Miss Cayman after she returned. But she was there in Tampa going to university, and her paths just kind of ironically crossed at USF. And I was out walking my little dog at the time. I had a little puppy named Oscar. And when I heard her accent, my heart just jumped a beat. I said, I know that accent anywhere in the world. That is how beautiful our Caymanian accent is. Can't be replicated, can't be duplicated, just like us, quite frankly, as people. And we have to really embrace that uniqueness of who we are. Over 1,000 people watching Instagram. When your feed cuts, not to worry, I will bring it back. So we do have another link here that is showing, and of course, WhatsApp is deciding to act up a little bit tonight, but don't worry. We're going to keep on pushing through. But I do have another link here that's showing results for some of the other constituencies, but I'm looking at it and I'm not quite figuring out the names. So I'm trying to figure out where the names of the people are. We see the numbers, but we're not seeing the names. I know you guys don't want to see anything without names. So let me try to figure that one out if we can. So just give me a second here, and we'll see what we can do. So, yes. All right. Let me just look at her notes, and we're going to skip forward. Anne says, same here. My accent is loved. For North Side, please. What's the verdict? Hey, Javid, monkey or donkey? Oh, Lord have mercy. We're hoping to get neither one of those. So we have our back end technician pulling up some links for me here. Let me just check the messages so I can see what is on the screen. We've got a dashboard that we can now pull up. All right, I'm having a little bit of issue getting that exact screen to come up. So let me see how that's being done. Let's take a commercial break, and I'm going to do a quick call in the background, but we do see those are the referendum questions. But let me just take a quick commercial break, and we're going to say a big shout out to some of our sponsors here on CMR, who every day is here with us sponsoring the platform.
For the past 58 years, CUC has strived to be more than just an electricity provider. We have sought to be a foundational company. We give back to our community, and with the hard work and dedication of our employees, we have built and maintained one of the safest and most reliable electricity grids in the region. As we all look to the future, we at CUC want the Grand Cayman community to have confidence that our commitment to you will continue. Join us as we continue this journey together at Empowering.
Great news, Cayman! Tim Hortons is finally open and ready to serve you. Start your day right with our delicious all-day breakfast, or grab a box of our famous Timbits and a dozen donuts for a sweet treat. Need a quick pick-me-up? Swing by our drive-thru for your favorite espresso drink anytime. We're open weekdays from 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. on the weekends, closing 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays, with 2 entrances at the Shamrock Road Roundabout in Red Bay. It's time for Tim's.
I will be tuned in this election cycle to CMR Cayman Election Headquarters.
Cayman, get prepared for election 2025. CMR, your election headquarters, is ready to keep you informed with candidate features, debates, analysis, interviews, and honing in on the issues that matter the most. Don't miss a beat. Keep it locked to Cayman Marl Road for your complete election coverage.
Hey Cayman, this election season, I'll be tuned in to Cayman's election headquarters, CMR, who else? So let's get informed and let's vote smart. Bye!
Ocean Ridge Heights offers an amazing opportunity to own a piece of land in idyllic Cayman Brac, right on the bluff, starting from $80,000. Located in a quiet residential area with high elevation, these lots are ideal for a future home or investment property and are sure to go fast. Cayman Brac offers a laid-back lifestyle, amazing pristine diving, limestone caves, diverse flora, along with amazing wildlife. Inquire about the owner financing options so that you can secure your piece of paradise today. With only a few lots remaining, these are sure to go before you know it. Contact Crichton Properties today on 345-949-5250 or info@crichtonproperties.com.
All right, folks, thank you. We are back and we're getting some early results in already. Please bear with us as we try to pull some of these results up. The referendum questions coming in. Let me just pull that up because, of course, probably no surprise here, but let's look at what we have so far. So we have the national referendum count is in. So give me a minute to make this screen available. So if we can click on national referendum down at the bottom, we see so far that the question 1 on the port, yes is 0.23%, no is 0.86%. So this is of what is in so far. So let me just, I think I'm going to have to share my screen there because it's difficult for me to control it if I don't. So let's just have a look again. So far, of course, still early, still very, very early results. This is what we have. There's a 0.07% spoilt, 0.86% no, 0.23% yes. On question number 2 for National Lottery, the yeses so far at 0.57%, no at 0.49%, 0.1% spoilt. Question number 3 on cannabis, and that is not legalization, that is simply decriminalization of small amounts of cannabis. 0.7% yes, 0.4% no, and 0.05% spoilt. So those are the referendum questions that we have in so far. So let's have a look at some of the other results, and we'll be updating this again as the count continues. We've got updated numbers for Newlands. So please give me a second to bring the Newlands numbers in as well. So Newlands now, the numbers are increasing certainly across the board. So let me see here. For Newlands, folks, we have Wayne Panton. Oh, that's Georgetown North. Oh my gosh, hold on a second, honey chow. So Georgetown North, we have PPM, Mr. Joseph Hugh in the lead so far at 189 votes, which is 70.79% of the votes. Independent, Ms. Romelia Welcome at 70 votes, which is 26.22%. And then we have so far 8 spoiled ballots. Let me just see what else we have here. So that was Georgetown North, folks. So Georgetown North. And then here we are for, this hasn't changed as yet for Newlands. I'm just going to check a few others. I think those are the only 2, Georgetown North and Newlands in so far. So we'll continue to, oops, I lie. We have West Bay Central. West Bay Central, Catherine Ebanks Wilkes, 80 votes so far. That's the that's postal plus mobile. And then the regular, so she's got 259 total votes, which accounts for 67, my apologies, 0.27%. Independent candidate, Ms. Jewel Hines, coming in at 123 votes, which is 31.95%. 3 spoiled ballots, which is 0.78%. So far for West Bay Central, Catherine Ebanks Wilkes coming in at 67.27% of the votes. I'm going to see how we can increase the size on some of these things to make them a little bit bigger. So bear with me because I'm aware that it's a little bit hard to see those on screen. And we obviously want that to be as big as possible. So let me just pull it out for now. Our guests, Johan, don't forget to pull yourself out. Pull yourself out when you're not there. Otherwise, we see an empty chair. But to our guests, any thoughts so far on those early results? Any surprises? What do you think, Ms. Karen, Ms. Mary? Any surprises? Mr. Roy, unmute yourself if you want to jump in. But any surprises? Julia Whiteman says West Bay Central in as well. Thank you so much. Georgetown North. Any surprises in the early numbers?
I don't really think so.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Normally you find with postal and absentee
I agree.
ballots, mobile,
Mm-hmm.
you often find that it's a candidate that's the most aggressive, the one that's going to follow through and get their postal ballots out. There's some that they just don't have the means or the wherewithal to deal with it. So you find that first box can change once you've gone into the general vote.
Mm-hmm.
But usually I find by the second box, you see a trend. If this continues, you'll get your trend quickly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. So some interesting trends for sure. Miss Mary, any thoughts on those results that are coming in so far? We've got some for Newlands, Georgetown North, and of course, West Bay Central as well.
I don't see any surprises yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I think they're.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
We'll
All
wait
right.
and see what happens, like she says in the second box. But
Yes.
I think the trend is
Fantastic.
set.
Thank you, Miss Shirley. Lucky Body. B. Whitaker says to all who didn't get their behinds out to vote, don't say a word about government actions for the next 4 years. You silence your own voice. Say nothing. Kaboom! Can we get an amen up in here? Because, boy, some of
Amen.
you guys complain and complain and complain. And today you had one thing to do. One thing, get up, have a bath, brush your teeth, and get out and vote. And the fact that so many of you didn't do that, unfortunately, is sad. Oh my gosh. What a hot mess. Miss Sue says, absolutely love Mr. Roy Bodden. Definitely one of our heroes for these islands. I remember meeting him years ago. I was flying with Cayman Airways and I had a part-time job at a local restaurant and bar. He will and always be such a wonderful gentleman, so courteous and down to earth. So Miss Sue Bodden, sending you some love there. Mr. Roy Bodden. Thank you, Sue. Yes, Carter Entertainment, welcome. North Side. Oh, I heard that. Give me 1 second here. Instagram, I see you guys are here for it. Don't forget Instagram. You're probably going to disconnect soon, but do not worry. I will quickly reconnect you. So you'll just have to find the live feed again and log back in because the Instagram feed ends every hour. Let's go ahead and look at, I understand that West Bay South has got some numbers in as well. So yes, West Bay South coming in. Let me just add this here for everybody to see. So this is much bigger. I had an idea and it worked. So West Bay South, folks, Mr. Andre Martin Ebanks, TCCP, coming in at 163 total votes so far, and that is 69.96%. Sterling Dwayne Ebanks at 30.04%. And no spoiled ballots from that count thus far. So we'll continue to watch some of the others, and we will certainly let you know when they're coming in. So the margin is opening up, I think, a little bit now between Catherine Ebanks Wilkes and Jewel Hides. That was an interesting race because it was only two of them. Now look at this one. Look at this, folks. Now we have this is again Newlands, my apologies. And we've got Mr. Wayne Panton. Oh, sorry, I know what's going on. Kevin, I think that's you. Let me pull that out because it's actually confusing me visually. So just take yours down for a second because when I'm looking at the bottom, I'm getting a little confused there with which one is actually up on the screen. Okay, is this the one that I'm looking at? No, it's this one. Let me kick this one out. I did it again. Do me a favor, remove that share screen. I'm going to add mine. Yes, thank you so much. Just getting visually, it was getting a bit confusing there. All right, here we go. So this now is Red Bay. Ooh, this one is a little bit surprising for me, I must admit. All right, Red Bay has got some results in. So far in the lead for Red Bay is Roy Tatum. Wow. At 105 total votes, 34.77%. Then we have Dawn Thomas with 79 total votes at 26.16%. Natasha Whitelock with 73 total votes at 24.17%. And Philip Ebanks coming in with 36 votes at 11.92%. And Leon Gold, 9 votes, coming last place with 2.98%. So it looks like Leon Gold might be struggling to get his money back if he doesn't at least get 10%. That $1,000 does not get refunded. Of course, I noticed with interest, we have over close to 1,300 people on the live stream. Johan, you took a little dinner break there. You ready to jump back in? Don't forget to just pull yourself out of the studio, or at least turn your monitor off. Last time we were looking at an empty chair. All right, so Johan, any surprises here? Let's talk about Red Bay in particular, because the interesting thing is a lot of people thought that Mr. He's an attorney at law, that Mr. Philip was actually doing quite well, and I don't know how many people had the opportunity yesterday to watch the show, but unfortunately the audience, people came at him a little bit and were questioning his history. And so I wonder how much that might have factored in to the fact that he, according to this, is now number 4 out of 5. I didn't expect him to be so far down.
Auntie Sandy, that was the first box, right?
Yes, it is the first box. So
okay, that's your postal balloting box.
That's your postal.
I think Miss Karen discussed that. That's the advantage that a party gives you. Their experience, their machinery is such that they know exactly how to go and secure and make sure that they show up good in that first box, which is traditionally your
without a doubt
your postal ballots and mobile ballots and everything else, right? But
that's always the case.
It's too early to start anointing anybody.
Yes.
The PPM are a machine on election day. The PPM have been a part of from 2009, from 2005 to 2009, then from 2013 to 2021. That's 3 terms that they've had. They've mastered the art of game day operations. This is to be expected. Then when you look at the number of candidates in Red Bay, that means automatically that those votes are going to get split up. This is early days. If I'm Roy Tatum, I don't get too excited. But it shows the advantage of a team that knows what they're doing on election day or during the election process. But that's going to be a long fight, because when you look at what the TCCP candidate has done and what the CINP candidate has done in the postal ballots, again, that speaks to the strength of an organized sort of grouping. Philip is not a part of any group. He's an independent. So that speaks to that. But again, we're in for a long night. So if I'm them, if I'm those that are in second and third place, I don't get discouraged, because the proof is in the pudding and it's going to be a long night.
I think, to pick up from what you say, Mr. Rowe, and when you look at Dawn and Natasha, there's a very, very, very slim margin. That can change very quickly, but it's clear that the next box will tell us whether Mr. Tatum will have a strong hold in Red Bay that would fall outside the scope of absentee ballots. But it's too early to call. Like Johan says, there's too much water to cover.
Yeah. And just a quick, before we look at Georgetown East, which actually has some numbers and as well some early numbers, what is the general sense about the parties? Can we talk about that for perhaps just a brief moment? Johan mentioned obviously the Progressives Party, and we see here with Georgetown East numbers, we have Mr. Roy McTaggart coming in with 119 votes, which is 43.75. Behind him is Mr. Vassal Bud Johnson Jr., who's CINP, with 91 total votes, which is 33.46. And then Emily Duku coming in at 48, which is 17.65%. And Mr. Oscar Bodden has 12 votes at 4.41%. We have 2 new parties on the horizon, the Cayman Islands National Party and the Caymanian Community Party. And of course, 20 years now, the Progressives have celebrated their 20th anniversary. But some people argue that this is the weakest that the Progressives has ever been, because they have, lost a number of really strong candidates who normally carry the party, such as Alden McLaughlin. We had Barbara Connolly, and we also have Mr. David White, 2 of those from key Georgetown areas have resigned and retired from politics. Any thoughts there?
Again, it's the first box. The PPM have lost some real stalwarts. The PPM as an organization are weaker today than they've ever been, or are at their weakest, because if Dwayne Seymour, if Miss Juliana O'Connor-Connolly, and if Mr. Kenneth Bryan don't join the PPM are an empty shell. The only substance that they have right now is in those 3 cabinet members that have proven and have the requisite experience, and then the current leader, Mr. Joseph Hugh. It's still too early to anoint anybody, but they've got Mr. Roy, who's a good man, decent man, not going to harm to anybody. He's quality, right? But when you look at the fact that a mild-mannered, quiet individual like Bud Johnson is not that far behind, this is going to be an interesting race between those 2. Out of the gates, looking at the postal ballots, there's 2 horses in that race. Everybody else needs to just accept that it's a CINP versus PPM battle for Georgetown East.
For which district, sorry, did you say Georgetown South?
Georgetown
East. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Yes. Mr. Roy, any thoughts on the early results and the strength of the parties? Yes, Mr. Roy, can you hear me? All right. I think sometimes he's having a little bit of an internet delay. I'm not quite sure. Mr. Roy, can you hear me? Oh, yes. Unmute yourself. There we go. I think you're muted. Yeah. So just unmute yourself there.
He's still muted.
Yes. Still muted. There we go. There we go. Yes, sir.
Is it better now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
It does give its candidates an advantage. Like my other panelist said, I wouldn't be too excited if I were those people in the lead. And certainly, the race between Bud Johnson and Rob looks like it's going to hot up to be a close race indeed. We've got the next box, but I'm not surprised that at the other clip, I expected Cal to hold her own, and certainly Andre.
And
And
Mr.
we'll
Pam
see if that holds up in the next box. If that does, then we can say that that's going to be the results for the evening in those constituencies.
Yes. Okay. So thank you, Jen McLean. Jen McLean is here. Jim Norris, how you doing? And John says that Emily Duku has no chance. Lucky Body says, unfortunately, I don't think she will win because her affiliation with the LGBT community, but hopefully she does pull a win. I don't think that has anything to do with it. I'll be honest with you. There's other candidates who have a, pretty known affiliation as well. I think in the case of Emily, and this is something that, those of us who are political pundits and we sit on the sideline, we have said she has just not been visible enough. She needed to get out there way earlier than she did. And I mean, she's going up against the likes of a Roy McTaggart, who's seasoned PPM, and she just needed to be out there a lot earlier and a lot more vocal. You cannot, I think, even though she ran before, you can't come out just 3 months before and do 1 or 2 meetings and then be on the platform of the party and think that that's enough. I mean, you have got to really make an impact because you're still a newcomer in the political arena. And I had people asking me, where is Emily? Where is Emily? Where is Emily? So I think that there will be some lessons here for the parties and for individuals who are considering a political career. If you're new, give yourself 6 months to really, really get in the race and get the exposure that you need. Johan, this is a question for you. Melita wants to know if you're eating brownies again.
No. I've given brownies up because they're too dry up.
Oh my goodness.
Eating cashews.
Eating cashews. Look at that. Aisle 2025 says 9 fools voted for Leon. Oh my gosh. Lucky Body says Leon should have never ran. Well, not if he had good sense. And in fact, let me say this about him. You know, we did a whole show on him because he certainly has an interesting past. And just yesterday, another lady sent me an editorial letter about experience with her and her friend with him. And I couldn't publish it because, folks, we're going to talk about some of these intricate details. But once the polls open, you were not supposed to be advertising. So candidates couldn't, although I was told they could keep pages up, especially the party pages, they were not supposed to be posting anything new, no advertising. We had candidates in their WhatsApp groups. So the elections law is dated, and unfortunately, it doesn't account for certain things. And when it was written, it didn't account for social media. It didn't account for WhatsApp. It didn't account for a lot of these things. So there were candidates today commenting on WhatsApp, oh, remember to vote for me, yada, yada, yada. You can't do that. Anything that would be seen as a form of advertising, you were best not doing that today. Now, we're a media house and we have ads up on our page. And I had candidates who were like, oh, well, I'm going to send you something. I'm like, no. I said, listen, I know that the law doesn't specifically talk about Facebook and social media, but let's not push the envelope. We get the general, as in law, we get the general sense of what the legislation intended. And then legislation intended for no advertising to happen while the polls were open. And so that includes even us on social media. So I couldn't post the article, although it's an editorial, it's somebody else's words. I couldn't post that about him once the polls open. And you better believe I double checked because I was not about to run afoul of any legislation. So that is very, very interesting indeed. Now, there were some candidates, let me ask you this question, Mr. Roy Bodden, and maybe even Ms. Karen and Ms. Mary can join in on this. There were some candidates who are actually calling people on the phone today. Is that allowed?
It's always been done. It shouldn't be done, but it's always done. In fact, the parties seem to have a well-oiled machinery where they'll have an entire support team because I've received the calls. And it's like, we know you haven't voted. That's the purpose of the agents. They pass the information out throughout the course of the day. And by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I did every count from 1976 through to 2000 in some shape or form, either directly in as an agent or as a campaign manager. So I pretty much had an opportunity to analyze over the last 40 years how it worked. And on every occasion going back to 1976, the committee would all be given bits and pieces of the list, and they would spend all afternoon on election day contacting the candidates to see if they needed a ride, going to the homes and picking them up. I could never understand it. It's not something I subscribed to, and it's something I felt very strongly about. But I've witnessed it in every election. Mr. Roy, Ms. Mary, have you seen something similar? I don't think it's right. I don't think it's
Karen. That's the advantage of the party.
Yes. And I think that we
that's
definitely
the advantage of the party. That's what they play. That's what they have over.
Well, I think one of the things that became
evident is what they have the advantage over the individual, over the independent.
And they have the money too, the funds.
Of course. Absolutely. Yeah. Can I just say that I think one of the things that became apparent to me today is there has to be some electoral reform. That law has to be updated because everything from, I got so many complaints about candidates being, at the polling station. I'm like, well, they're allowed to be there. They can go in and they can, relieve people. They can take them lunch. There's one candidate, Mr. Leon, who was acting as his own agent because he didn't have an agent. There needs to be some tightening of it, and this one of the central questions for sure, as well as campaign financing, is around having candidates show up at the polls. I know it isn't allowed for the mobile voting, remember that, but it seems to be allowable for the regular polling stations. And I personally think that needs to change. It makes voters uncomfortable. They don't want to see candidates lurking around the place and looking at them. For example, in Bordentown West, we're still waiting on, we got some results there. We're going to look at that here in a second. Bordentown West, we had, some candidates, some voters, my apologies, saying to me, oh my gosh, Miss Sandy, I'm one of Chris's victims, and here he is, him and his sister, looking at me as I'm walking in to vote, making me very, very uncomfortable. Look at who we have in the house, Miss Marla Dukaran. Good evening, good evening, good evening. She says, excellent coverage, Miss Sandra, well done. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you popping in and joining us this evening. We've got some additional early numbers coming in. Now look at this for Bordentown West. Chris Saunders is in the lead with 109 votes with 46.58%. Then we have Ozzy Osbourne Bodden coming in at 69 votes at 29.49%. And Heyman Rankin with 54 votes coming in at 23.08%. And then we've got two spoiled ballots. So, wow. Okay. There's that. Let me just see if we can see. That's Bordentown West. Nothing for Bordentown East yet. Nothing for Savannah. So we're waiting on some additional ones, obviously, to be updated. At Georgetown South, nothing there. Prospect, still nothing. All right. So, Mr. Andre, early on, North Side, nothing for East End. And Cayman Brack, here we go. Wowee. This is quite interesting. Cayman Brack, folks. Let's put this one full screen so everybody can see it. Miss Julie, early on, she's got 148 votes with 60.41%. Next, we've got Mr. Layman Daniel Scott, 79 votes at 32.24%. At one spoiled or rejected ballot. And then we have, let me see who's coming in third. The other ones are coming at very low numbers. James Albert Christian, 8 votes at 3.27%. Ruth Ann Bodden, 5 votes at 2.04%. And then Miss Maxine Avon McCoy Moore coming in with 4 votes at 1.63%. This would have been a really interesting race, in my opinion, if it was just the two lead people of Juliana Connolly and Mr. Layman Scott, Daniel Scott. I think a lot of us wanted to see that one go head to head, but unfortunately, you had a lot of vote splitting here with 5 people running for such a small constituency. Only 520 eligible voters. Total polled 83%. They had good numbers. People turned out 432. Now imagine splitting 432 votes 5 ways. Oh my gosh. It's a little bit crazy. This concept of vote splitting, we actually had Mr. Mr. Charles Clifford talk about this. And I do have a video from him now. So permit me to play that, because I think that this is a very, very interesting video and perspective. Thank you, Javed. Javed said, agreed, Marla D. Good coverage. This night is going to be brutal, says Lucky Body. Shocked at Red Bay, says Isle 2025. I thought this would be between Dawn or Natasha. Early times yet. So we shall certainly see. All right. So let's have a look. Wasted votes there, says Raymond G. Like the video. 600 people, 30 likes. I'm not sure which video, but we've got over 1,300 people on our live feed right now. So big shout out to everyone who's listening. Island Pearl says, tell Emily not to disappear in the next 4 years. Let her name be known, do what she has to do, and go back at it. So yeah, you got to keep at it. Okay. Thank you. Let's have a look at this interesting commentary.
Good morning, Sandra. I was going to call into your show this morning, but I understand that you have a packed agenda, and I understand why. So I've decided to send this voice note instead. in the hope that you will play it for your listeners to consider. And I want to discuss in the voice note the danger of vote splitting in those constituencies with multiple candidates seeking office. My focus, of course, is going to be on the Bordentown West constituency. And in the interest of full transparency, as I've said before, it is true that I have a strategic role in Mr. Osborne Osborne's campaign for Bordentown West. But here's what is also true, and that is that during Mr. Borden's public meetings and as we've canvassed the Bordentown district with him, the common sentiment is that the large majority of voters in Bordentown West want the incumbent, Mr. Christopher Saunders, removed from office as their MP, as they're very unhappy with him and his performance. But there are 3 candidates running for the Bordentown West seat in Parliament. And in our first past the post-electoral system, a candidate does not need to have a majority of the votes to win. He or she just needs to have more votes than the other candidates in the race. And that can often mean much less than 50% of the votes in that constituency. With 3 candidates in the Bordentown race, it is the splitting of the votes across all 3 candidates that Mr. Saunders is counting on in order to win the election. The general feedback on the ground in Bordentown West and the polls are clearly indicating that of Mr. Saunders' 2 opponents, Mr. Osborne Borden is the candidate that can defeat Mr. Saunders at the polls. This isn't surprising to me, as Mr. Borden has served Bordentown for 2 terms already in Parliament, and in every election in the past under the former multi-member electoral system, Mr. Borden always performed exceptionally well in the area that is now the Bordentown West constituency. And so Mr. Borden started his campaign in Bordentown West in a very strong position with a solid base of supporters, and he has increased his support in Bordentown West with each passing day. The other candidate in the race, Mr. Heyman Rankin, simply doesn't have enough support to be competitive on this occasion. And so logic dictates that a vote for Mr. Heyman Rankin is in effect a vote for Mr. Saunders. And I say that because it will split the anti-Saunders votes between Mr. Borden and Mr. Rankin. And that is precisely what Mr. Saunders is counting on to win this election. For those voters whose primary objective is to remove Mr. Saunders and replace him with a credible and experienced candidate, my respectful recommendation is to make your vote count by voting for Mr. Osborne Borden. Mr. Saunders is keenly aware that he simply could not win if this was a one-on-one contest between him and Mr. Borden. So think carefully and vote wisely, Bordentown West. Make your vote count by voting for Mr. Osborne Borden. I know that he's a credible and experienced leader. He's an innovative thinker, a creative policymaker, and a compassionate representative who can be counted on to respond swiftly to the needs of his constituents. Mr. Saunders believes that this will be his easiest win because, as I said earlier, he's counting on the splitting of the anti-Saunders votes to quietly slip through the cracks and back into office. But I'm confident that the Bordentown West voters will demonstrate clearly to him that they will not fall for the trick, and the way they will do that is to vote for the candidate that can and will defeat Mr. Saunders, and that is Mr. Osborne Ozzy Borden. I won't comment in detail about other constituencies with multiple candidates. However, my caution about the splitting of votes may very well be applicable to a number of them. I can only pray that one day we will mature politically to the point where we can have runoff elections if no single candidate has secured more than 50% of the vote in the first round of voting. In such a scenario, all candidates except the top 2 candidates are eliminated from the runoff election ballot, which means that the winner of the runoff election will have more than 50% of the votes. That is the type of electoral reform which we need in the Cayman Islands, and that is the type of electoral reform that will provide the solution to the vote-splitting mischief which is often used in elections to the advantage of particular candidates. And I'll just simply close my thoughts on this by praying that God will continue to bless our beloved islands as we go to the polls to decide which 19 MPs will represent us in the next term in Parliament. Thank you.
Very well said.
Some very, very interesting comments there. Any thoughts on what was said? Ms. Karen, looks like you popped out. Let me just pull you back in. And we may have a few candidates actually popping in as well. So of course we will have a mixed evening of guests coming in and out. So a few of the candidates will also be popping in.
The incumbent always carries his or her base. And the more candidates you have, the stronger the position the incumbent. It's as simple as that. Because he gets or she gets her share of the pie. Even if he or she loses a significant number of votes, those votes will be shared around. So there's no surprise here. I think Mr. Clifford stated it very, very ably, clearly, and I think that's what we're looking at right now. But it's still early.
All right. Anybody else? Johan, any thoughts on that? You're muted.
Reasonable comments made by Mr. Clifford. Very bright man, very articulate. However, the rules are the rules. And if you feel that you have a chance, who are me, you, Mr. Clifford, anybody else to say, leave the race? This is what democracy is about. So unless the rules change as outlined or suggested by Mr. Clifford, this is all hypothesis, to be honest with you, because if somebody is convinced that they have something to offer, and if they're convinced that they know more than, who's going to listen to the guy on the outside? Nobody's going to listen to, like, if you don't believe in me, why should I listen to you? That's how people think. So they're going to stay in the race, and they're going to do what they think is best for them, in the same way that the other candidates think that they love the country and that they are the solution. It's very, very difficult to, I will now back out of this dance because somebody in the peanut gallery decided to comment on it. So, we won't have real reform in Cayman because the people that talk about reform, when they were elected, what did they do to encourage that reform? They didn't do anything. So, hindsight is 20/20. You were there, you had your chances, and you didn't take it. So let people live, let people try a thing, and let the best man or woman win at the end of the day.
All right, so we got some more results coming in that are incredibly interesting. This is Prospect. Michael Miles and Sabrina Turner have equal number of votes, 111 each at 34.91%. 5 spoiled ballots, folks. You spoiled your ballot. That's, that could make the difference between someone winning and someone not winning. I mean, I don't know how difficult it is to vote. It's pretty simple. You put an X or a check mark in the respective box and you only vote for one, and then you moved on to the referendum questions if you wanted to. So, wow, it seems like we need to do some educating of our people on how to vote even. Crystal Gomez Wilson with the PPM, 91 votes, coming in at 28.62% of the vote. So this is a very, very interesting race. Of course, just the first box that they're going through. But nonetheless, Island Pro said, what is this for Prospect? It's very interesting. Lucky Body says, I can't believe 91 people voted for Gomez. What the hell? Lord Jesus.
God damn. Rough.
Some of y'all are coming in as, yes, Martin says, why not have preferential voting so that we don't need runoff elections? Well, we don't have runoff elections and there's one single winner, but we try to gauge that in the online polls, right? We did a first one, like if you had to pick only 2 candidates, who would you pick? And I know that quite a few candidates, CINP in particular, that party was really, really in their feelings and upset that we were making suggestions that some of their candidates, you know, if they were subject to runoff, might not be as successful as they think. But as Johan said, you can't tell any of these candidates that they're not going to win. I'm sure nobody could tell Leon Gold that he was going to not get his money back, although I told him, and he still wouldn't believe it. So some people are delusional. Some people are, they believe in fairy tales and rainbows, like they're, you know, very, very optimistic beyond anything. And then sometimes people are relying on polls, and even though the polls are telling them one thing, they still said, well, let's try a thing, honey child. Let's try a thing. Time check. It's about 12:13 here in the CMR studio, folks. Thank you for all of our international viewers. We've got at least 1,300 people now on the live stream, going strong on Instagram and other platforms. And we are having a very, very interesting discussion this evening. The phone lines have been quiet. Oh, honey child, look at that. I must be psychic. The second I said the phone lines are quiet, I didn't even finish the thought, and kaboom, we got a caller. Good morning, caller.
Miss Sandra.
Yes, ma'am.
I can't believe my eyes. Listen to me. It came on that. The water, there's only 472, and the average vote that each candidate had to get by my thing from this time that were released with all of the voters and things March 7, 25. Julie done win. Then I call it. She done beat him because she done got more than him. She got 140.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's still early, but it looks like Miss Julie's going to hold it, to be honest.
Oh, she gonna hold it, and then
But that's probably no surprise. I'll be honest with you. Even if you wanted Dan Scott to move.
Michael Myers and Sabrina thought she was going to take him out big.
Yes. Yeah, well let's
and
wait. That one's still early.
I said, well, we were going to probably lose out at the party with 3, and she was 1. I said it.
Well, hold on now, honey child. It's still early. Michael may not hold it, but
I don't think, but I don't think he can beat her. But I'm just saying, I'm surprised that the first count they survived 111 each.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's still early, but look, we've got some more results from Kim and Brock. So let's get to those.
I'm going to be able to go up with my arms, and then Sanders. Oh Lord. Lord.
Hold on to faith, honey child.
I'm going to use my tools. Mary Bloomer, I'll throw them in the garbage.
Hold on to faith. It's not done until you know what happens. Yes. Not somebody said prospect is a nail biter, says John. Thank you, Miss Shalma. Call back in a little bit. Love hearing from you. First caller of the night, 936-2626. Toll free if you're calling from Flo. She's always so animated. I love hearing from her. She gives us a good little chuckle. And let me say this now. I'll tell you what, if I'm sitting down looking at this, even for that first box, Sabrina, we need to talk. As France Manderson said, no more silent victories, because Sabrina actually worked hard in her constituency and she did a lot, but you need the exposure. Some of these people failed from the perspective of, if a tree fell in the forest and nobody heard the tree fall, did it really fall? You know what I mean? You gotta be out there on your media game, and I think some of them unfortunately fell down. Now look at Cayman Brack. This is Cayman Brack West and Little Cayman. Nicholas Costa so far is in the lead with 163 votes. That's 57.8%. And then independent candidate, Mr. Lonnie Lee Tibbetts, with 116 votes at 41.13%. Now you see what happens when you only have 2 people running. You got 3 spoiled ballots, but you get a much better feel for exactly how the people are thinking. So, very, very interesting, folks. Yeah. Any thoughts there? We're going to just have a look around, see what else is coming in.
Sandra.
Yes, sir.
Sandra.
Yes, sir.
I want to say something about.
You muted yourself again. So yep. Sorry, Mr. Roy, we can't hear you. You're muted. Yeah, you got to click it once and then make sure that mic stays off. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
You did it again.
In the party system, usually the leader gets. In the party system, the leader gets a safe seat. So Dan should have never went up against Julie.
Boy.
And that's one of the advantages. That's one of the advantages of the party. Always gives its leader a safe seat. So he should have ran some constituency on Grand Cayman and not against Juliana. And so that's
wow.
I have some observations to make about what I see, what I really call the bastardization of the party system as man. Because the party protects the leader by giving him a safe seat. That's number one. Once you are a party leader and you lead your party don't win, the party leader immediately resigns. And the party members choose a new leader. They can revote that leader back in, but it is customary for the leader not leading his party to victory to resign, to tender his resignation.
Wow.
So what we have really is an agglomeration of individuals and not a party. Person.
Right. So if Dan Scott loses to Juliana O'Connor Conley, over 1,400 people on the live stream, he can't be leader? I mean, he's done? Whoa. That's...
Well, you know, as part of the victory, he should resign. But he should have never been placed in the position he's in the first place. He should have never have to contest the seat against a strong person like Juliana. Why didn't he go to run against Joey Hugh or someone else that he would have stood a better? And if you had a chairman, that's what the chairman of the party would have done. He would not have sent his leader to face off the strongest candidate.
All right. Well, here is the thing.
The parties here aren't real parties. You see, they're top-down organizations.
Well, that's probably true for sure. But here's the other observation I would make, Mr. Roy, and that is that Juliana O'Connor Conley kept saying that she was not running again. She was saying that for 2 years. So maybe he actually believed her. Mistake. But he probably believed her. And so he made a declaration then that, he's going to go in Cayman Brac. I know at one point he was actually thinking about Newlands, where he lives, but I also don't think he could.
Listen, he couldn't. He should not have been lulled to believe to run again. He should have never, whether she was going to run again or not, he should have been in a safe. He should have been in a safe seat. Doesn't matter what she said or what she didn't say. His part that he was safe. But you see, the parties here are organizations, not bottom. Because if they were bottom up, that wouldn't have happened. That would not have happened.
All right, Mr. Roy. I wonder if you're using the keyboard shortcut to mute and unmute yourself. That might explain why you're having a little bit of an issue doing it. I tell you what, if you look on your screen and you maybe use the mouse instead, and you click on right by the picture where it says unmute, that might be an easier yes, because otherwise it keeps toggling off and on. So I'm not quite sure what's happening there, but let me just.
I don't touch it. I don't touch it, but it does itself.
Okay. All right. So we've got West Bay North numbers that are in as well. So let's look at West Bay North. Now we've got over 1,300 folks on live stream heading towards 1,400. Let's have a look at Georgetown North. So let me just cue that up here. Thank you so much, Instagram folks. You guys are doing good. Adori on Instagram said, I heard about Juliana say that to Sandra, she lied too much. Well, she said it for 2 years that she wasn't running, but I didn't believe her. I mean, if people have listened to me, I have said, I believe her come nomination day. You guys heard me say that. Johan, I said that numerous times on the radio. I'm like, I do not believe her one bit. Some people have a track record, and as they say, past behavior often dictates future behavior. So, I was really keyed in there. But let's look at Georgetown North, West Bay North. My apologies. Let me just see here now. All right, so we have West Bay North. All right, probably no surprises here. Ralston Anglin is in a comfortable lead with 130 votes. That's 44.67%. Jordan Rivers comes in second with 81 votes at 27.84%. And then we have Shekinah Bush with 44 votes at 15.12%. And then Mr. Jermaine Hurlston, 34 votes at 11.68%. I must admit, though, that Shekinah Bush is actually doing better than I thought she would. I expected that she was going to be in last place, but it's still early. So we'll see how it goes from here. All right, we'll continue to watch it. Thank you, Amanda. Erica, thank you so much. Can I go to the bathroom? Oh, yes. Bathroom break. Yes. Pulling you out there, Miss Mary. Go ahead, honey chow. Just remember, you guys, of course, Miss Mary's setup is a little bit different, but anyone else who needs to go, you can just click off your camera and you can go ahead, Miss Mary. We'll see you back in a little bit. Yeah, get up and stretch. And I see Miss Karen pulled out. I'm not sure if she had to leave us. But if you got to do a bathroom break, just turn the camera off. And then you can always come back in. You can always pop in anyway. So yes, some people have to do bathroom breaks. 936-2626 is the telephone number. By all means, participate in the conversation tonight. Give us a call. Let us hear your voices and what you're thinking thus far. John said that's correct. He was expecting Juliana would retire, but as Mr. Roy says, don't count your chickens in that way. That's probably not the smartest thing to do. Any surprises for Johan? Any surprises there with Cayman Brack in terms of Juliana versus Dan Scott? Did you think he could take her?
Again, I've spent 6 hours of my life in Cayman Brack. I'm not familiar enough to comment on the peculiarities or the, sort of Cayman Brack mindset. I don't spend enough time there. But what I will say is, this is politics, and if you feel that you've done well in life, who am I, Dr. Roy Sandra Hill, to tell a man you shouldn't run here, there, or anywhere? And let's face it, the political machinery in Cayman, the political parties, you've got two new parties. You've got the established PPM party, but at their core, how many of them truly understand the intricacies and the conventions of what Dr. Roy was speaking about? It's in the PPM, the people that sponsor the PPM tell the PPM what they do. It isn't party mandate. It isn't rules and regulations. It isn't any of that stuff. And that's what Cayman politics is. Mr. Scott thought that he could give it a go. Mr. Scott thought that he could be a worthy challenger to the current premier, who publicly stated that she wasn't running. At the end of the day, perhaps it was a bit of a rope-a-dope. And let's not forget that it's the first box. Let's see how much what else is there. But the reality is, when you have 5 people running in a race of 450 votes, you have to expect that the incumbent is going to do better because they've got a base of support. So and again, people are going to say that I want to run, I want to do whatever. That's their choice. But it's one of them, mess around and find out. If you don't look at the science of this thing, you can't be surprised when the results go in that particular way, because look at the other 3 candidates in that race. None of them, on paper or in principle, could match up to either of those 2 candidates. Yet, they're in that race because Cayman politics isn't established and structured in the way that we are talking about. Cayman politics is about ego and me. and this is what I want. And then I'll join some friends and we'll figure it out as we go along. So F around and find out.
Well, yes, I mean, there's lots of factors, certainly.
There is an
Yes, sir. Mr. Roy, go ahead.
Caymanian politics, and particularly political parties, are built around personalities and not platforms. And that's the weakness. That's the weak PPM. It's still the weakness with the PPM. They're built around personalities, and people set themselves up. Political science, there's a term called cult of personality. And so that's what happened. Dan came along with his personality. He was the party leader by virtue, but the members of the party didn't choose him. He chose them. And in the party system, it doesn't work that way. And that was the same way it was with the PPM. I mean, how can you have a leader, I'll then let his party into defeat and he still remain head of the party? That never happens unless the party goes through an election and says, yeah, leader, you didn't win, but we want you to continue to lead us. So the parties here are built around cults of personality. That was McKeever and the UDP, the party that I was in. McKeever was the party. We had no say. The rest of us had no say.
Wow.
He was the party built on a cult of personality.
But just to advance that position that Dr. Roy's talking about, you're looking at the 2025 elections. Mr. Kurt Tibbetts hasn't been in office for 4 years. He retired. He decided he was going to do something else. Now he's resurfaced and effectively dragged life into the PPM because Joey Hughes is not the leader of the PPM. Kurt Tibbetts is the leader of the PPM. Kurt Tibbetts shows it, acts like it, speaks like it, and in his absence, Alden McLaughlin is the number 2 leader of the PPM. So the named leader is a leader in name, but he is subservient to the pillars of the party, which is Alden McLaughlin and Kurt Tibbetts. So we can call it what it is. Hey man, politics is not.
I like that, Johan.
No, listen, I'm stating facts. Nobody needs to like me. I couldn't give a shit, to be honest with you. But I'm just letting you know.
Just remember, we're on radio, Johan. We're still on the radio.
Sorry, you don't need to like what I'm saying, but the reality is, Kurt Tibbetts shows up and says, "This is what we're doing." That's what they do.
Okay. Miss Karen, you're back in. Just turn your camera back on for me. Miss Mary, what do you think if the leader of a party himself doesn't get elected? If Dan Scott does not beat Miss Juliana O'Connor Conley in Cayman Brac and doesn't get elected, what does that say about the CINP? What will the members do, first of all? Do they themselves just resign and I don't know what they do.
Well, a defeated party at a polls does not mean that the party should go away. That is what we do. The party goes away until the next election, which is not the way it's supposed to run. Your party stays intact, whether you change your leadership, whether your leader renews himself or whatever it is. But if you expect to be effective in the next 4 years, you need to work for the next 4 years. And I think that is where we've always gone wrong. That's why we come up and we talk about the PPM. The PPM, you're never quite sure who's leading it because you don't know what goes on behind the scenes. You know the person they put out front, but you're not sure if that person is actually leading. And the problem is here, because there's so much on the ground work and so many people can listen to the underground, people get very confused views of what is actually going on. And we find ourselves out here trying to figure out who's doing what and who's going where and whether they're going to get in a place. The fact that Dan might not win against Miss Julie should not, this is his first time in politics, that should not deter him from taking the banner forward. If he's going to maintain his group. Other than that, what's he going to do with the people who've been working with him? Is he going to just let them go? You can't do that.
Some of them may leave, especially if they want to be part of a government. But let's go and have a look.
If they get elected, that's a different thing.
Yes.
then they become a part of the government, and I would expect his machinery to continue to support them as a part of the government.
All right, let's have a look then. John says John is winning Bodden Town East. No need to check. Lucky Body says, oh Lord, I hope not. I can't take another full moon talks, any more full moon talks for the next 4 years. And somebody else said, if that happens, I live in BTE, says Wi-Fi, and I give up in this community if it, and I give up on this community, it is finished. So it's interesting because people seem to be sick of John, but he sure the heck is holding on, that's for sure. But we'll see. So we do have Georgetown South results in now. And we have Gary Peanut Ruddy with 155 votes so far, 49.36%. And then we have Alric Lindsay coming in with 83 votes at 26.43%. And Craig Festa Frederick coming in at 23.25%. Georgetown South. All right, Georgetown Central, nothing yet. So that's interesting results there. Gary Peanut Ruddy, who's CINP, so far with just the first box in, one postal and mobile has the lead thus far. All right, folks. We will continue.
Auntie Sandy, if you follow the trend of what's happening in the first box, the parties seem to be out in front again because of the experience and the organization of the parties. Again, I think Miss Karen and Miss Mary said it earlier. By the time you get to the second box, you start seeing potentially a trend there, but you'd expect that the established parties with the resources, with the manpower to navigate and organize themselves properly when it comes to postal and mobile voting. So, you know, that race in Georgetown South is going to be a really, really good race. You've got two really credible candidates in the form of Gary Ruddy and Alric Lindsay. You know, Festa's the PPM proxy, but, you know, you'll see eventually that it'll be a two-man race in Georgetown South, and we go from there. I know both of them. Both of them are my friends, and I've known them all a long time. But this is going to be an interesting race, and I can't see as we go into the second or third box any sort of change outside of the top two right now.
Okay. All right, Miss Karen, you're back. Took a little break there. Thank you so much for coming back in.
Well, I'm here for the long haul.
Yes. Somebody, Miss Mary, was just saying, don't worry about Miss Mary. She's a night owl. You know, she'll stay with you. So we certainly appreciate this. We're going to be going until, I think on radio now, we're good until, I think, 11 or 12 o'clock. So we're going to just keep going. And then if we got to go later than that, on live, you know, we got 1,400 people here, so we will continue going. We got a caller on the line. Let me just confirm what time radio is on so I can let the radio listeners know. So yeah, we'll just keep going on radio. All right. Yeah. Good evening, caller. How are you?
Good evening, K-Man, and good evening to my political commentators.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so
much. Very
much.
Professional this year. Love that.
Thank you so much, my dear.
I am just calling for two things, Miss Sandy. Looking at the trend there, that is the trend that K-Man normally vote. Who they know. For K-Man to go forward, they need to stop voting who you know, not for face. We're not going to get anywhere like that. We have to start taking chances. The older people need to take a step back and allow the young people to take us forward, because we're going into AI, we're going into so much different things. So there's wouldn't be no elevation for young Caymanians.
Yes. Okay.
That's one. Two, Mr. Johan, stop sitting on the back bench. We young Caymanian need you. I have a 16-year-old. He's going to school here in the U.S. You know, when you speak about the generation, that Cayman generation is moving away from Cayman and the culture. My son goes to school here in the U.S. He's graduating in May next month. Now, in the U.S., typically you graduate at 18. He's 16. Now, the teacher thought he was an American. He jumped up in the class and said, "No, I am a Caymanian." I was so proud of him. She called me into the school trying to complain that she find that disrespect because of his accent. She thought he was American because when he's in school, at first he used to get bullied in school. So he changed his accent. When he went into her class, she said that, we American, we're very privileged, and he had to put up his hand. He said, "No, I'm a Caymanian. I'm a proud Caymanian." No, I am not a born Caymanian, but I was married to a born Caymanian. But what I did as a non-Caymanian, I teach my son his culture. And that is what we need to understand. Even though we're not born Caymanian, we're married to Caymanian, we need to still hold up the culture where that child is living and not teach that child another culture.
That's right. Absolutely.
So I'm pleading, I'm begging to Caymanian. No, he's graduating. I'm asking him, "Are you going back home?" No, he don't want to go back home because he said there's nothing back home. Because he's in technology. There's nothing for young people back in Cayman. So they're pushing out Caymanian by themselves. The leaders, the older leaders are pushing out the Caymanians by themselves. So I would hope that Caymanians stop voting for who we know and vote for change. It needs to stop now because we're not going to have a Cayman no more.
Yes. All right.
Please.
Thank you so much. 19%. Thank you, ma'am. 19% of the votes in referendum numbers are in. This is a resounding no to the port. Should the Cayman Islands develop cruise berthing facility? The no's, Cayman strong. Oh my gosh, over 2,384, and the yeses were only 1,010. Spoilt ballots, 231, such a shame. Do you support the introduction of a national lottery? A little bit closer. So far, yes. Are these the finals numbers for these? Is this the final count? No, it can't be the finals yet. So some very interesting results. And question 3, do you support the decriminalization of the consumption and possession of small amounts of cannabis? So far, the yeses have it. So we'll continue to watch these numbers. But again, very, very interesting. It looks like the pro-port people might not get their wishes. We got some more results coming in. Instagram folks, you guys doing good? Every hour you drop out, don't worry, I got you. I will pull the feedback in. All right, let's have a look now at some other numbers that are coming in. West Bay West, nothing yet. Wow. I'm refreshing it because I'm shocked. All right. Who else is coming in? Newlands. Okay, Newlands. Mr. Wayne Panton still in the lead, 211. And then we have 112 with Alva Saku and 105 with Raul Gonzalez. I'm surprised that Raul and Alva are so close. But of course, the past 4 years, Alva just kind of disappeared. So he's running, of course, with the PPM. Interesting. All right, Lucky Body says, all I got to say is thank God I'm established. I feel sorry for the Caymanians at the bottom. They're going to suffer in John's voice. Oh, John says, no, sir, the election count is slow. Well, it's slowed down, folks, because they're dual counting. I mean, Mr. Wesley did say that they, also increased the staff complements, but they are dual counting. Somebody said, please, dear God, let Aussie win. And it's only 19% in so far, so we got a long night ahead. And as many of you can stay up with us, we will definitely be doing that. Let me just, yes.
Speaking of the speed of the count, I'd like to hear from Mr. Roy, Dr. Roy, because I know we've had many, many discussions throughout the years about the questions that should be posed for a referendum, whether they should be separated. Mr. Roy, would you like to lead on that for a little bit? We've discussed this so many times. It's going to slow down the count because I was quite surprised to see that the referendum questions were just at the very bottom of the candidates' vote. So that means they're working logistics. When they're in their counting, they have to deal with two sets of counts. Before, if you will remember, we had a separate booth for the referendum back in 2009 when we brought in the 2009 Constitution, and then we were moving forward with the one man, one vote. Just saying that when I looked at the ballot today, I thought to myself, this is going to slow down the process. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying that we're now dealing with two separate votes. And
I think
when you're in there counting, you're having challenges. An X may not look like an X, it could look like a Y. And so that slows it down. And when you have, instead of one X on one ballot, you now have four X's on one ballot. So, you can have a discrepancy. What happens if you spoil the bottom and not the top? These are things that are going to have to be addressed from a legal viewpoint. And you have all the arguments that normally go in. You can have an hour over one box.
I think Mr. Roy dropped out. I think he's been having internet issues kind of off and on, but yes, I mean, that is certainly an interesting question there. And I don't know, because you could vote for a candidate, not vote for the referendum. So I wonder, that's a good question. Can you spoil half a ballot?
That's it. I found it. I found it somewhat remarkable.
I was surprised myself. I was surprised. I thought we would have done what we did before. You would have had two ballots, gone to two different stations.
That's the way it should be done.
Which is the way it should have been. When you put everything on one ballot, it
It's
becomes very
creating. I can't
confusing.
imagine the logistics, Miss Mary. In fact, I saw a brief interview, or just a snippet with Mr. Howell just before I came on this evening. And he was trying to explain it to Tammy Solomon and he himself wasn't clear as to how they intended to have it work. I found it very noteworthy.
Yeah. Confusion. So definitely, I think we need some clarity in a couple different areas.
For example, if you have someone that's couldn't care much about the port, and they've decided that they're there to vote for cannabis or a lottery. It's not uncommon to see someone just putting 3 X's by the one that they feel strongly about, and then that spoils the ballot.
But I mean,
So you
going
have
back
to-
to what we were talking about earlier, I think it's incumbent on voters to pay attention. I mean, we had Mr. Wesley on, and he went through all of this. If you care about your vote at all, don't spoil the ballot. You put one X. He said it didn't matter if it was a check mark or an X, as long as it was, clear that that's what you intended to do. So one X, one check mark. I mean, come on, it's really not rocket science here. It's not that difficult. And in fact, before you even go and vote, they explain it to you. They take the time and say, if you've got these candidates, put the X or check mark next to the one you want. If you're going to vote in the referendum, put the X for yes or no. So I don't know how difficult it is really, and why we have in some areas, all these spoiled ballots. But the other question that came up quite a bit, and some people are saying, am I being too picky here? Is people were asking, why are we using pencils? And we did ask this of Mr. Weston. He said it's just something they've always used from day one, and they continue to use it. I guess, Is this a real issue? The fact that we're using pencils? I guess people are thinking, can someone potentially erase my answer?
Good point. I've never ever thought. I've never seen a pen used ever.
No.
Yeah.
They don't use it's either a pencil. In some cases, they use ink and never a pen, and no one can your bar.
Okay.
That it's or in some jurisdictions, you dab your finger in an ink jar and put that on the. But never a pen.
I've never ever. No, I've never. I have no reason why. I have no idea why, but it seems to just be something that has developed through the years, and they've never changed it.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a convention.
All right. Let's take a caller. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning.
I mean, did I say good morning again? Oh, I'm so sorry.
That kind of day.
Well, I'm used to doing the morning show.
I know, autopilot, right?
Yes.
And good evening to your very esteemed panel that you have there with you tonight.
Yes, thank you.
I just wondered, and I don't know if Mr. Roy Bodden or the Honorable Mary Lawrence may know the answer to this, but are the persons whose ballots spoiled, are they actually notified that their ballot was spoiled, or is that just left on end?
No.
You have no idea.
No.
You have no idea.
You don't know who marked the ballot. This is supposed to be a secret ballot.
Okay. Yes.
So you have no idea. You're just informed.
You can spoil it by putting an identifying mark on it. I mean, whatever you do to that ballot, except follow the instructions and put the X where it's supposed to be, spoils the ballot, but who knows whose ballot it was? Nobody knows. They're all put into a box, shaken up, and you pull out one and count that one. You don't know who marked the ballot.
I know that there is some type of like there's a reference number, ID number or something, and I just wondered if they went back and said, by the way, your ballot was spoiled, so your vote is not counted.
You have no idea. They have no idea.
And the other thing is just a suggestion that possibly
here's what I understand.
Settle for Mr. Howell, that perhaps they can use some of these spoiled ballots as examples as what not to do, like in the future when election time comes around again. I'm just throwing it out there. So that
no, you can't, because of the sealing of the ballots. You know.
Okay. No, but I mean, they could probably use a diagram,
like not the actual ballot, but
I know what you're saying.
Exactly. Just use ideas
of how people spoiled
what was
it
done and how they spoiled it. Yeah. I'm just thinking that would possibly help in the future.
Oh, it would, without a doubt.
Yes, thank you so much,
I
caller.
have seen so many. I have seen so many spoiled ballots where they've just simply placed the X slightly outside the box.
Oh wow!
Where you could, but you can't be sure whether they intended to who they intended to vote for, and the elections office, they're pretty strict about that.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have candidates fighting over it particularly when it's a close call. If that can slow the countdown, and I'm wondering if we're not getting that like in East End, because I'm not getting too much of a feedback. Maybe I missed something. But usually East End and North Side come in far ahead of all the other districts.
Yeah. All right, we've got another caller on the line. Good morning, caller.
I'll say good evening.
Oh my gosh, good evening. I got to put up a sign. It's 10:51 p.m. My brain is just used to saying good morning. It's all right.
Yeah. All of these wonderful, familiar faces on your program tonight.
Yes. Wonderful.
I want to make a comment about the question about the pencil on the ballot. A couple years ago, when Mr. Gomez was in charge of elections, I sat down with him and I went through the entire process of how it worked. And for those who might not be familiar, the answer to that question is that it doesn't really matter at all. because with the agents that you have for each of the candidates that are witnessing the process as it goes along, there's no chance of someone erasing your vote or changing it in any way.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you so much, Danny. Appreciate it.
Bye.
All right, Georgetown West. We got some results here for Georgetown West. Wow. All right, early results in the lead. Perlina McGaw-Lumsden, 139 votes with 52.65%. Craig Marion, 119 votes with 45.08%. Hunter Walton, 2 votes with 0.76%. And Tyree Malcolm Hernandez, 4 votes with 1.52%. So some very, very interesting numbers. I think no surprise here that we knew this was going to be a race between Craig Marion and Perlina McGaw-Lumsden. And I think this is interesting because a lot of people felt that Craig Marion was the forerunner here. But I think that unfortunately he did himself a disservice not participating in the chamber debate, and he never gave a reason why he didn't. It wasn't any sort of emergency from what we could see. So some people are a bit turned off by that, but we'll see. He might still be able to pull it off. It's 45 to 52%. It's not like she's got a huge lead, even with the first box in. Jonathan Eady, good evening, sir. Says, for clarity, each ballot is effectively 2 separate votes within one, meaning a spoiled referendum section of a ballot will not mean the election section is also spoiled and vice versa.
Yeah, it's not so much about what's going to be spoiled, it's the process of when you're counting.
Oh, I see. But,
I think the end results will be the same,
well.
but it's just the process will slow down enormously.
Yeah. So,
which is
Sharon,
expected.
Yes, Sharon says that same thing I was saying. It's mostly the elderly people that are doing that in terms of, spoiled ballots. Melita Johan asking if you got any cookies for her because she's got the munchies. I'm actually going to tap out here in a minute to take a little dinner break, and I'm going to have Elizabeth come in and kind of cover for me. We're baptizing her by fire. East End is in. Hold on, honey child. East End. Yep, no surprise here because once again, the vote splitting was going to favor the incumbent. So far, by a pretty good lead, Isaac Rankin is going back with 216 votes, 51.92%. Next person next to him is Jiva for CINP with 17.07%. And then we've got John McLean Jr. Doing better than Delmira, which is interesting, with 14.66%. And Delmira then coming in with 12.74%. And Roydell Carter, 10 votes at 2.40%. Now, when we talk about, and I say, Johan, you made an interesting point that you can't necessarily tell someone, don't run, that you don't have a chance in hell. But when we look at some of these numbers, can we be realistic? Unless there's something that happens over the next 4 years, there's certain people here that should not run again. They just need to throw in the towel. Sometimes, how does the song go? You got to know when to fold them. Some of these people have been running for donkey years. And if they're listening to the program, and I could give you a bit of advice here this evening, I'm going to point out a few obvious people who have to know when to fold it. Roydell Carter, please don't bother again. You should know when to fold it. John McLean Jr., again, if you're coming in out of 5 people.
But Sandra.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
But Sandra, you can't do, it's up to the individual, but there should be no stipulation preventing them. Otherwise, you'd be tampering with the democratic system.
No,
as long as they qualify, they should be able to run.
No,
how you eliminate those kind of people is if you have a runoff system.
But that's additional expense for the people. All I'm saying is perhaps
how you eliminate them is if you have a runoff system.
Yeah,
but we don't.
Yeah, we don't. We don't have that kind of system.
In a way, you're right. So we need to reform our system so that we have a system of runoff. So we go into a final election with the candidates scoring the two highest percentages and eliminate all of the others. Like that's how they do it in some jurisdictions. You have a runoff election, and from that election, you choose the two most popular candidates. They face off against one another. But we can't teach people once they qualify that they can't run. I mean, we would think that they have the common sense to realize that they won't ever win.
Yes.
But we can't prohibit them under our system.
I'm appealing to the common sense. So let me just say that, at some point people need to perhaps have an honest discussion with themselves. And I think some of those people include Roydell, John McLean, because they've ran multiple times and haven't gotten anywhere near. Let's look at Georgetown. Where were we? Georgetown West. Right? So Hunter, 2 votes so far out of 264. Tyree, probably not. Although this is their first time. Some of the other people have ran multiple times. Maxine Moore and Cayman Brack. How many times is she going to run before we say Miss Maxine? This time you only got 4. I think she's doing even worse than before. Maybe really consider stop splitting, because even those 4 votes, some of these in the end, some of these may come down to the 4 votes. It might have been those 4 votes that Miss Maxine split and took from somebody else, or that Mr. James Christian, the 8 votes that he has so far that they took for somebody else, could have given someone else the lead. I mean, this is ridiculous. So I don't know. I'm just saying, use a little bit of common sense. Miss Mary is going to have a little dinner break, so we're going to pull her out for a second. Elizabeth, if you can tap in, this is like a tag teaming here. I'm going to have you come in and give me a little bit of a break so I can go get some food. Honey Child, big shout out to Miss Iva Hart today. I was able to get some turtle from her, some stew kunk, some lobster, and fried Wilkes. I don't think I've ever had fried Wilkes before. Maybe I have. I'm not really big on Wilkes, but anyway, I was like, hey, I'm all for the local food today. And I even got some stew kunk from all the way from West Bay. So I got my choice of food items. I'm going to go dip into some of that because I don't want to eat too late. And it's already 11 o'clock, but we're going to keep coming. No. Come into the studio, Honey Chow. I'm going to show you how to work the things real quick. And I am going to take a dinner break as fast as I possibly can. Yes, because just like that, the phone might ring and you got to answer it. Good evening, caller. How are you?
Good evening, Auntie Sandra. Good evening to everybody.
Sir. How are you? So nice to hear you.
I'm blessed. I'm highly favored.
Nice.
But you know why we call it Maxine is running, why Albert James Christian is running and Rufan? Because Miss Juliana put them there to cut down the votes.
Oh Lord.
It happens. It goes back to Mr. AJ Miller, Dr. Roy.
That's what taking place.
Oh Lord.
It happens. It's always been the case.
Strategy.
So some people are
political strategy.
Truman Bodden's book.
Yeah. Wow. So you're saying that some people are told to run just to split the vote.
To split the
Listen,
to dilute the votes of those that are running. You have your base. You carry your base. And then if you have a candidate that's going to take 100, 120 votes, even 25, even 50 from your opponent, you're watering them down. It's a long tested and tried strategy. Back in the old days, Mr. Haig and Mr. Jim Rand, they always brought AJ Miller with them.
Yes.
And then just before
came out
the
of Borden
election,
Town. Came out of Borden Town, Karen.
That's it.
Borden Town.
And just before the election, he dropped out and threw his support to his, and he did it at least for 2 or 3 elections. And I was a part of it, so I watched it.
Wow.
It was quite a well-oiled. Truman Unity ran a well-oiled machinery. It died in 1984, but it lasted for 8 years. And during those 8 years, Truman Bodden had 12 seats out of 12. No opposition for the first 4, and he carried. And then remember, Dr. Roy, in 1988 to 1992, he ended up with you and his opposition with 8 seats and the government with 4.
What a hot mess.
For 2 years. That's when he had Mr. Franklin resign on the middle of the floor.
It was.
Those are the stories we'll talk about when we get tired tonight. Yeah. So I've been watching this.
Those are interesting times.
Yeah.
All right, so Elizabeth is going to come in
you
here.
write a book, Karen.
Thank you so much.
I am. I'm in the process. But who wants to hear about an old lady like me?
Miss Mary, you ready to come back in? Just give us a thumbs up.
You should write a book. You should write a book, Karen.
But I have to first, I'm trying to find a title. I've started the early years and the closing chapter. So it's just
AI can help you with the title these days.
Right. And by the time you read, you'll find the title.
Yes.
Keep on writing. By the time you reach the end, the title will come to you.
Yeah, I've whittled it down to 3. But you take a political leaning and then you forget everything else.
Yeah.
But
all right,
it's a story that needs to be told.
Yes. Georgetown Central, nothing there yet. 3 candidates. Erica is saying, I see an update on Georgetown Central on the graphical count, but not the tabular count. All right, well, they soon update it. Not to worry, those numbers are coming in. Risa says, we're realizing the stronghold that PPM really has in this country and what a detriment it will be to us all. Wow. John says...
Sandy, can I comment on that?
Yeah.
Listen, the PPM are what they are. They're the established party. They've celebrated 20 years, but they don't have a strong hold on anything. If they did, they wouldn't need Miss Juliana back in the picture. They wouldn't need Kenneth Bryan to prop them up. They wouldn't need Dwayne Seymour to prop them up. The PPM are a collection of individuals. Where the power of the PPM lies is in the fact, and I said it earlier, Kurt Tibbetts can retire from politics. Kurt Tibbetts can say, I'm done. I'm not working with them. I'm going to take a break from politics. And in 2025, he, like the phoenix rising from the ashes, decides I'm going to work with Perlina McGaw, and I drag Perlina McGaw to a favorable result. The PPM and the leadership of the PPM, the current leadership is not the power. It's the legacy of the pillars of that party, which is D. Kurt Tibbetts and Alden McLaughlin. And if anybody thinks otherwise, they aren't paying attention to what's really going on in the country. Because if you think that Joseph Xavier Hugh is going to end up leading the PPM when you have a Juliana O'Connor Connolly or a Kenneth Bryan or a Dwayne Seymour coming on board and propping them up, you're living in an alternate universe and fantasy, because they have made the PPM relevant, not the existing die-hard loyal PPM members or elected officials. So let's stop glorifying a machine that is being propped up by outsiders. Somebody that is not elected can take Perlina around. To hell with Christopher and David. They did their part, but it wasn't until D. Kurt Tibbetts walked into this race where Perlina started to have life in her campaign. And that man hasn't been elected or been a part of the PPM machinery for what? Since 2021? Maybe 2017? I can't remember. But that is what's really going on in Cayman politics. So this myth of the PPM, we can't get rid of them. People are using the PPM to get what they want. A organized machinery. We then leverage their base, and then now if the persons that have been onboarded to the PPM decide, hey, listen, I don't think Joey is qualified to lead us or lead me, what choice does he have? How is he going to say no to Juliana O'Connor Connolly? This is the game, folks. This is the Cayman Game of Thrones. People need to wake up and smell the coffee.
Yeah. So we have.
If I were a wagering man, that Juliana is coming back to lead the party. Juliana's coming back to lead the PPM. That's what she ran for.
That's interesting. So we have some the second box here for
Right.
Georgetown West. So we have some new totals for Georgetown West. We have Tyree Hernandez, 10 votes total. Perlina is still in the lead with 309 votes total. Craig Marin, second, with 272 votes total. And then we have Hunter Walton with 11 votes total. So we have what looks like the second box open now for Georgetown West.
You're seeing the gap close, which means it could be a close race. Just for the two top candidates. I think we're down to 2 in Georgetown West for sure. You can safely call Georgetown West as a neck to neck for the 2.
Yeah, I find it interesting that there's nothing in West Bay West as yet.
I find it extremely noteworthy.
Yeah, not even the postal or the mobile votes. So I wonder what's happening there. Miss Karen, you seem very versed on how the count goes. Do you have any ideas as to why maybe there's no votes yet for that district?
Normally what happens is that with the postal ballots, you usually don't have much of a fight. But obviously something is happening in West Bay West, which means that has slowed down the process. Because the voting of absentee, as we used to call it in the old days, postal ballots, it's usually pretty straightforward because you're relying on the presiding officers, supervisors of elections, and they're making the call, and it's very difficult for you to get a gauge on anything that would set aside a vote. Usually you have to depend on Mr. Howell or whoever's there to say, here's a questionable ballot, and they hold it up, and then all the candidates or their agents, we can argue that. I remember the days of Mr. Truman Bodden, 76 through 88, when I rode with him. He had more law books in there than he had in his conference room. So we could argue and drag it out unnecessarily sometimes, but that's just the way it is. But I'm finding it interesting because I wouldn't have thought that for the postal ballots or the absentee ballots, there would have been much of an argument.
Yeah, that's very strange. Let's have a look here and check out some other districts, see if any other numbers have come in yet. Not seeing much here. Did we go over West Bay Central, the second box yet? Has that been?
No, that hasn't been.
Okay, so we have some updated numbers for West Bay Central.
Can you add me? Because my battery is about to die. Can you add me on because I'm in the waiting room on another device.
I can try.
Thank you.
Yes, I will try. While I'm trying to figure that out, let's just go over these numbers here. We have for West Bay Central, we have Catherine Ebanks Wilkes. Her total number of votes now is 259. And we have Jewel Hides at 123 votes in total. And we have 3 spoiled ballots. Any one of our panelists want to comment on what we're seeing here now? What do you think it's still too early to call, or?
No, I see Catherine pulling ahead very quickly.
Yeah. And what is
259, 129? That's it. With the number of votes that they have counted so far, I think that it's pretty consistent. But of course, I remember, I think it was in 2000, Miss Lucille Seymour went neck to neck in the last box in what would now be the Whitehall area. And at that point in time, Mr. Pearson had already packed up and gone home and declared defeat. 1 box left, the smallest box, and yet he won. he returned to victory, and she lost by less than 50 votes. They just couldn't. They were carrying the same vote for most of the boxes, and then once they got to that last box, he pulled ahead, and she just couldn't close the gap. That was in 2000.
Yeah, I guess you can't call
So
it.
you can't call it. It's just a trend.
Yeah.
And once you see that trend set, you follow it. If you see every box consistently with the gap getting wider and wider, then you're able to see that trend is now fixed. But we're still early.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but not as early as in the old days when we counted for 36 straight hours.
Wow.
Wow.
2 days.
Did you all have electricity back then?
Well, that was up until my last count was in 2000 when I did Alden and Kurtz.
Okay.
I have to confess, I was their chairperson.
Who
I was also Kurt's chairperson in 1992. We were Team KT.
Oh.
And I was still employed to Truman Bodden on a leave of absence that I never returned to. So that's all in my book.
We're just gonna restart the Instagram feed and try to. Johan, would you come off, and then we'll try to get the other one.
Yeah, I'll come off of this one, and then you let me in. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, we'll try to pull you in on the other device. Okay.
All right, so let me just hold on 1 second here. All right, so yes, yeah, I'm just trying to get back over here. Okay, so Instagram folks, we're gonna go ahead and get them back on and updated. Got me a little bite to eat. Well, I haven't eaten yet, or have not eaten yet, but yeah. Oh, yikes. Let me just stop that for a second. Give me 1 quick second here. All right, folks, we're going to just pull in Instagram real quick. In fact, let's go ahead and take a quick little commercial break, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Mga kabayan, nakatutok po kayo sa Cold Hard Truth, hatid ni Sandy Hill, ang nangungunang talk show sa Cayman, ang boses ng masa.
Hey Cayman, los saluda DJ Yoyo, The Energy, y estás escuchando The Cold Hard Truth con la voz del pueblo, Sandra Hill, todas las mañanas, 7:30 AM, only on Bobo, 89.1 FM.
CMR has reached an incredible milestone of having the #1 talk show and being the people's #1 choice for news. We would like to wholeheartedly thank you, our loyal listeners and followers, for making this possible. This is going to be an amazing year of continued growth and acceleration, and we would like for you to be a part of the journey. If you have a company that's struggling to reach your targeted customer base, why not reach out to CMR's sales team? With over 200,000 followers on both Instagram and Facebook, your message will be more impactful by advertising with us. Speak to a sales specialist today about all of the ways in which we can help you elevate your game to the next level. Email us on sales@CaymanMarlRoad.com or call 324-1612 for a consultative meeting.
We are continuing. Time check is 11:16 at night. Somehow a mosquito got in here. I'm going to slap him real quick. Oh, where is he? I see him somewhere. All right, so we're going to continue. Phone lines remain open, 936-2626. Instagram feed coming back up. And we have a couple candidates who might actually be popping in. So Johan is back. There you go, Johan. Oops, let's wait until you're ready. Just give us a thumbs up once you're ready there. And then let me see here. Someone is asking if I can see one of the candidates. Let me just check here. No is the simple answer. I cannot see you. All right. Okay, so some disappointment. Someone says, although I think the anti-Chris vote was split between Ozzy and Heyman, and perhaps if there was only one challenger, he would be losing, but looks like a PPM-led government. Still a little bit too early to call, folks. And quite frankly, let me see what percentage of the votes we have in. Only 26%. You know, there are some early indicators that only 26% so far. Updated numbers for Georgetown North. So let's
CMR has reached an incredible milestone of having the #1 talk show and being the people's #1 choice for news. We would like to wholeheartedly thank you, our loyal listeners and followers, for making this possible. This is going to be an amazing year of continued growth and acceleration, and we would like for you to be a part of the journey. If you have a company that's struggling to reach your targeted customer base, why not reach out to CMR's sales team? With over 200,000 followers on both Instagram and Facebook, your message will be more impactful by advertising with us. Speak to a sales specialist today about all of the ways in which we can help you elevate your game to the next level. Email us on sales@CaymanMarlRoad.com or call 324-1612 for a consultative meeting.
All right, folks. Thanks for your patience. My apologies, Chrome just crashed, but we're good to go now. Johan, I think you're back in. Everybody's still looking good. Miss Karen, you're there. Miss Mary, you still good?
Yep.
All right. She had a little bite to eat, a little cup of coffee. I think we're all right. Amanda says Joey Hugh has won his seat. Let's go ahead and have a look at some of the numbers that are coming in for Georgetown North. This was a really interesting race. I wonder if we can get some commentary around this particular race, because this is one of those that, you know, it looked like he was actually going to go unchallenged for a minute there. And of course, no one wants to see someone go unchallenged. So Miss Romelia Welcome stepped up at the very last minute, like literally on nomination day, and decided to give him a challenger. And I must say that, you know, yes, he's got some 69.08% of the vote, but this isn't a complete blowout. This isn't like what Kenneth did to the PPM candidate last year, where Kenneth had, I think, like 80% or over 80% of the vote, and he got so few. She's still kind of, you know, holding her own a little bit. Yes, he's obviously going to win. And it looks like he has won. Is this the final numbers? All three are in. So, I mean, he's probably gonna, he's definitely gonna win this, but I wouldn't say that he should feel too comfortable that someone who's never been involved in politics, who jumped up on nomination day, gave him a run for his money. Any thoughts on this?
It would be remiss of me not to opine on this one here. Ms. Romelia gave it a shot. Ms. Romelia is a community worker. She's passionate. She's dedicated. She, you know, nobody saw her coming into the race. She entered at the last minute. What I found most interesting was the commentary that was made about her credentials in putting herself forward for office. But I think it's important to note that Ms. Romelia Welcome has as much qualifications as the incumbent, who has absolutely no academic, educational qualifications, no professional qualifications, and learned everything that he did on the job here in Parliament by virtue of joining the PPM machinery back in 2013 when he got elected. So it's just funny how we, as a society, will look down on somebody who puts themselves forward and say that she's not ready. And yes, she might not be as polished, she might not be as well spoken as Mr. Hugh, but we keep telling our children that they need to get educated and they need to have qualifications and they need to go to university and they need to put in hard work in order to be something in life, except when it comes to politics, where you can be the runt in the litter or the dunce in the family. And if you are attached to the right crew and you have the right sponsors, the right financiers, the right owners and controllers, you can lead a party and maybe one day run for being premier of the Cayman Islands. So let us not look down on Miss Romelio because she's as qualified as her opponent. She just comes from a different set of circumstances and there was nobody to invest in her, dress her up, pretty her up, and help her understand what she needed to say, how she needed to say it, and follow the instructions accordingly. But that's politics in Cayman.
Yeah, I think she should be congratulated.
I have to agree with you, Han. I think so too. I think so too.
I think she should be congratulated.
I think that she should be congratulated.
It takes real courage to get up and do what she did.
Agreed.
And to be as vocal as she was, or she has been, I think he will know he's been in a fight. I think he's going to have some scratches on him tomorrow morning, even if he wins the election, because this woman refused to be silent, refused to make him walk into a seat that she did not think he was entitled to. And that takes real courage.
But the truth is, had she not, Miss Romelia, not offered herself, the people of Georgetown North would have had no choice. There would have been no election today.
Exactly. There would not have been an election.
So for that, I think the people of Georgetown North owe her.
That would have been a tremendous boost to his ego, or to anybody's ego who runs unopposed or who offers themselves unopposed. I think she surprised everyone, not only by coming out, but by doing the job she did.
Absolutely.
Did you have
a caller? Caller in the line. Good evening, caller.
Miss Romelia and Rohan are kaboom. I agree. She's the Iron Lady.
Thank you so much. She's ringing her bell there. Thank you. We appreciate it, Miss Shelma. All right, folks. So, looks like it's the final results. The numbers, the total polled isn't quite adding up. So I don't know if they need to fix something there, but 878 at the bottom. You have total ballots counted in the district is 870. Spoiled ballots is 26. Elizabeth, with her accounting background, quickly surmised that 870 plus 26 does not equal 878. So hopefully they'll fix that because I don't know how that worked.
Or could it be that the 26 spoiled ballots are included in that total counted of 870? Miss Karen, do you know?
I don't know.
Something. Okay. Basically what you're left with is you take the spoiled ballots away from the total counted.
Right.
And that's what you end up with.
Okay.
And then it just depends on who got what.
So total ballots counted is 870. Spoiled ballots is 26. There's no way in any math class that can equal
There's a high amount of spoiled ballots there. And I'll tell you this, there's a good chance that those spoiled ballots belonged
to Romelia.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
All right, Bordentown East. We got some results here for Bordentown East. Wow. Is this the final? No.
That's still the first.
That's still the first box. Okay, so Bordentown East is close so far. Robert Bodden is in the lead with 173 votes. That's 50.29%. John trailing close behind with 165 votes at 47.97%. 6 spoiled ballots. Is it possible? Is it possible, folks, that Mr. Robert might take John? Have people finally had enough of the donkey riding man looking up at the moon talking foolishness all the time? Lord help us. Johan, is it possible? Where are you at, son?
I'm here. Anything's possible in politics. But it's the first box, so everybody just needs to take a deep breath.
Yeah, it's giving us a little bit of hope, though.
No, listen, I had hope until 3:30 in the afternoon. Then buses of drunkards from the bars showed up, and they were given little pieces of paper with names on it. And one of them walked up to me and said, "Yeah, I won't vote for Joey Hugh. Where I gotta go? Where I go?" And I saw the piece of paper, and I was like, "What the hell just happened there?" So. It's the game, right? It's what it is. And it's been happening for decades. And until somebody is investigated and somebody charged for breaching whatever legislation, it's going to always be this way. But hope is good. It's the first box, and let's see if they can maintain it.
Lord, we praying. We over here praying. We're getting some very interesting comments. Let me show you one that just came in. That certainly has me chuckling. We'll screen grab a few of these. Somebody says, Judas got big head. I'm not sure which Judas they're referring to exactly. So
break that down for me. What does that mean?
I don't know who they're referring to. So people probably need to be a little bit more specific than that. Georgetown Central, nothing yet.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Very. Is this one completed? No, we have a. Oh no, that we're still waiting on total polled. Mm-hmm. I think some of these are a little bit. Some of these are a little bit confusing. Wow. All right. I think that person might have been referring to Juliana. Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, so we're just trying to see. Some of the numbers haven't been updated, so we'll just keep. So Ralston Anglin, over 50%. We've got 2 boxes. Looks like it's completed, and then there's a third. It looks like that's still out, but he's got over 50%. The closest opponent to him is Jordan Rivers at 20.19%, and then Shakina Bush, and then Jermaine Ebanks Hurlson. Let's read some comments. I'll let this young lady read some comments while perhaps I grab a little bite to eat. Let's see here. Joy, yes?
Joy says, congrats. She is a strong lady. I think she's probably referring to Miss Romelia. Miss Sue Bodden says, we all went to school together. Joey is a wimp who likes the white and rich. Sydney Porter says, I think that you, Mr. Moxham, should have participated in this election. You could have been a formidable opponent against anyone running in Georgetown. Mr. Moxham, you wish to respond to that?
No, thanks for the support. Thanks for people that recognize that I've got some talent and a good processor between my ears, but it just wasn't my time. Maybe my time will come again, but I've got other priorities to focus in on right now. Ultimately, you know, Mr. Hugh is backed by many, many, many wealthy, deep-pocketed persons that drive the economy. That, put it this way, if this was a NASCAR race, you'd be able to see the patches and the sponsorship names, and you get a good feeling for who sponsors that driver and that car. I think in Cayman politics, we should probably do the same thing so that voters can understand why decisions get made, who negotiates the deals and the concessions, and why they get granted. Because Mr. Hughes' legacy is he works for them, and so them will always back him with big money, and it doesn't matter if it's a Romelia or Johan or anybody else. The people with money have figured out what he's about, what he wants, what he needs, and they scratch that itch. And so he's able to go into the hood, do what he needs to do, look after people. Again, you don't win an election without having resources and money. And you can't go and buy CUC cards, water authority cards, grocery cards without cash. That money comes from somewhere, and that money comes from the sponsors and owners of those politicians. That's the reality of it. So my time might come again, but until then, let's just start calling them all out for what they are. If you're a pirate, you're a pirate, instead of talking nice around the subject, because those that will sell out for $1 will sell out Caymanians and this country. And until the people wake up to that reality, we deserve what we get.
So it looks like we have some more results in here for North Side. This may be, let's see. They still have another box, but we do have the postal and mobile votes in. So we have J.E. Banks in the lead at 348 votes. And then Justin E. Banks with 117 votes. So we have Jay in the lead with 73% and Justin with 24% of the votes.
Call that now.
You can.
Call that now. Game
It's
over.
done. North Side
Stick
and
a
East
fork
Stand
in
have
it.
resolved
Over.
itself.
Yeah. So our panelists are saying we can probably call North Side and say that Jay is the winner there.
And East End.
And East End, they're saying
I think so.
even though there's only one box, they're saying East End looks like a clear win as well.
It's too wide.
The math,
The margin is too wide.
the math works for Isaac and Ethan. And Jay, basically, if they've got, and you look at the total number of votes, there's no chance in this world Mr. Ebanks, Justin Ebanks, is going to make that up. So
no.
If you start doing the math, that's how this thing works.
Yeah, so it looks like we can call at least two of them so
You can
far.
call those two. Yep.
And
Yep.
might be noteworthy to say that those are both independent candidates. So that's something to keep an eye on as well.
Yep.
That's where I am now.
Yes.
Yeah, so let's just check and see if we have any more results. I thought we would have probably had more from Kim and Brack by now, but I don't see anything updating for them as yet. Let's look back at Kim and Brack East. We have Miss Juliana Connolly, 60% of the votes. Do you think that's too early to call? What are you guys thinking? You think that's too early to call, or does that one look like a win as well?
I think you're looking at the incumbent.
Yeah. Still.
Yeah, you're looking at a win. You're looking at a win there.
A strong incumbent.
Yes.
She's been in. She ran the first time and lost, but she came back in '96, and the rest was history.
Yeah. She hasn't lost since.
Nope.
We still don't have any results at all from West Bay West.
Interesting.
No updates for West Bay South.
Somebody needs to figure out where those ballot boxes are.
That's my district, so I'm hoping no funny business is going on there.
Me and you, girl. Me and you.
We have no updates for Red Bay. Prospect is the same, no updates. Georgetown West, did we go over these updates already? In Georgetown West, the second box. We have Perlina in the lead with 309 votes, 51%. Craig Merrin, 272. Yes, I think we went over this. 44%.
We did.
That's still a close.
It's too close to call.
Yeah, so we got to wait for the final box on that one to call that one. No updates for Georgetown South. We did Georgetown North, Georgetown East, no updates. Nothing yet for Georgetown Central on the website.
Nothing with George.
So
I find that
Georgetown
peculiar.
Central and
I
West
find
Bay
that
West.
peculiar.
Yeah, there's no updates there. So that's pretty strange.
That is strange.
What's the story of Georgetown East?
No updates yet. We have Roy McTaggart in the lead. No updates since the last time.
All right, folks. So I think that this one on Central hasn't been updated, but I'm just going to pull it out because I'm told that there's actually results coming somewhere else for Central. So I'm going to go back and see what's going on with Central, because I saw someone sent me something, a screenshot, where basically we had what's his name there in the lead. The incumbent was actually in the lead. So I don't think they're actually updating that map. All right, so we're gonna keep. Oh, okay. So big shout out to the elections office. They're doing an amazing job, but there's some information that is kind of at different areas of their website. So here on this map, we actually see that Georgetown Central, so far, Kenneth Bryan has 175 votes. Anthony Anti-Ramoon has 48, and Carmen McField has 28 votes. Now, this is one of those constituencies that a lot of people were very, very disappointed to see that it was being split. And I'll remember a conversation with someone now as I look at these numbers where I said to them that, Carmen wasn't going to get elected, and they were running me into the ground that I didn't know what I was talking about. And, it's still early, but the people in Georgetown Central were going to vote for her. And I said, well, as a Georgetowner myself, talking to certain, especially the older folks, I could tell you that although she's a likable person, has nothing to do with likability, they just didn't feel like she was a candidate material as such. They didn't see her as a politician. So, Mr. Roy, let's talk about this, because we see amazing people like the Honorable Mary Lawrence. She's ran before. Karen Thompson, even Teresa Lewis, people who are educated, well qualified. I must say more women than not. Even Johan, likable individuals. They may be popular, but they don't have whatever it is that people are looking for to take them over the bridge to be successful. Does it come down to, as Johan says, this is really all a money's game, and the more money you have, the more money you have to spend, the more likely you are to be successful? Is that what really is going on here? Is there more to play? Because there are people who spent a lot of money. I remember Kenny Rankin spent a lot of money in a general election, and he didn't win. So what are your thoughts there? Mr. Roy?
It's the money and the machine.
Mm-hmm. It's a combination, in your opinion.
The two M's.
A number of factors determine the results.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. If you have money and you have the machinery behind you, you are likely to put up a good, if not win. But it's difficult otherwise. And I didn't see that lady winning. I didn't see her even putting up a credible show. No.
Yeah.
No. Because I
can
that,
tell you her party members were.
It's a pity.
Yeah, they were arguing me into the ground, honey child. But anyhow, what happened to Georgetown East? Let me see what's going on with Georgetown East. So some of the counts are still coming in slowly, of course. And it looks like we're going to go beyond midnight for sure on some of these areas. So Georgetown East still only has one box, it looks like, that has been counted.
That's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah.
I
think Roy McTaggart will hold that one. That's what I've always predicted, to be quite honest. All right. Kaboom to Johan, says Miss Sue. Priscilla says, let's see how much PPM respects women. let's see if they're willing to work with Saunders. I'm watching. If Saunders wins, it's still early in that race. I'm really praying that Bordentown West, Ozzy could still pull it. So let's see what happens at Bordentown West. All right, so some results coming in Bordentown West. Okay, yeah, I mean, the 2 boxes in Bordentown West, 260 for Chris Saunders at 44.67% of the vote. And Ozzy has 177 votes with 30.41%. So not a blowout by any stretch of the imagination. And then we've got Heyman Rankin with 137 votes at 23.54%. Again, this would have been a much more interesting race against just Chris Saunders and Ozzy. If CINP goes away having won very few seats, because are they in the lead anywhere yet? I don't think so. Where are they?
CINP? No, I'm just working through that now.
I don't think they're in the lead. They're going to lose their leader. Do they go away and have a reality check after this? What do they do?
I think Ms. Mayer said it best.
Well, if
parties
they
form
win,
for purposes of going into an election, and this whole idea of forming parties in between elections, etc., falls outside the scope of the definition of what a political party is in the Constitution.
Right. So Georgetown, let me correct this. They might get Georgetown South. There's only 1 box counted there. So that's still
I'm calling for CI. Is it CINP or something?
Yes,
Mr. Scott's party.
Cayman Islands National Party.
Yeah, CINP. I think that they'll get Georgetown South. If they get, if I think that that's their
so they might
best,
get 2
that's
seats,
their best
Georgetown
hope now.
South, and then the BRAC.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think
and maybe Miss Julie, because nothing is in for West Bay West.
Yeah, well, we're waiting for West Bay West.
Yeah, so we don't have anything. West Bay West. Okay.
So far, you're looking at the TCCP with, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, pretty solid. Then you have pretty sure, and then you have the independents, and you have 3. That's Mr. Ralston E. Banks, Mr. J. E. Banks, and Mr. Isaac Rankin. I think that there's, they're going to be ready to come to the table tomorrow.
Right.
And then you have the PPM. You have Mr. Hugh, Mr. O'Connor, Kenneth Bryan, Perlina McGaw, and possibly Roy Matt Tiger. So you can see that it's going to be quite an interesting.
Yes. So we have here that Nick has won Cayman BRAC. So Nicholas DaCosta, let me just pull this up here.
And he will have to find a home.
Yes.
But normally you find that the BRAC come together. They come 2 for 1.
2 for 1. Oh boy.
2 for 1, meaning 1 seat.
But it seems like a
one
box
seat around the table.
Let me go back to this other map.
That's how it's traditionally worked from, I think, 76 that I can remember.
I mean, I don't think he's officially won because we're still looking at their numbers out for that. So, I mean, he has a comfortable lead, I suppose.
And then his opponent is for the PPM. So one way or the other. She will. Listen, I'm telling you, Miss Julie is a seasoned politician. She's.
This is going to be a very interesting dynamic, though, because what we know behind the scenes with these two is she actually kept him on in her cabinet after she kept Nick DaCosta on as a political analyst or whatever his title was. He was under the PAT government. Then the PAT government kind of went away when the leader left, and she reformed the UPM government. And so he stayed there working under her, and they're both Cayman BRACers. Now, I think there was some friction towards the end. You know, my sources have shared with me that there was definitely some friction towards the end. And so that's why, you know, obviously he's on an opposing team, and then she went and endorsed his opponent. So when you say Cameron Brack tends to come together,
they do. Even it matters not who runs against who. When it's all over, they have one common goal, and that is to ensure that Cameron Brack secures a seat.
You're right, Karen.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is.
Yeah. I don't know what scoreboard he's keeping, but he has
You're right.
independent too.
That's
CIMP one and
historically
CCP
that's
two.
how it's worked.
That's not right. CCP is at least they're in the lead for at least 3 solid seats, which includes Andre, Mr. Wayne Panton, and Catherine. Am I missing anybody?
Looking at the ones that are here can be clearly called.
Yeah, but those 3 can be clearly called. He can't say CCP has 0. No. They've got 3.
Just looking at
defend it.
Yeah. So the ones that to me are pretty clear for TCCP would be Andre, Kathy, and Wayne Panton. And, you know, who else are they running? Sabrina is too close to call.
I think Heather Borden will also.
Oh, yes, Heather. That's right.
You're running.
So you have. And then, of course, you have the 3 independents. Mr.
Yes.
Ralston, they're someone's going to have to give up something.
Yeah.
For them.
For sure. West Bay West. We don't know what is going on. Oh wow. So I'm being told that they started West Bay West counting late. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see if we can get hold of Miss Julie. They don't seem to be able to join the feed, so maybe we can just do a phone call. Newlands has been updated. We'll have a look at Newlands here in a second as well. So Newlands, clear lead with Mr. Panton, 409 so far. And yeah, so I think with almost 50% of the vote, well, if you round it up, it's 50% of the vote that he's going to hold. That looks like a clear win for TCCP. So only 59% counted for Cameron Brack and Little so far. So yes, so that was a bit premature. Someone was team. What's going on with West Bay West? Nothing yet. So let's have them. I think somebody, if we could get Miss Julie's team on, they could kind of explain to us what is going on there. Somebody said Mr. McKeeva Bush is hiding the ballot boxes, but I can tell you that's not happening. Somebody having a good little joke there. Yeah, that's definitely not happening. But what we do have is, you know, if they started late for some reason, then, you know, yeah, that's a possibility. All right. Okay.
Auntie Sandy?
Yes, sir.
Are there any updates on the referendum questions?
Yeah, I think, let me see. I think we're probably where we were before, no to the port. And referendum, yep.
Can we see that graph?
Yes, still no to the port. There we are. Port question is the first one. Quite a significant number. I don't see on here where the percentages are. What is this? Is by district? Is there a total percentage wise? No, I don't really see that. But anyway, it's pretty clear that it's no to the port, with 28% of the national percentage being reported. And then the question 2 is a tighter margin for yes. Do you support the introduction of a national lottery in the Cayman Islands? Most of y'all want to go gambling, honey, child. About 600 votes ahead. And then there's a lot of spoiled ballots. This is shocking. That last one is the number of spoiled ballots for the referendum. It seems like you guys didn't understand how the referendum works. Look at this. 363 spoiled ballots for the referendum, 390 for for the second question on national lottery and 427 for the third question on the decriminalization question. Wow, that's a lot of ballots. People didn't understand how to vote in the referendum.
Auntie Sandy, I got a question for our panel, if you don't mind me asking.
Sure.
Dr. Roy, Miss Mary, Miss Karen, if the results of the referendum for the cruise berthing hold, what is the likelihood that the next government could be so short-sighted and desperate to ignore what appears to be an overwhelming no by the people, and the referendum effectively is a gauge of what the country is thinking, and it seems to be an overwhelming no? Are they? How long before they come up with this foolishness again about a referendum on cruise berthing?
Well, it depends on who it is, because if you're talking to the progressives, I think they don't care what the people say. They've made that clear.
They are going to say they have the mandate.
Yep.
They are going to say they have the mandate, and therefore that nullifies the vote. That's how they're going to put it.
Yes.
But,
Yes.
you know, we're talking about the spoiled ballots.
I think it would be political.
I don't think people understood how the ballot, that there were two ballots in one.
It was confusing.
I think that
I'm
was
telling you.
confusing. It was confusing because, you know, I don't know if I missed a lot because I mean, I listened to all the forums and stuff, but nobody took the time to put that ballot up on the screen and show people how it was, how it had to be marked and what it actually said and what it meant. And I think
I think they
created
could have
the
done
confusion.
more. I agree
think
that they could have done more public education.
There was no public education on it. What they did was they put it out there and hope that nobody would understand it and it would create enough confusion that they could get the answers they wanted. That's
I
what
think
it really
questions
amounts to.
two and I think the most controversial was clearly the port. So you
Yes.
tied two other questions to and you know that there's going to be an overwhelming yes. There's a good chance that there's going to be an overwhelming. So I think the thought was tie those two popular questions to the unpopular one, and you might get all yeses.
Yeah, so we have an update for West Bay West. Apparently, there was a recount of box one, so already controversial.
See,
and there was a
that's what
recount.
happens.
Yeah. So that's a bit
And
of a CMR
that's
exclusive for you.
Mr. Bush calling for a recount.
That's right. You better believe it. You better believe it.
He's done. Yeah.
Because that means he's not happy.
Precisely.
So wow. Ooh,
And I think Dr. Roy and Miss Mary, we know what the recounts throughout the years. I've been through several. There was the Honorable Thomas Jefferson in West Bay back in 96. I've had several recounts and I've never ever seen one succeed. Not even through the courts.
Wow. So
Are they recounting the whole thing or just the one box?
It would be that box.
it's only just the one box so
Just the
far.
box. In the old days, the way that it was done, the recount, I think in West Bay with Mr. Jefferson, that was a whole debacle that went into the early hours again. But I don't recall any other ones being thrown out.
All right,
You never usually ask for a recount on the one box.
Yeah,
You usually waited for the results and then you
But
ask for a recount.
Yeah. It could have been, in that case, it could have been that the recount was on his last box. Because I remember arriving down there like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and seeing him outside and waiting for hoping some magical number would come.
All right. So wow.
That
George,
was in 2000.
Georgetown East, the gap has closed between Roy McTaggart and Vasco Bud Johnson. 339 to 328.
That's close.
That's close. That's 38.83% to
I wouldn't call that.
37.57%.
That's close.
So this is very, very close here, folks. Look at that. Wow. So interesting. I thought for sure Roy McTaggart would have had a substantial lead. Again, does this not say to people that the PPM, even if they squeeze it again, they don't have a clear mandate from the people?
Well, before we talk about if they squeeze it again,
They
that's
don't.
what I'm doing now.
They don't.
They don't. They don't. They
I mean,
don't.
not for the second most senior person in your party to be this neck and neck with Bud Johnson. I'm like, who the heck is Bud Johnson? Politically, nobody knows who he is.
But
But
Roy
look at
said
that.
Roy said he wasn't going to run. Roy stated loud and clear he was not going to run. He told me that personally he was not going to run. I was shocked when I heard he was running.
Wow.
So
You see, when the members of a party lose their leader, they have to find a home. They have to find a leader. And therefore, the question is going to be whether the remnants of the CINP, if that's what it's going to be, whether they join the PPM or they join the TCCP. Basically, that's what happens.
Exactly.
That's how we've seen it, right, Dr. Roy?
Okay, you're right.
Do you remember the
No,
night?
I don't know how many people listen to the debate between the leaders.
Yes. And I mean, what do you make of so Joey wins breaking news here, 100% of the votes in for Georgetown North. So Joey wins that.
I think we pretty well called that.
Yeah.
So it means the PPM have gone in with their leader.
Yes.
And they've gone in with their deputy leader. And they've gone in with a potential leader. So, their party will remain intact. The question is, will they get the numbers? And they will have to draw from either the independents or what's left of the CINP.
They have a remnant. They have a remnant.
Yeah. It's shaping
But it
up.
doesn't mean that they're going to. It doesn't mean that they're going to win. They're going to carry the majority.
Dr. Roy, do you remember the rally that the national team pulled on Bodden Town? That would have been you and Franklin Smith when the Monday night before the government was formed, the Monday night after the election. The whole of the national team arrived in Bodden Town to force you to vote along with the national team, and the Bodden Towners ran them out of the district. The year
I remember that well.
Yeah,
I remember that well.
1988.
Yes.
It was the election of it. It was. Remember, we had the election.
1988.
It was 88 with the passing of Mr. Jim Bodden, who was the leader of the opposition. So that gives you an idea.
Yes, I remember
what
that well. I remember that well.
Yeah.
My father refused to allow me to go to Bodden Town that night, Dr. Roy. As you know, you were a very close family friend and spent many evenings in our little living room.
Yeah.
Some memories there.
That's right. That's right.
So I was not to be seen at that rally that night.
That's right.
I'm glad I didn't
That's
go.
right.
So we have some questions here, some people commenting speculatively about things that might have happened with the boxes. We have reached out to the elections office because, of course, we want to confirm or put these things to bed as quickly as possible. But someone said that Julie Hunter looks like she's probably in the lead, my apologies, for West Bay West. Well, of course, that would make logical sense because that would be the only reason that McKeeva Bush would be requesting a recount.
Yes.
And we know that recount is coming from him. Julie Ebanks said,
final number?
Let me get it here. Julie Ebanks said, Mr. Joey gone with it. Romania, you take that. Well, you got to get her name right. It's not Romania. But I tell you what, despite that, Miss Julie, she is still getting her money back. At least her deposit, she comes back to her. She took 27.93% of the vote. PPM Joseph Hugh took 69.08% of the vote. And Ms. Julia, you might be pro Joey, but I can tell you what, a lot of people are very, very proud of the David and Goliath. And it's not the David in the story that they're proud of. It is the Goliath that tried and tried. Yeah.
I think we only have 4 candidates that we're still not sure of.
Mm-hmm.
I think I can pull 15 out of 19.
Yeah.
I'm doing something for you so that I can forward.
Yes, I think some people in the background are putting together some numbers as well. But let's see what West Bay West is going to come in with. We're all, I think, anxiously waiting to see if somebody can outseat him. So someone says that TCCP can still pull it off with a coalition without PPM. So let's talk about the possibility of a coalition. Say, for example, Ralston and Nicholas goes with TCCP. Sorry? Yes, sorry, I didn't hear that.
I figure I would wager that Ralston will go with the TCCP.
I am too.
Ralston will go with the TCCP.
That's what I'm just listening to him and knowing the history. And also we have to remember that the West Bay representatives tend to stay together to some extent because they're representing, and there's such a crossover, families, some supporting one electoral district out of the same household, but because they've moved or for whatever reason, you'll often find that in fact, if you recall, just after the last election, there was a meeting in West Bay, and Mr. Bush had all the candidates stand up and pledge that they would stick together for the duration of the term. That was very early after the 21 election.
Yes.
Remember?
Yes.
That was, I know that's
yes,
very
indeed.
So let me ask a question here, because someone sent me a possibility of how this could still work, and TCCP could come out sort of on top. But I have a question about this, because what was interesting with their leader, and I don't know if you guys heard this or not, but they have signed contracts, CINP has signed contracts that essentially say that you can't go and form a government with another party, because then you have to pay us back money. I've never quite heard of this happening before.
Never.
It's shocking, but so they have to pay. They got $5,000 a month.
I'm not sure if the courts would enforce it, to be honest with you. I don't think that's a contract that would be enforced by the courts, because
No. Such a contract couldn't be enforceable, I don't
it's contrary to public policy. I mean, I can give 2 or 3 reasons why I wouldn't. It's unconstitutional. I think that's where you can start.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I've never heard.
No,
of such
I
a
can't
thing.
tell you that they won't have to pay back if they were receiving money outside the scope of what they should have known. If they were paid employees, I've never heard of that before, to be honest. That one is brand
You wouldn't have to
new.
go in.
But I don't see a court coming back.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. And when I heard it as well, I was like, who does that? I mean, says a lot, I think, about, again, the basis on which CINP was formed. That, okay, you've got a group of candidates who are running with you. We're going to give you $5,000 a month and then a $10,000 lump sum. But caveat, you can't join up with any other party to form the government. However, Ms. Karen, you know how contracts work. You can't tie somebody into contract, because then that would amount to slavery. There always has to be an out.
Oh,
So
yes.
I think the out is, it didn't say what happens if you resign and they're no longer a CINP member and then join up with somebody else. And maybe they switch and become TCCP members. I don't know exactly how that would work. But yeah, that's a little bit interesting. So we're calling it for Ralston. I think that's a pretty good one. Let me just see if we can get him on the phone. We're going to start calling some of these candidates. I don't know what's going on, but some of them are having issues, they say. with the link. So perhaps we'll just rely on the old-fashioned phone, honey child. So let's just give Mr. Ralston a call and see if we can speak to him and see what's going on. So we'll see. Somebody said, listen, Miss Karen is my spirit animal.
I've mellowed in my old age.
Yes, you've hello.
And I do apologize. I'm fighting a miserable.
I'm about to do a motorcade to end at the polling station for the returning officer.
Can we have someone try to come in? Can we have one of your people jump on the live stream? Give us a live view.
Right now?
Yes. We want to see what's happening.
Okay.
Let me send you the link, Roshana. All right, so we're calling it for Ralston, England, folks. Let me just send this again. We want to see it. That's the beauty of how we do things here in CMR, is we would love to be able to see exactly what's happening in real time. So let's somebody say, yay, Ralston, I told you. Yeah, that one wasn't really any doubt.
No. He really did run a very good campaign.
Yes. Yeah, he focused on the issues.
A very clean campaign. I was impressed with all the candidates from West Bay North during the debate. They were so respectful to each other. And it was good to see young blood. And I hope we'll see them again.
Yep. So West Bay West, I think we're getting some numbers in. They still haven't updated their sheet yet, but let me see if we have it on the map. Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, it's coming home tonight. Makiva might get unseated. Hold on, honey child. Hold on. We're going to bring it home. Oh, my God. I think this would go down as the historical upset if this maintains. Look at this, folks. West Bay West, Miss Julie Hunter. It's close. Julie Joy Teresa Hunter, 192 votes to 181 votes. So you can see here.
That's why the recount
why he wanted that recount. Folks, 40% reported. This could be an upset here tonight like none other in history, I think, after 40 years. Oh, my God.
She had to bake a lot of banana bread for that.
My dear, she might have to start baking from tonight. Wow. This is something else. I mean, still, there's at least another box out there, so we can't call it.
Absolutely.
Wow. Good riddance, AGM, to Makiva. I think a lot of people were sick and tired of him. And I guess if we can't take out both him and Chris Saunders, we got one. And next election will be Chris. But please, Bodden Towners, don't split the vote. CINP, you ran a lot of candidates. I guess in a way, okay. But can you really listen to the people and not split the vote so much the next time? We need some formidable people. Shoot, I might have to go up against Chris Saunders myself in the next election. He courts the he says in his own words, he courts the Jamaican vote, and that's why he was giving a lot of them the what do you call it, the stamp duty waivers and stuff like that on properties. Oh, Lord have mercy. Jamaicans, if you really love Cayman, you can't let us go down the route that your own country has gone down politically. Everybody knows, Jamaica's in shams politically. Let's not make that happen. With our country, you've come here because you actually wanted something different, which means that we need to put in different people. So I am begging you, my Jamaican brothers and sisters, to, Lord Jesus.
I decided that's absolutely hilarious. You marry a Jamaican and now they're your brothers.
No. I'm telling you straight. All of them. Yeah. I mean, we have siblings, family members. Cayman has very close connections to Jamaica. My grandfather, my mother's side was in Jamaica. We consider them like our brothers and sisters or husbands or, they're close family members.
Shout out to Don Marlon.
Oh, gosh.
So we really only have Prospect, Red Bay, and Georgetown East.
Yeah, what's happening in in Red Bay?
Let me see here.
And Prospect. Those are good races.
And then you have, of course, Bodden Town East.
All right, let's have a look.
I've heard anything about Savannah.
Nothing uploaded on
Nothing
this
on
map
Savannah.
from Bodden Town. Yeah, they're, it's like some of them, they have the map updated. Some of them have the other one. So it's kind of interesting. Let's have a look at Savannah. Nothing for Savannah. Oh, it's kind of weird.
They might be doing recounts too.
Lord have mercy. I know it can't be that close. It shouldn't be that close in Savannah. I'd be surprised.
I would too.
Let me just have a quick look here. I think some of the people we're trying to talk to are getting fatigued. Yes, can you click on the last link that I sent you? I think you're using the wrong link. So click on the there's chaos. Because of the recount. Alrighty. So apparently they're saying that it's chaos because of the recount. That means McKeeva Bush folks is not going to go down.
Without a fight.
Wow. Oh my God, what a mess. I think Johan dropped out. Hi guys. Yes, good night, good night. Where's Mr. Ralston? Let's see. Hi Ralston. Congratulations. So he's already doing his drive about in the district, kind of a motorcade. Ralston, how does it feel? Ralston, how does it feel? Can you hear me? Ask him how he's feeling. Rashana, can you ask him how he feels? I don't think they can hear. Oh Lord, they're celebrating enough on you, mind.
How you feeling, Raleigh?
Okay, Ralston is being responsible. He got on his he has on his yes. Somebody say I'm gonna take a shot with them tonight if you guys know I don't drink, but they said I'm gonna take a shot tonight with them if McKeeva loses. All right, I will. That means I'm gonna wake up with a hangover tomorrow. All right, guys. Well, congratulations, Ralston.
Thank you. Sandy says congratulations, Ralston.
Yes. We'll talk tomorrow, I'm sure. Yeah, you're most welcome. All right, folks. So look at that. Victory already.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Wow.
That's called Gone Clear.
Gone Clear. The Costa wins Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. Let's go have a look at the results for Little Cayman. Let's see here. All right, 262 votes. This map isn't updated, so we'll check the other one. But let me just show you this quickly. Oh, Instagram, give me 1 second. Let me pull the Instagram folks back in. They were over 100 strong just now, so let me pull them back in. Child, we might be up for a little bit longer. Miss Mary, you still okay?
Yep.
All right, I love it. I love it. I don't want to keep you up too late, but if you're here for it, we will certainly take advantage of your.
I'm here. I'm answering all the phone calls from the States.
Oh, you're getting a lot of phone calls already. Woo, people are already celebrating overseas, honey child. Miss Carla says, congratulations, Holly.
Gone clear.
Tears for him. Sandy says, Sophia.
Hear what I said?
Yes. I'm gonna mute Miss Mary. Just tell me when she's finished with her phone calls. This person says, if McKeeva loses tomorrow, it should be a public holiday. Oh my goodness, that's when you know you really want somebody to lose, when you're saying, let's have a public holiday. We can all get drunk tonight and have a hangover tomorrow. I'm gonna get drunk on good old fashioned water. The Costa will go PPM also. I don't think so. I don't know about that, honey chow. He was never PPM, so I'd be surprised by that. Sophia says, Miss Mary is not going to sleep now. I know, she just got a second wind. She's ready to go. I know Miss Karen looking nice and strong, and Mr. Roy Bodden is nice and strong. Are you on a phone call there, Johan? You want me to pull you out? What are you doing? It looks like he's talking to somebody.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Oh,
Holy.
right.
No. I'm right here. I'm right here with you. I'm right here with you.
All right.
I think you're about to get an update on Prospect.
On Prospect. Oh, yes. Let me just go back here for a second, actually. We're going to, all right, Instagram, you're back in. So let me just pull up and do a little screen share and see what we've got. Prospect, yes. Okay, why are these not being updated online? Let me check the maps. I'm flipping between the map and the other screen. So Prospect, Sabrina Turner, look like she is taking the lead. Still pretty close. Sabrina, wow, this is making me uncomfortable, honey child. But let's do a screen share. She is in the lead, and as they say, a win is a win, even by one. So look at that, folks. Sabrina Turner there at the bottom with 269 votes to 258, and then 190 for Crystal Gomez. So I think it says here that's 44% of the votes in, percentage reported 71%. So, oh yes, I'm looking at the wrong area. So 71%, it's still close.
Close.
Yeah. Too close to call, I think, but she's in the lead for now.
Trust me, those both candidates are sweating it out.
Mm-hmm. So Mr. Bryan has a comfortable lead, it looks like, for Georgetown Central. He has 591 votes, 165 votes for Auntie, and 103 for Carmen. He doesn't have the lead, obviously, that he did last time with over 80% of the vote. But he's, is it possible that he could sit on the back bench if there's a TCCP-led government? I guess that's possible. He better go and give Andre and Ween a hug tonight. Let's check on West Bay South. I don't think we have any doubts there. Look at that. Still not a whole lot of votes in, only 18%. But even with 18%, it's pretty resounding difference between them. But still more to come in. West Bay Central, Kathy is taking a commanding lead. West Bay, hold on now. West Bay West, again, Miss Julie has a lead there. We're gonna see if we can reach Miss Julie. They were trying to come in, but I don't know what the issue is really. Oh my God, Bordentown East. Fingers crossed. Robert. Ooh, that one's close though. Still too close. Ay.
Well, tell us.
Well,
I live there.
We're still at where we were before, which is Robert in the lead, 173. To let me just click on it here, Bordentown East.
165.
Yeah, 100 and that one is
no update on that then.
Yes, but people are hopeful. Oh, yeah. We'll see. There's still a lot left out there. Let me just see here. All right. Someone said, "Hey, I'm still here fighting sleep. What's the Savannah number?" I don't know. Oh, there we go. Savannah, finally in. Let me see now. So is this the final? We have one more box left. So Heather Bodden has 569, which is 58.96% of the vote. Donna Bush has 384, which is 39.79%. And then we had some spoiled ballots at 1.24%. So as suspected, Heather Bodden will retain that seat. That's another one for TCCP. I think one box is left, I believe. So Heather will probably hold that for sure. I mean, I think Heather's going to hold it. Yeah, so Heather's good. So TCCP not looking too bad.
No.
Not at all.
This is going to be an interesting run up to next Wednesday.
Yes.
It starts tonight.
All right, let's, yes. And I mean, I think some mistakes that were made last time will not be made again this time by anybody forming a coalition government.
No.
One of the key mistakes is, I can tell you what, they're going to be meeting at a predetermined location of their choice. There's not going to be any last minute.
Been redirected to the.
There's no last minute phone calls in terms of, you know, oh, come to this location. No. They got the location sussed already. They have, you know, everything sorted out. And the people that they're potentially going to have a coalition with, when they go into that room, it's also, I think, going to be all phones left at the door. Nobody's going to be calling you and contacting the governor to say, oh, here's an alternative letter, because they've also signed our letter as well, because a lot of that foolishness went on last time.
Sorry, the number you are calling is on.
Oh my goodness. All right, we can't reach Miss Julie's team. Another update for Prospect. Let's have a look then. Prospect, let me just refresh. So, let me see here. Oh, okay. So Prospect, again, extremely close, but we have 351, Sabrina, which is 34.31%. Michael Miles, 367 with 35.87%. And then Crystal Gomez, 28.15. So as of this count, Michael Miles has a lead.
That happens.
Yeah. Is that the final count?
I don't think so. There could be another box.
There's a mosquito in here. Wow.
Because if you total if you do the numbers for both and you look at how many votes were cast, that should tell you whether you're down to your last box.
Mm-hmm.
There's 40 votes. There's 40 votes left to count.
Wow. All right. Nick wins. Came in Brack and Little came out. Sorry, what was that?
That is a razor thin race right there. That margin right there.
It's tight.
That I can see somebody asking for a recount in that race.
It would be reasonable. Not that the result tends to be, because I must say that in all my experience, the elections office have always done a fantastic job. Always. I've never had any issues that would have resulted from anything that they would have done that could be viewed as not as improper.
All right. All right. So very, very interesting there. All right, we'll keep an eye on that one.
Auntie Sandy, Andy, look at how crucial those 91 votes were for the PPM candidate. Not 91 votes, but look at
the 288 votes.
88 votes that the third candidate got. Wow, that's great.
That's vote splitting.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Ali says some people abstain from voting, and oops, let me get over here.
What I gathered was that there were quite a few people that were going out to vote for the referendum that had no intention of voting for the candidate.
Yeah, this is what Ali's saying. Some people abstain from voting and only vote in the referendum. Those ballots are considered spoiled in terms of the election vote. I don't think they're considered spoiled. You just didn't vote. So I don't think they're considered spoiled. I think you just didn't vote for that part of it, and that's okay because you didn't have to vote.
No, you don't. No, one shouldn't be tied to the other.
Yeah.
That's why it's normally sensible to have two separate ballots.
This is confirmation, and that's what they should have done.
Yes, and it's the way it was done before.
Yes.
You even
And
went,
I
you voted
think
for your
particularly-
candidate, and then you went to a separate box or kiosk.
A
and you
separate
went,
part of the school in Savannah. We went to a separate part of the school
it was
to cast the vote.
Auntie Standing, do you have a breakdown of each group and the number of candidates that have won, like for the PPM?
I think Miss Karen and both Miss and Miss Mary have been doing that for me. So if
I'm just waiting for Bodden Town and Prospect and Red Bay.
So look at the divergence here. Gabby says, what did Sabrina do for Prospect? And Perla says, say what? No Prospect. And I got to do better. No, sir. And Wi-Fi says, not a RAS. So, I mean, it's, again, very, very interesting how people can live in the same district. John says she did some things, but not enough, apparently. I know she did a lot, but I think, again, this is where people need to look at their communication strategy. Stop relying on GIS because that ain't working for you.
Now, what is
what I said from the beginning, they have to communicate what they're doing.
Yeah.
What is interesting is that it's very clear that in Prospect, you're going to be looking at a CINP or a TCCP because the Progressives candidate seems to be really tailing behind. So it's going to be interesting to see how, irrespective of whether it's CINP or whether it's TCCP, where will they find a home? You know, TCCP will find a home because obviously the party is intact. But once you lose your leader and you just have a divergent group of maybe three, so far I have three, they have to find homes.
If Bud wins Georgetown East, that makes
that will be four.
That makes things really interesting.
It will. That's why I think everything is hinging now on the last three.
Oh, wow.
All right. Wesley Howell apparently said that they were considering blank ballots spoiled. That's why there are more spoiled ballots than normal for the referendum. Okay.
Can I just add something there? You know, it's easy for us to all sit back and watch what's going on and to comment, but special shout out to the elections office, to all of those people that participated, all of those people that have been doing this for days and weeks on end. This process doesn't work without them, and to not have any real major hiccups or issues, I think that's commendable and speaks to the strength of Mr. Howell as the election supervisor and his team, because I wouldn't have the patience to do what they do. And it's a thankless job. So I just want to say to everybody at the elections office and the election supervisor, thank you for making this process relatively painless and run smoothly, despite the politics and the aggravations that they go through. And I saw that firsthand, and I witnessed it again today, just being a voter. So thank you to those dedicated.
They did. I totally agree.
And persons that.
I think we all endorse your sentiments.
I needed you to vote for me in 2021. That's what I sound like.
How do you know who I voted for?
Yeah. Okay. Gabby says BT East, don't let us down. Blank ballots have always been considered spoiled. What else would they be classified as?
They can't do anything else because they have to determine who the vote is intended for. I've seen some really sad instances where it's clear that they intended to vote, but they take on the right side instead of the left, or vice versa. And we have to agree that there must be
Michael
certain
Miles. It looks like Michael Miles is taking Prospect. So let me just see here. Yeah, looks like they're calling it for Michael Miles. Very, very close race, though. I mean, wow. So interesting.
That gives CINP will have 1, 2, 3,
Hold on,
4.
he won this race by 16 votes? My God.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Is Mr. Roy still with us? Oh, we need to add you back. Mr. Roy, does it hurt more when it's close? When it's that close, does it hurt more? Or if you're a candidate, a loss is a loss is a loss?
No, it hurts
Any
when it's
thoughts
close.
there? It hurts when it's close.
It hurts more when it's close.
Yes.
It hurts
I
more
lost.
when it's a close loss. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I lost a race in Town by 4 votes with 12 spoiled ballots that were marked for me with a tick. And at that point in time, they didn't consider a tick a proper mark. You had to put an
Yes.
X.
Yes, you're right, Miss Mary.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Those
So
are the
you had
kind of
you had how many spoiled ballots, Miss Mary?
12 spoiled ballots.
12
and
spoiled ballots, and you lost by 4 votes. Oh
Uh-huh.
my gosh.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
And nobody called for a recount.
Wow. So Red Bay, it looks like shockingly, Roy McTaggart is gonna take Red Bay. I think we still have some. I don't think that's the final yet, but
You mean Roy Tatum?
Roy Tatum. My apologies, Roy Tatum.
Okay.
No, wait a minute. Is that right? Yeah. So, boy, this one split all over the place because you had too many people running. So Leon Gold, 18 votes, 2.9%. Philip Ebanks, 65 votes, 10.48%. Roy Tatum, 201 votes, 32.42%. Don Thomas, 155 votes, 25%. And Natasha, Melrose Natasha Whitelock, 179 votes, 28.87%. So she was still, 179 minus 201 is what? It's not much in the percentage margin. And then they only had 2 spoiled ballots, which isn't too bad, I suppose. Wow. Oh my goodness. Pretty wild.
So they're finished now?
Is this race finished? No, 620 eligible voters total poll. No, that one's not finished yet. So that's still anybody's race, I think, between Natasha, maybe, and Roy, but Roy has a little bit of a lead there on her. Boddentown East. Let's see if we have any updates for Boddentown East. Nothing updated yet. Still at 173 versus 165. Georgetown Central. Kenneth Bryan has 69.72%. Carmen McFeel, 28. I think this is about outdated. I think we've seen higher numbers. Georgetown South. Let's see if we got anything new for Georgetown South. That's still where it was earlier. So no new numbers for Georgetown South yet either. Ay.
What about
All right.
What about West Bay South?
West Bay South.
I think we've called that. That's pretty well.
Yeah. Oh, Andre. Yeah. 69.96 versus 30%. I don't think there's. But there's only one box in, so there's quite a few more to go, right?
Can I get the numbers?
163 to 70.
Yeah, that's the old numbers then.
Yeah, that one hasn't been updated actually. Yeah. So Erica says, congrats to Michael, and it was your time. Okay, last time Michael lost by 40 points or something similar, says Priscilla Lopez. Diana says, people Newlands, please vote and make a good choice. I think Newlands is solid, Savannah's solid. Those are going to be TCCP. Natasha says they were close in Prospect last time as well. Yeah, as I recall, last time Prospect had it was 3 again. And it was very, very close. Let me just check and see if I can pull up the numbers really quickly.
Yeah, I think Michael and Sabrina just won by a fairly narrow margin.
Yeah. Results for Prospect.
Which I could see the thinking behind Michael, that he came so close last time that he felt he could beat her this time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and of course you had this time you had the young lady there, Gomez, who was a relative unknown. When she came out, I'm like, who on earth is she? Of course, it's Miss Barbara's niece, but she didn't have any involvement in the community or anything like that. So let's look at the numbers from last time to get a breakdown from the 2021 general election, and then we can kind of see how it compares to what we have now. Let me just pull this.
So right now we have a 5-5-4. and 3 independents.
Five,
just waiting.
5, 4.
5 TCP, 5 PPM.
Wayne just won Newland, so that's called.
And then we have
CBE for Juliana, that's called.
And CINP comes in with 1, 2, 3. So far, 1, 2, 3, 4. If we add Georgetown South and West Bay West.
Wow. All right. So just by comparison here, folks, this is an interesting analogy from last time. In the 2021 election for Prospect, Sabrina Turner ended up winning it as an independent candidate. And she, again, you see how close it was. She had 353 votes. She took 37.24%. Michael Miles came in second with 307 votes, taking it, second place, 32.38%. And then Austin Harris, 288 votes with 30.38%. So it was still almost like a third, and a third. It's just that, obviously she edged out Michael a bit there. And so total ballots counted then was 948. And this time it looks like, they've actually gained on the eligible electors. That went up from 1,339 to 1,413. But this time, what percentage of people? It's so funny because 72.8% voter turnout last time. This time it actually went up to 72.75%. So a little bit. All right. So Juliana O'Connor Conley has won Cayman Brac, folks. They're calling it.
No shock there.
Yes. So let's see if we can get the numbers here. 55.27% of the vote with 236 votes. Daniel Lehman Scott, 160 votes. And Maxine McCoy, 9 votes. Ruth Ann Bodden, 11. And James Albert Christian, 10. So 9, 10, and 11 for those 3.
If you added them all together, you'll probably find if you tag those onto Mr. Scott, he still wouldn't have
won.
Crossed the threshold.
Yeah, very true. All right, clear the way. Wayne Panton is coming through. Walk the red carpet, sir. Okay.
So now it's hinging on Robert Bodden.
Yeah.
And
wow, I tell you what, I didn't exactly see that one coming. I mean, it's still close, but wow. Somebody said Sabrina should ask for a recount since it's so close.
I'm going to be honest with you. I remember going back to Corny Gomez, and then there was Mr. O.C. Connor, and then Mr. Wesley Howell. And they each one ran a really good show. They were meticulous with their account.
Yeah. And they've been doing it long enough now where they, they really know how to get it done.
Mr. Philip Barnes, the same. They were, I mean, I can only speak, of course, for Georgetown. I never had anything to do with any other count.
Who was the returning? Who were the officers who raid B?
We have a caller in the line. Caller, good morning, good evening.
Sabrina never asked for no recount, but we know that we're coming because Sabrina never had nobody backing her. They what they had backing with all the $2,000 were getting out, and who wouldn't vote for that? If they vote for one fish and 2 sheets of plywood, they would have voted for $2,000. So that's how he get in, because he had big backing. Poor Sabrina was poor and she not had nobody behind her, but that's okay. Corruption.
All right. Well, we don't know. I don't know that for sure. So we will leave it now. Of course, it's so interesting. Some of the comments that are coming in. Someone sent this. Hold on. Let me grab that one again. So one of the things that came up about Michael Miles, although he's, looks like he's going to take it, is his anger management issues. So he might want to, if he hopes to hold on to that seat, that's something that certainly he will want to look at, in terms of not letting that side come out, because there are a lot of people who were saying that he's somebody just sent me a little Incredible Hulk looking thing saying, this is Michael, this is what he's all about. He's like the Incredible Hulk. You never know when he's going to have a Hulk moment. They said, this is Michael Miles, Incredible Hulk. So listen, folks, you got to listen to people. And even though you might not like what they think of you, once you're an elected official, you better care what they think. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, because CMR is there.
That's the highlight of the night. That is the comment of the night. Go hands down. Thank you, Miss Mary. That's gospel. but Auntie Sandy, is this the right time to mention anything about, somebody being a particular way? You've just won an election. Can we say that until tomorrow or next week? Like, this is gonna be hard work to put yourself forward.
Not really. When you're a representative of the people, Johan, we're no longer playing around with you. We're not giving you a week to go celebrating. You got to get to work right away. And if we already have concerns about you, should you not know that from day one? Because even that he should realize will mean that there's some people who are not going to want to work with him. He's not going to form part of the government because everybody's like, ooh, he's the angry black man. Don't put him on the team. You've got to be realistic and thinking right away. Why are we having this conversation next week? Is that going to make him feel any better?
No, we did. I wasn't literally talking about next week, but Auntie Sandy, the way that this game is shaping up now and looking at the margins, there's very few people that you can cast aside and say, this person is the angry fat man or the angry black man or that angry woman. This is I want to form the government.
Yes.
So I will make exceptions, because let me just use this as an example and go back to history. For all of my life, McKeever Bush, UDP, and Alden McLaughlin, PPM, they couldn't agree on what day of the week it was, or what temperature it was, or what color the sky was. But when it was convenient, they decided, let's make bygones be bygones, put this thing together so that we all benefit. So once you see that, anything is possible in Cayman politics.
Yes, I mean, absolutely. But those people that you've mentioned also had a history, and they came with political power. As a newcomer, not so much so. You might be the last person that they come to if they have other options. So Ms. Sue says, I hope Michael Miles don't beat up any of his cabinet members and constituents. Kyle says, so now he's the angry black man? No, we've called him that long before tonight. So I hope that you're aware that that's not a new title at all. We stand by what we say, and there's a lot of people who have said, I've never had any experiences, obviously, but there are people who've written in who've said that he has anger issues. And so all I'm saying is go into it knowing that at least some voters think of you in that way. So, do your best to maybe deal with that from the onset. That's all I'm saying.
Fair point.
All right, let's have a look at Red Bay. So they're calling Red Bay for Roy Tatum. So second in, he got 334 with 31.9%. Natasha Whitelock, 301 with 28.75%. And then Don Thomas, 25.5% with 267 votes. Now imagine if the ones who came in the bottom two, which was Leon and Philip, if they weren't there, that's 141 votes that somebody else could have picked up. So very
vote split.
My goodness, 5 people running in that constituency didn't help anybody, for sure. So what's the difference between 334 and 301? That's 33. So Natasha lost by 33 votes only. And as a newcomer, I suppose that's not too bad at all. Newlands, please, coming right up, honey child. I think they're calling that. Yep. Oh, sorry. Newlands. Oh, yes. They haven't called it on the website yet, but it's pretty clear that Wayne Panton, with a resounding 47.75%, is going to keep that seat. Savannah, not called yet, but Heather Bodden is in good stead with almost 60% of the votes, 569 versus 384. She's looking good. Gabby says, either way, Prospect has a strong leader. Congratulations to him. All right.
The people have spoken, and
Yes.
I've always maintained that
Yeah.
you get the government that you deserve.
Yeah.
You have a
Government
choice every
you
4
elect and you
years.
deserve.
Natasha says all of the MPs should do some teamwork programs, work on their listening skills, and remember, you work for the people. Very, very true, Natasha.
Auntie Sandy,
Yes,
Auntie
sir.
Sandy, can you give us a rundown as to which parties have what? Because I'm not
Okay.
sure if we've
I
called
can
Georgetown East yet.
probably, okay.
I
Right
think-
now, the PPM and the TCCP have each 5 that are solid. So there you have 10. Then you have the 3 independents that we've called. That would be East End, North Side,
And Ralston.
and Mr. Ralston.
Okay,
So that's
yeah.
13.
Okay.
Okay, and then when you get to CINP, you have Nicholas, Miss Julie. We're assuming that she's got as good a chance as her opponent. And then I think that we can call Gary Ruddy for Georgetown South and Michael Miles for CINP. So each party has 5 and CINP has 4. So that means that.
Have we called Georgetown East yet?
No, I haven't included Georgetown East because
Okay, so that's what
the last vote was like between Mr. Budd and Mr. Roy McTaggart, and it was so close that I wouldn't have called it on the last count. And then we still have Bodden Town.
Yes.
Bodden Town East.
Okay, so now
Where's Bodden Town West now?
I have actually put Robert Bodden in as under the TCCP for that count. So it's
okay. Wow. All right. So some numbers. Still waiting. Biting there.
There's not many more to come in. West Bay. I think West Bay West is the one that we're looking at closely. It'll be interesting also to see how the independents shape up in this.
Yeah.
So far, we only have 3 independents.
Have we called Georgetown East yet?
Georgetown? No.
No.
That was the one that we were just saying was very close between Roy McTaggart and Bud Johnson.
Okay.
All right.
But if we're having a conversation on what the potential government could look like, and just thinking hypothetically, there's no way in the world the TCCP merge with the remnants or with the PPM, because the PPM were complaining about the work done in the leadership of the current premier, Miss Julie, and her cabinet when they were leading the country, and those guys. That group were complaining about the people that resigned from Parliament. So it's fair to say that you won't have a working union between PPM and TCCP. So that means the only other dynamic that you could look at is the CINP choosing a dance partner for this show. Or am I missing something?
No.
Let me just pause you there. Mr. Roy, I think we're losing you. You're looking a little bit tired, and I'm happy for you to go to bed. I know we've been riding for quite a while now. So shall we say good night to you if that's okay?
No. I was just going to say.
Okay.
I was just going to say that I see a possibility of a coalition between TCCP and the CINP candidates, because if you listen to the leaders debate, the leader of the TCCP and INP were closer together than the leader of the PPM. So if you're talking about political philosophy and objectives, that would seem a natural trend for a coalition rather than the PPM. But you never know, it's politics.
Yes. AGM says,
And,
as we say in our family,
maybe,
he's just
maybe,
his
maybe
eyes.
the independent will be the one.
I think so. I think it's going to rest with
forms the government.
independents.
And
we have to remember that of those independents, 2 are outgoing ministers.
Together as a group.
2 are outgoing ministers. So obviously, when they come to the table to negotiate,
some attention.
All right, they're calling Roy Tatum then for Red Bay. Yes. So 334 to 301 for Natasha Whitelock.
Wow,
I must admit that I'm a little bit surprised that Roy Tatum won because, wow, his performance was, this is where the party can get you votes, because I tell you what, his performance was lackluster at best. He did poorly at the debate. Even at their political parties, when I was hearing him speak, I was surprised at how poor he was, because here's someone who's been under Alden McLaughlin all of this time. I expected much more from him. And I was like, whoa, not impressed. But there you go. Let's go back now to Georgetown East, Georgetown West. Not yet being called, but Perlina is in the lead, 309 to 272. So Perlina will probably get that seat. And again, I'm a bit
close
that Craig Marin, again, I think it really hurt him when he did not show up to the debate. But there you go. There are things that you have to know around the place and, along the way that can make a significant difference. So somebody said that Kurt Tibbetts was walking around with Roy Tatum. Does Kurt Tibbetts still have that kind of pull? I don't know. Apparently, John is asking for a recount, somebody said.
Oh, yes, definitely.
You mean Robert took him down?
Yeah. I mean,
Miss Mary, you're so precious.
I know. Yeah,
He's
I tell you what.
asking
Now that is going to be, you guys saw him dancing the other day. I'm going to put up that dancing video because it's now going to be potentially Robert dancing in the streets and not him. I mean, I tell you what, I'm going to put on some shoes and go up to Borden Town myself.
He's asking for a recount.
Seems like it. Yeah.
I want to see you dance, Sandra. I want to see you dance.
Ay, caramba.
Let me know when you're coming and I'll be.
Oh, honey child. I tell you what. Yeah, he was dancing like a little clown yesterday. We posted that video and everybody's like, oh, that's his Victor dance. I said, Lord Jesus, please. Spare us. I can't even.
So what's the final count then?
We're still waiting.
We're still waiting.
We have like 3 more to come in.
Yeah. And then I understand that
No. What's the final count with John and
Sandra.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm picking up. I'm going with my horn and my bell and my broom.
I must
pick you up, please. That's what that's one that we had last week. Send the doctor back to the pastor.
Oh my
Send the doctor back to the pastor. But he don't even know. We don't need him to represent us. We don't even know the meaning of a waterproof item. Because I hear him with my own ear. When he had the meeting by the Borden Town post office, and he said the CCP candidate, he said they're all a bunch of waterproof towels. Then he said, and you know what happens with that? The water come clean too. And I had to say, excuse my French, but I had to say, Jesus Christ, call the Lord in me and say, could somebody that was minister to represent us be so stupid? And you have to hear his people in the back, but that's right. I said, I'm stupid just like him, because as far as my knowledge to me, and I ain't no high school
college
graduate, but I ain't a fool. I don't have stupid red on my forehead, and my understanding of something being waterproof is that water can't go through it.
That seems common sense to me.
And I hear him. And then the other guy that he had to say the place for Robert is behind a high gate at Northwood. But tell him, take that boon in the afternoon and go suck it.
All right. Well, thank you, my dear. Good thing we were off radio. So John has picked up a little bit here. So he is in the lead now by 291 to 257. But still, does that mean that all those boxes are still out? Wow. So it looks like
maybe there was a recount for one of the earlier boxes or this box, last box. Because it seems to be something about a recount. But 291 and 257 means there's still some votes outstanding.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's see. Whoa, what a mess. Trisha, where the grass is green, says go John. Lord Jesus. Our people can't do no better. Amjad says congrats to J. Ebanks, North Side. Angelica says don't forget what John did for Bordentown East and the Cayman Islands. What exactly would that be? Because none of us has that recollection. So do share with us what he did for the Cayman Islands and for Bordentown East, other than throw a couple parties and give you free beer. What else did he do, Angelica? John said, is there full moon tonight? I don't even know. Wi-Fi says he not did one thing. Angelica says he will be our MP, our only MP, no matter what. We love him. Lord Jesus, what a mess. Tell you what, it's a hot mess around here. Almost 1 o'clock in the morning. We're still going good. Andre Ebanks, take the throne, Bobo, says Perla. This person says, yes, I know what he did. He acted like an ass. Oh my God. What a hot mess. Ay. Nothing from
Georgetown East.
West
Georgetown.
Bay West.
Nope. That's another recount.
Oh Lord, McKeeva.
Once you call for the first box, the recount, and you don't get any better results in the second box,
you're
going to end up with a full recount.
Yeah.
I think that's what happened to Westview with Mr. Jefferson
That's right.
in 2000.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Natasha says, I mean, he's got a record for wrecking vehicles. So maybe that's what he did for us. Wrecking more cars.
What was the Bordentown East count? What was the Bordentown East count?
Bordentown East?
What was the Bordentown East count, Sandra?
No, we're still waiting, but it's 291 to 257. So I'm still waiting there.
291 to 257?
Yeah, 291 versus 257.
So who got the 291?
John. Detail says, and a record of not paying his own staff, but catching flights. That's what he's been busy doing for the people. I tell you what. Miss Karen is speechless. She's just like, I'm just going to scratch my head on that one.
Memories.
I know. Listen. And the labor minister and still owing people money. Wow. Only in the Cayman Islands. You know, will we ever get to the point where you shouldn't have any infractions at all, even if it's like your company not paying salaries, not paying pension, and be able to run as an MP? Shouldn't there be some minimum standards other than, oh, you're a Caymanian and you can find $1,000 out of a drawer somewhere, out of your sock drawer? Mr. Roy, do we ever get into a point where, you know, you have a conviction of assaulting a woman, maybe that makes you ineligible to run? Where are we ever going to draw the line?
You know, Cayman is the only place people could stand as candidates. any other jurisdiction, they would stand, because if the press would ensure that they such an exposure that their shame would just
I think your internet was
I mean,
kind of
I don't see in any other jurisdiction people could run as a candidate and become a minister when they didn't pay their employees. Only in the Cayman Islands.
Yeah. So Angelica's asking, why are we always riding John John? Because he's a donkey. Why else? What else do you do with a donkey but ride it? I mean, the truth of the matter is, Angelica, he makes it easy for people to have a lot of interesting commentary about him. And so we have results in for Georgetown South. Georgetown South is now being called, and the winner of Georgetown South is Gary Peanut Ruddy, 516. Alric Lindsay, 278. And Festa Craig Frederick, 212. So Mr. Peanut got 50.64% of the vote, and Alric 27.28, and Festa 20.8. So that one is being called.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting, in fact. Yeah, wow. So, I mean, yeah, you know, Angelica, to your question, if he would try to represent the people a little bit better, I mean, I don't know what you expect of us, because people are like, oh, leave John alone. He can act like a fool, speak in tongues, get confused between CPR and what was the COVID test called again? PCR. You know, he couldn't even get that right, and he was health minister. At what point do you not see that we're not the problem here? That people are riding John because he's acting like a fool. Somebody's like, oh, he's somebody's son or somebody's child. Everybody's somebody's child. That doesn't give you an excuse to represent the people of the Cayman Islands, be paid over 12 grand a month, and still act like the proverbial donkey. We deserve better. I deserve better. My daughter deserves better, right? I mean, honestly, you know, how am I supposed to tell her that somebody who has the education and the comprehension of a 9-year-old and the moral compass of God knows who is actually running this country? Good morning, caller. I mean, good evening, caller.
It's good morning now.
Julie Hunter.
Hi, Julie. How you doing? Oh my gosh, so good to hear from you. What's going on?
Thank you. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Apparently there was a recount because the cannabis question was in disarray.
Oh.
It wasn't anything to do with the candidate count. they were okay, but they all felt that the cannabis was off.
Okay.
So they recounted one box. So we've basically they're on the third box now. They're on the third box.
All right,
So
and then what are the
finished.
count numbers looking like?
I know they called in one, I think 120 for Makiba, 124 for Makiba, 160 for Julie was the first box, 180, one for Makiba, and 192 for Julie was the second box, and then they're on the third box now.
So they haven't. They only have the 181 and 192. So you're saying there was another box that you also won, and so the third box, if you win that, we're gonna be on victory lane here tonight.
Yeah, but I guess why they haven't shared is because that's the box that they almost finished counting over. But they said it was nothing to do with the candidate count. Candidate count for me,
Yeah.
but they haven't updated it because they haven't declared it yet.
Right.
Yeah, so we should be good.
Okay. All right. Very
They're
good.
crossing
Thank you
their
so much.
T's and dotting
Wow.
their I's.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be quite an interesting day if you
Which is what it's all
the
about.
grandfather of the house. Wow. Keep
Yes.
us, please, as you get the results, will you call us first and let us know?
Okay.
Thank you so much, Miss Julie.
Okay, all
Continued
right,
success,
okay.
my dear.
Thank you. Take care.
All righty.
Bye-bye.
Wow. That would be something. Oh my God. Well, there you go.
It's close.
She would be the fourth for the CINP.
Yeah. but no leader.
Auntie Sandy.
Robert's winning.
Auntie Sandy.
Oh, there you are, Johan.
Some of the
Yes.
comments I'm seeing.
Here's my question: how many candidates use your platform one day in this election?
Let's see. We got Elizabeth here. She'll do the math. So we got Ralston. We got Miss Julie. TCCP did a group thing, so some of them for sure.
How many of them won? 4 or 5.
If Robert Bodden.
The only one that hasn't is Alric.
TCCP.
And Sabrina's part TCCP.
TCCP has 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're waiting for Robert Bodden.
Okay.
To see what happens there.
So Kathy won her seat?
Yes.
Okay. So that's Wayne, Kathy, Andre, 3.
Heather.
4.
Ralston.
No, Ralston is, I have him as an independent.
Yes.
Right.
With
No, he was
J.E.
asking
Banks and
how many were in CMR's platform that won.
Independent.
So Ralston.
There are 4 on the TCCP.
Oh, Jay
platform.
kind of did something towards the end as well. He didn't do a lot of advertising, but he was technically a client. Jay. Yeah. So
the moral of the story is the PPM should have used CMR. Then that's the moral of the story.
Well, some people never learn, but that's okay. They don't have to use us. Like I told them before.
They didn't have the money. They can't say they didn't have the money.
Oh my goodness, what a mess. So somebody says a donkey actually acts better than him. Let's go, Miss Julie, says another person. All right. They're recounting Boddentown East. Oh. Okay.
That's interesting.
I know. It looks like it's 417 for John, 326 for Robert.
That's a big gap.
54 to 43%.
It looks like it's what, 417?
417 to
417
326
for Robert?
Yes.
Is it 417 for Robert?
Oh, that's a big gap. That doesn't warrant a recount.
I agree.
This person says Boddentown West is depressing because Chris Saunders looks like he will be returned.
Yeah, I've already put him as an independent.
What a mess.
Well, they got
a lot of work to do before tomorrow morning.
Yeah, West Bay Central. Kathy has been declared the winner. Let me just see. We have a video here. We're gonna see what this is.
So that's TCCP with 5.
Well, if we were looking at Robert Bodden.
Oh, okay. He would be the 5th. Okay. Right.
And then the independents are going to literally sway the ballots.
Yeah. Yep. So PPM led government though, because I think a lot of the independents probably not going to work with them. I mean, Chris Saunders would work with anybody that takes him, and maybe the PPM might take him. Yeah, they'll take anybody, I think. All right, let's watch this video. I'm not sure what this says, but somebody just sent this to me, so let's have a look at what this is.
District.
Yeah.
Today, we conducted the polls and the count in accordance with the Elections Act. On completion of the count, Catherine Ebanks Wilkes received the largest number of votes. Accordingly, I now declare her the member for this electoral district. In conclusion, I take this opportunity to wish the member a successful term in Parliament. Thank you all.
Okay, so Catherine Wilkes holds it. Yeah, I think she held it by a pretty good margin, but you know, I think anybody who ran and someone comes out and, you know, get 30% or whatever against them, they still have to pay attention to that. And certainly Miss Jewel Hides, was giving Kathy a run for her money. So,
I think they were both very viable candidates.
Yeah, she came in at 22.11%. So, I mean, still 76.73 is almost 80%. So, my apologies. I'm looking at West Bay South. West Bay South, looks like Andre is going to have that for sure at 76.73%.
So you can call that.
Yeah, so we can call that one for sure.
So you have two party leaders that have survived. It means one will be the leader of the opposition.
Yeah.
And the other will be the premier.
Right. So Catherine had 67.27% versus 31.95%. Yep. All right.
I think looking at the CINP, I think Miss Julie's position is going to crystallize quickly.
Yes.
And quite possibly Nicholas as well as Mr. Ruddy. And I don't think Mr. Miles has anywhere other to go other than as an opposition member or with the TCCP.
Yeah. All right. So, someone says Chris Saunders that scandalized himself.
I think both.
Jesus, take the wheel. Are there certain issues that people in this country just don't care about? Like sexual harassment of civil servants, obviously, is one of them. Nobody seems to care about that. If it's issues affecting women in particular, assault of women, McKeeva Bush got away with that. Nobody seemed to care about that in the last election. Are we? Let me speak to the women here, Karen Thompson and Mary Lawrence, and even we've got young Elizabeth here. Do you get the sense sometimes that when it comes to issues that are specific to women and maybe even children, that when it comes to the leadership of this country, like none of that really matters? So someone could be a wife beater, wife batterer, sexual harassment of civil servants. I mean, supposedly the governor has said Chris Saunders cannot be in cabinet again because there's civil servants who live in fear of their lives. Some of them are messaging me tonight. We have a letter that was sent from the deputy governor to then Premier Wayne Panton saying, you have to do something about this man because he's traumatizing my female civil servants. And none of that mattered to the voters. What does that say about who we are as a country?
Sad. Very sad.
I'm actually shocked.
I don't know if they can hear you, but yeah.
I'm shocked.
Well,
because most of the
this is not new.
Women.
This is not new. This has been going on in the Cayman Society for generations.
Nothing has changed.
We pretend that it is not there.
It was always there.
We can gloss it over and pretend it is not there. But the fact of the matter is, you only have to see it, and you have to see how it's handled in the court sometimes. And you wonder, you go and you expose yourself in an attempt to maybe right a wrong in the community, and you find yourself the victim. More than you're being accused of basically putting yourself in that position.
Yeah,
that's why they say to women, "Oh, she did this. She put herself there."
Yeah, someone said he should not have been able to run even, but obviously that's not.
But we found it issues with children.
But Caymanian politics has always been marked with a misogynistic. At the beginning, why we didn't have time, because when women express an interest to run in public life, participate in public life, the men that were in the assemblies and the vestry at that time they put some of the greatest hurdles and obstacles in the path of the women, So we've always had misogynistic men in politics. We've always had misogynistic men in politics. The men who encouraged, for example, Miss Ina Watler, there were few.
We're losing you.
Yeah, the internet connection doesn't sound like it's the best there, Mr. Roy. Yes. Sorry, Mr. Roy, can you repeat that? Your internet was we need to get you a new internet provider, I think. I don't know who you're with. We might need them to check that line for you, but can you just repeat that for us? Johan, is that you doing all that typing? Just mute yourself because we can hear you typing on the phone. So I think
it's too late in the morning for you to be giving me instructions like you cook for me.
Shaquille says, Roy, you need to switch the flow. Well, I don't know who he's got there, but the connection's a little bit, yeah. Wi-Fi says, this is my last time voting in Bordentown East, my third elections, and you guys still put that fool in. Oh, God. Siobhan says, people are too stupid. I have no words. Damien says, that's brownie code. He's there requesting brownies this hour of the night. Monique says, it's apparently acceptable to abuse women and children. Wow, it says a lot about us. Chris Saunders back in government. Please kindly let me know about West Bay West. Another person says, the city needs me, says, boy, chat, we cooked. Nah, we burnt. What a mess. Wi-Fi says they're giving up voting. Don't give up, child. Next time, somebody's got to take him. Marshall says putting Chris Saunders and John back in is like putting Trump into office. No regards for women or the people. What a hot mess. John says TCCP has lost the election. I wouldn't be too sure about that. Ms. Karen?
No, I think the members of the panel will tell you that between now and next Wednesday, you'd be amazed at what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because there are some independents who would never work with CINP or PPM, and so automatically they're TCCP. So,
Auntie Sandy,
no grouping can form a government without some form of coalition.
They have to come, yeah. And I think a lot of people saw that coming for sure as well.
I think that was predicted, to be honest. I think even the party leaders themselves saw that coming.
Yeah. Now, what do we do with this, right? Because this person sent a picture and says, my stunned face, I can't believe it. I love how you guys send these pictures. Oh my God. I think it's interesting because Joey has gone on record. We actually have an email from him saying that they will not form a government with anyone that that isn't a PPM member. So what does that mean for them?
Well, they won't form a government.
I guess so.
Or they can persuade people to join them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that has happened every time. Every time PPM didn't come up with the numbers, they managed to persuade someone to join them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The truth is,
they're saying that this time they're not going to do that, supposedly. Do we not believe them then?
Listen, this is the same group that took on board their nemesis, McKeever, Bush. You can't believe anything that the PPM say ever, because they would join me. Joey, he would take me in on board, and he and I have very little time for each other in the name of politics. That's just the way the game works. And that's what the quest for power, because you got to remember this. If somebody has invested a large sum of money and resources into you, you have to give them a return on that investment. And the only way that you can give them that ROI is you got to be in a position to make the decisions, to move the ball forward for those people that own you and control you. So the PPM would work with me, you, or the devil, if that's what it takes to get them to satisfy their paymasters. They've done it before, they'll do it again.
Yes. All right. Very good. Wow. What a conundrum I tell you what.
They could have said it.
Well, in 2013, the PPM didn't have the numbers they needed to call the government.
No.
So they persuaded Miss Julia to join them. They made her the
Right.
speaker.
She
But
was
that still
actually the
didn't-
leader of her own party.
That still didn't give them the numbers they needed. So they had to, because if you put her in the chair, they needed to have 10 members beside that.
So they needed
went
Tara.
West Bay and they got Tara Rivers and they added her to the lot.
And she had run with the C something as well. She
And
was
gave her the Minister for Education.
It happened.
So they're you pledge your allegiance and that's all you need. That's all that's necessary.
Okay. Wow.
So we're just waiting for the final on Georgetown East.
Yes. Let me just have a look here.
And obviously
West Bay West.
Central.
And Body
Central is
Town.
going to be Kenneth.
Yeah, I think we've called them all except
Yeah.
for 3.
What a mess. As per the election office, Rolston Anglins, West Bay North. Yep, we got him. Magdalena says sexual abuse has been ignored and denied for too long, allowing it to fester within our community. Instead of being recognized as victims, we, the women, are often unjustly blamed and silenced.
That's what I said.
Yep.
But this is democracy.
Did they
at
call
work,
Perlina?
yeah.
Have they called Perlina?
No, they haven't officially called it as far as we know. But Nicholas
I think the numbers tell us that
that she's going to take
Perlina is going to take her seat.
So that means the PPM wins 6 seats?
So far we have
possibly 7.
Mr. Hugh, Mrs. O'Connor, Mr. Bryan, Miss McGaw, Mrs. McGaw Lumsden, and Mr. Roy Tatum. So they actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So right now they're banking on Mr. Seymour. That's what they're waiting for now.
So that gives them
Mr. Roy McTaggart. If they get those two.
Oh,
they'll
don't
have
forget
7.
Julie. Did you count Julie and Kim and Brack?
Yeah, I've included her already.
So we have Julie and Kim and Brack. We have Joey Hugh. We have Roy Tatum and McTaggart. So it's more.
Yeah. We have Mr. Hugh. We have Miss Julie. We have Mr. Bryan. We have Perlina McGaw and Roy Tatum. So
And Roy and the other Roy McTaggart, possibly.
Have they called the last I heard?
No,
the
not
count
yet,
was
but
closed.
that's possible.
Yeah, I have
Nicholas
him.
Acosta had 262 to 207.
Georgetown East?
Georgetown East is very, very close, but it looks 339 to 328.
Yo, recount that now.
Well, if they get Kenneth Bryan, they'll be sealed. If they get Kenneth Bryan, they'll be sealed. They'll be able to form the government by themselves. Kenneth Bryan,
already
Roy
have
McTaggart.
But we're still waiting to see where Mr. McTaggart and Mr. Bud Johnson fits into this.
But they won't have the
PM is back again. Wow. That is very, very interesting. But is that a minority government though? Because they only are sealed if other independents join up with them. What if no other independent wants to work
There
with
is
them?
no allowance in the Constitution for a minority government.
To go in.
There is no allowance in the Constitution for a minority government.
So it has to be
The
10.
Constitution we have is based on the party system, and you must be able to go to the governor with a majority to have yourself declared the premier, and then you pick your cabinet. And the
And if not,
majority
then
must
you should go
include
back to the
speaker.
old system of the silent vote. But unfortunately, that's not how it has worked since 2013, which is the first time that the party system kicked in under the one man, one vote. Actually, the party system has failed as far as I'm concerned. Neither party has ever formed a government on its own since 2009, when the UDP was removed in December of 2012, that was the end of it.
Yeah, very true.
At that stage, Miss Julie formed her own party for purposes of forming and replacing Mr. Bush with herself. And then she remained premier for 5 months. And then in May, her party didn't get sufficient seats. So she came down and she joined the PPM on Saturday morning.
She was the only one from that party that got a seat.
So the city needs me, so I done booked my flight to my plane to Jamaica. Oh Lord.
And that it was nothing unusual about that. That's how it worked.
Yeah. McKeever's in the lead now for West Bay West. Ay.
Oh Lord.
332 to 313.
Close the gap.
Let's explore that for a little bit. Let's say Mr. Bush wins. Given all the acrimony and the "we stand with her" and all the public declarations made by Mr. Hugh about not wanting to work or not being willing to work with McKeever Bush, doesn't that put him in a quandary?
Everybody says that every year.
All right. Fair point. But I just think that this is the acid test for real substance and real leadership. You can't call an early election because you don't want to deal with whatever accusations and behavior that Mr. Bush might have been alleged with. And now, in a quest for power, remembering that you have all these principles and you stand for something, you now jump on the McKeever Bush train, because really and truly, the PPM have proven that they will do that. But I just thought that Jerry Hugh would be different, considering all of his utterances publicly about not wanting to form a government with Hugh. But then again, his other issues are, will he survive as leader of the party, considering that you have a sitting premier within his midst. So to be honest with you, whichever way he turns, he's getting it in the neck.
Yeah, I mean, there are rumors afoot that if he lasts a year as leader of the party, and even if he gets the government as premier, he's going to be very, very lucky, because supposedly the Mall Road, not this Mall Road, but the one out there, is talking that both Kenneth and Julie already have a plan to dethrone him. I'm just saying that would be very, very interesting. Well, folks, we're still going strong here. I can't believe over 1,000 of you are staying up this late with me. Boy, I'm going to feel this in the morning. The morning show is going to be rough. I think we still have about 1,100 people here. Ay. Can we just not have a morning show?
Sandy, is tomorrow a public holiday?
No, it's not a public holiday.
That was today.
I know, it's back to work.
All right, no rule. After the election is when we need a public holiday.
Yeah, we need a break. Wi-Fi says Cayman is done. No Gen Z and younger can make it here again. And if Mac wins, he'll be part of the PPM, says Kate Bush. Lucky Body, the city needs me, says couldn't have said it better. We might as well had voted for solar. What does that mean? In 2029, we'll see the PPM versus another party. Oh, Lord, what a mess. Siobhan says, I'm too depressed for bed. Marshall says, all the drunks come out in full force to support Big Mac. I'm going to bed now. Everybody's like, I'm throwing in the towel.
This happens every 4 years, and
yeah,
it's
Carrie
forgotten
says,
within days.
Yeah, Carrie says it's too close between PPM and TCCP. Shanna says we are in some serious trouble. What a hot mess. Siobhan says, no, we have a morning show. Miss Sandy laughing out loud. Oh my goodness. Sandy, we need you in Bordentown West to take him out. No, honey child. Cannot do it, will not do it. I have given up hope, says Erica. We cannot keep doing this to ourselves. Don't give up hope, girl. Do not give up hope. Alice says, I know the feeling, and I'm up on UK time, ready to get back to bed. Apot 447 says we calling out sick tomorrow. Need a personal day after Chris and John getting in. Oh my goodness. Lucky Body says hope hurts. Aw. John says it's clear that PPM has a strong floor in Georgetown and the sister islands.
Mm-hmm. But I think, in fairness, it's Miss Juliana that keeps a stronghold in the sister islands. Although this time it didn't work because the candidate she endorsed for Kimmenbrack East, Mr. DaCosta, was not on her ticket.
So somebody says, well, it's already tomorrow, so you can technically say good morning now. Very, very true.
Listen, I'm accustomed to counts that finish like 7:30 Thursday night.
Oh my gosh.
That's normally the timing that we had in Georgetown. I think in 7 to 6 we finished at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Wow. I know, right? We got a spare bed, Elizabeth. Alice says, what is wrong with Bordentown people?
And it's because we had so many votes.
Yeah. Andrea said, Sandy is now visiting me. I really want to stay up with you, but my eyes are saying different. I know. Go to bed. I think we're gonna have to pick this up in the morning ourselves as well. The Wi-Fi says Bordentown people have been obia, and McKeeva has held on, folks. We're being told that despite the very, very close one, he's held on 313 to 32.
But it's not finished. They have another box.
They have one more box? I mean, according to that, but maybe, I don't know. Waltero says, Sandy, I'm watching. Keep going. Watching for my house in the Philippines. Vicky says, Kim Manion's always talking about we need a change. Election come, and the same messes back in. Oh, England, where are you? What? Julie Hunter won? Wait a minute.
You see?
What is it now?
Try call her.
Oh my God, you guys.
Not too close, man. Try call her.
Hold on. Let me see. Ay.
You know, it's always saddening to see how one candidate, the winner, is elated, and then the candidate that would necessarily lose feels so defeated. Unless you go into it with your eyes wide open and pretty well can predict what the outcome is going to be.
Yep.
And be prepared for it.
For sure.
I mean, for me, I had a fair idea what I was up against.
Are you sure Melissa saying Julie Hunter won? We got to call her and see. Please don't leave until we know if Mac is gone, says Monique. Nail biting anticipation, please. All right, let's see. Somebody jumping on the stream. Who's that? Oh, that's Mr. Roy. All right. Trying to see if we can get any updates. Oh boy. Let's call her and see. This one's a nail biter for sure.
Yeah, indeed.
Wow. Down to the wire. Whoa. Let's see if we can hear anything.
You have been redirected to...
Nothing yet, folks. Nothing yet.
Well, they can still form coalition government if they want. If they join up together and work for this country, they can form a coalition government and run it.
Yeah, for sure.
The will has to be there to do it.
You know, the people have spoken, and we must all respect the fact that this is democracy at work, whether it's at its best or at its worst.
So somebody says, Sandy, what will happen if X-Bass if John and Chris wins? Nothing, because neither one of them really. John will tell you he don't want work permits, and that's all he hires. So come on now. Let's get real about how this works in the real world. Instagram.
It's obvious that he's deeply loved by the majority of his constituents. So based on
Well, I don't know if I'd use the word deeply, but
dearly.
And a majority, well, I guess
it's a Garrison constituency. It's a Garrison constituency, and that's what makes a difference.
Yeah, it does.
Oh boy. Somebody says, Miss Karen, your memory is remarkable. She's a national treasure, both her and Miss Mary. Now, Miss Mary, we're going to make sure that you get home safely tonight because we're very, very cognizant of the time. So Miss Mary is actually, most people don't know, she's actually by my place. So Miss Mary, we're going to have Elizabeth escort you home. You drive and she'll be close behind you because you know these crazy drivers out here.
Yeah, but then you put her at risk. You don't need to put two of us at risk. I can drive myself home.
No, you're going to drive yourself, but she's going to just make sure that you get home.
But she has to go to West Bay when she's finished. And that's a law. Only Lawson would do that. Go East Bordentown to go West Bay.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
You don't know about Lawson, right? He used to go West Bay to go Georgetown.
She's refusing to leave till she hears about Miss Julia Hunter. So let us see what we got here. That's where she's voting.
Is there a recount going on? Is there a recount going on in Bordentown East?
Yeah, they seem to have slowed down a little bit with updating the site. So I'm not too sure, but I don't think so.
Hey, Roy, gotta go Bordentown. I'll follow him. Oh no, he's not here, right?
Oh.
Roy's at home. No, he's not. He's not at my house.
He's already home.
The website still has 2 boxes.
Yeah, I think that website is outdated. Okay, let me see here now. Wow. No, there's no recount for Prospect. Caleb, good night. Victory for Julie. I'm trying to get a hold of her people. Let me see.
What's happening?
Another person says they're not leaving until they hear what's going on with Miss Julie. You ain't get that shot glass for me. Oh my gosh, she says I have to take a shot if Miss Julia wins. And y'all know I don't drink, so we can't wake up Gigi if we start screaming. We gotta not wake her up. Hello?
Sandra?
Yes,
Sandra?
sir. Yes.
She got it by 9. She winning by 9.
Whoa!
Yes! You hear me?
Yes!
Sandra, you hear me? Sandra.
He can't hear you. He can't.
Oh my God. Oh, I'm sorry.
You're celebrating.
Hello?
She won. Oh my God.
By 9.
By 9. Hallelujah.
That's it. 9 is all it took. One could have done it.
Makiva's out.
I go in for that.
Oh my God. At least one less.
Sandra, get ready.
One less woman offender out of here.
He put her on. He put her on.
Oh my God.
Sandra, she's on radio. Came on 1 second, but I'm going to put her on. I'm going to do a video call.
Oh my God. I can't hear you. Hold on. What was that?
He said she's on radio. Came on.
She better give you first dibs, Sandy. You did a fantastic job.
All right. Let me send you the link, honey child. Oh, praise the Lord.
Quickly because there's so much people out here.
Okay. Hold on. Woo, we took out Matt.
I won't go
40
to the party.
40 years. Go get my shot. Go. I don't drink, but I got to drink tonight. Oh God, I'll never wake up tomorrow morning. What a hot man. Just a little shot.
Okay, half a shot.
Yeah, half a shot, please, because I really don't drink. I'll probably floor myself after drinking that.
I've never seen you so excited.
We have made history tonight. I told him to retire and he wouldn't retire. After 40 plus years, McKeeva Bush is gone. He is out of here. Can we get a hallelujah and amen? Praise the Lord.
Praise the Lord.
Yes, honey child. Good morning. Good
9
morning.
is a lucky number, and my grandbaby is 10 today. Actually, today is the 1st of May, and she's 10, going out of the 9. 9 is a lucky number. And my son born in May, so that's a lucky number. And a couple of months ago, I win $1,000 on 9. That's a good number. That's good. He gone.
He gone. He gone. He
fight.
gone. He gone.
Tell him go mind his poor wife.
Oh
No.
my God.
We'll be that. No more
Her
people
story.
him. I see him in that video you saying, and I know that woman who I would have give him one kick. So, and I mean, he's strong, he was like a lion. How he was licking her about like she was old paper bag. I said, no, son, look at you, look a big man. And that's the thing that happened. Church preaching about John the Conqueror. Jesus, peace, Lord. Help these people. I tell them if they're Christian and they go to heaven, I got to be so close behind them that if they break when I got to smell it whether I want to or not, then I got a name. Jesus, Lord, help us.
Oh, well, we couldn't take Chris and John yet, folks, but don't worry. Time longer than rope. Somebody said I almost dropped the 50 fan box on my foot. Somebody's at work. All right, folks, we're going to do it. All right. Oh, this smells strong. What the hell you want to get me? This not no small glass.
That is small. Look at that. That is not, there's nothing in there.
Jeez, I'm peace. Some of y'all are alcoholics. Miss Karen, y'all got a drink. Miss Mary, pick up your little coffee mug or whatever we gave you earlier if you have something in it still. I don't know what Miss Karen sipped. Miss Karen sipping on something. You know, she might be sipping on some water.
I'm on antibiotics. I've had to.
Take some of that. I don't drink, so okay.
I dry West Vena.
Oh shoot, give me this back. So listen,
And
folks,
you
y'all
want to dry
know.
button down first?
What?
She said you gotta go by down first.
Yeah, no. She's not going button down.
She said, look at history is made, says Alice. Gina says amen. Civil War in West Bay. Oh, please. Go,
But you know, on a separate note, it's
Statistic his defeat,
it's
900.
It's really sad when you reach a 40-year career and you have to go out in this manner. It just teaches us all a lesson. That
Even
Yeah. I know. Even Zeus woke up for that one. Yes, he should have resigned.
You have to know when to fold them.
Yes, you got to know when to fold them. And we're not done yet, because the 4 years is going to go by very, very quickly. Elections office says, Sandy, I'm tapping out, so I'll be fresh in the morning. Yes, good night. Looks like most of the results were not inevitable. What a mess. Yes. All right. So folks, get your glass or something and you're going to raise it very high. If y'all see me drop after this, you know why, because I do not drink.
Nothing in the glass.
She claims there's nothing. That's a lot of nothing. Woo! What kind of thing is this?
Patron.
My God, isn't Patron like the worst thing you can drink? Like that'll put you under the table in 2 seconds.
No, that's the first thing I found that was open.
I'm sure we had other stuff up and then that was open.
You'll be okay.
All right, we're gonna do it, folks. This is the first and only time that you guys are going to see me drink. Okay, we're gonna do it this one time. And somebody says, "Where's Miss Shalma's bell?" And we're going to do it right. Everybody, whatever you're drinking, water or whatever. Somebody said, pinch your nose when I drink it. Okay.
Roy, wake up.
All right. So pinch my nose. All right, here we go. Roy, Mr. Roy, you awake? Y'all gonna see Sandy drink for the first time. I'm
here.
Let's do it.
All right, who else just popped in? Oh, Miss Julie Hunter. Miss Julie. We got we're live on the show. Yeah. All right. So, Miss Julie, congratulations, my dear.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, this is a historical moment for the Cayman Islands. We really, really want to congratulate you. People are literally in tears on the live stream. They cannot believe it. This is such an amazing job. Sean says, great job, Miss Julie. So proud of West Bay West, says somebody else. I mean, listen, a vote, a win is a win, no matter how you take it. And Miss Julie, we're going to raise our glasses to you this evening. Now, you know that I don't drink, but I had a deal with Elizabeth, and I'm a woman of my word. She said, if Miss Julie wins, you're going to take a shot of something. So she put some kind of Patron in this glass for me. And I'm raising my glass to you and West Bay West into better days ahead. Woo. Let's drink. All right. I'm told I must hold my nose. All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
That wasn't so bad. Come on now.
Lord have mercy. What do y'all like about liquor again? Ugh, it don't even taste good.
Tell me,
how it feels, Miss Julie.
So in the 19 people were elected, we got 5 women.
They are very proud that they were part of their first time voting, making history in West Bay West.
Yeah. Oh.
That's right.
Amazing. That's right. Proof that every vote matters. Thank you so much. I am just so happy for you. You have no idea. You know, CMR was here as part of your journey, and so I congratulate you. I think a lot of people in the Cayman Islands congratulate you. And it's so poetic. It's poetic justice to have a woman of your standard, of your caliber, to be the one to take him out. Yes. You ran a clean campaign, right? There was no what do you call it? Mudslinging. You ran a clean campaign. You did it the right way. So West Bay West, better days ahead. So we couldn't be happier for Miss Julie. I think the internet's still kind of reconnecting there, but yes, Miss Julie, congratulations. We got overseas caller. Good morning, caller. Hello. Oops. All right. So that was the one that we were definitely waiting on. It's been a long night. So
Miss Mary, we can go home now.
I want to thank the people for calling. Caller, good morning.
Morning. It's 240 something here in the US. That is the story of the Bible. Goliath and David. So give Miss Julia bell ring in there.
Thank you so much.
We're still here.
Yes. Yes, thank you so much, my dear. So there you have it. In the coming days, people will get together and form a government. And at this point, quite honestly, it could be anybody's game. They're doing some recounts, 2 boxes in Bordentown West, 3 boxes in Georgetown Central, 1 box in Georgetown East, 1 box in Georgetown West, and 2 boxes in West Bay South. West Bay South? Child, that's
Bordentown West or Bordentown East?
Bordentown West, it said. Oh, okay.
Sandra, the recount is in Bordentown, Bordentown East. Pardon?
Well, the information
the
we got
is in
here.
Bordentown West or Bordentown East?
It says Bordentown West. Strange.
Well, what was the final count there? Then that we got.
Well, I mean, they haven't updated the website, so.
But I didn't think that was that close.
Heather Bodden, it's been called 690 to 456. That was an easy one. So Bordentown East. Let me see here now. Have they called it? Let me just refresh. Bordentown East still not called? Oh. Okay, so neither one of those have been called, but
neither one.
Yeah, nothing official.
Well,
So I
down
think
east hasn't been
Central, I
called, and
think they just
Bontown
called
West hasn't been
Central.
called.
Somebody just said they called Central. For Kenneth. So Carmen barely got over the 10% threshold. Interesting. All right.
Why are they doing
Bodden Town
a
East
why
is
are they
being
doing a recount there
recounted.
then?
So 2 for Bodden Town East apparently is what we're told. So two boxers for Bodden Town West and 2 boxers for Bodden Town East. Oh. Okay. Wow.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
Well,
out of the 19 successful ones, we'll get 5 women.
okay. How many did we have last time? Did we have 5 as well?
5.
I think that was a record last time. So it looks like at least that held.
And I think we need to give a big congratulations to Westby. They're putting 4 strong people into that district this time.
Yes.
4 strong people, 2 good women and 2 good men.
Yep. Akil congratulating Miss Julie from all the way from North Carolina. Very, very good. PPM leading it all.
If they get Perlina
Mhm.
and the 2 Roys, then they will have 7.
Yeah, but they can't take
No,
it
you
up.
know, it's a pity that
Isaac and Jade might go with them. That's 9.
What a mess.
And if Chris go with them, that's 10.
Roy, you were saying something?
Mm-hmm.
He said something, but it's a pity.
it is a pity that people don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
They should leave when the approval is loudest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mind you, they can always bring Makiva back to be the
Leave
speaker,
when the applause is loudest.
Yes.
They could bring him back to be the speaker. Lord have mercy, please don't.
I think they're going to have to take the speaker from outside, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what they should
Well,
start.
that would bring him from outside.
That's what I'm saying. I think that whether it's him or someone else, the way that this is split up, I don't think either party could afford to lose a seat for the speaker. I've always said the speaker should be from the outside, without a doubt in my mind.
Yeah, I agree with you. The speaker will have to come from outside.
It was always intended that's the way it would be when they were looking at the
Yeah, the
revisions
speaker
to the
will have to come from
Constitution in 03. But
Yeah, man.
Auntie Sandy,
I'm still standing. Yes, sir.
I just want to say thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the panel. Thank you to my fellow panelists. It's an honor to sit with you guys, to listen to you, to learn from you. This was a lot of fun. But Sandman is calling me now, so I gotta go.
8 hours we've been on.
And
Yeah, we've been on for 8 hours.
Another 3
Has it
hours.
been that long? 7 hours and 54 minutes and 23 seconds we've been on. Wow.
And still 900 and something people.
And still over 940 over here, plus Instagram. Oh my gosh.
Well, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Instagram got another
And
50.
thank each of you for the
So
privilege.
thank you so much. A vote of thanks to the Honorable Mary Lawrence, Mr. Roy Bodden, Karen Thompson, Johan Moxham,
Yes.
Elizabeth,
the lovely
come on in,
Elizabeth.
And Miss Sandy.
And thank you
all of our
to our
amazing,
host.
yes, all of our amazing viewers who stuck with us for 8 hours. We consistently had about 1,000 people on there. No joke. We'll pick it up in the morning, just a couple hours away. But thank you guys so very, very much.
Somebody just
Wow.
congratulated.
Yeah.
Somebody
So
just
we'll-
congratulated Mr. Rankin.
Isaac. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Yes. So Trent is confused. Trent's like, who won the election now? Tune in the morning. We'll go through all the details. Someone said, thank you for all that you do. Thank you. Thank you. Didn't get all of them out that I would have liked to have gotten, but Makiva was a big one. And so you take your wins as you can get them.
Tell the people the election website.
Yeah, elections.ky.
If they want to stay on.
Someone said to Makiva, night, daddy of the house. Honorable Roy Bodden. Somebody said they believe that he is honorable as well.
you are.
Yes. Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. And I love the fact that this was team #Caymanians, all Caymanian faces, different ages, men, women represented here tonight, because this is just how fantastic we are as a people, you know. Thank you so much, Miss Mary. 85 years old and it's 2 o'clock in the morning and she's still up.
Come
I
to my
still
house-
have 2 more
You
hours
come to my
to
house
go.
an hour from now and I'll give you a cup of tea. You don't drink coffee.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Natasha says, thank you to all the honored panelists and Sandy. Yes, please give them a big round of applause. They did a fantastic job. Someone else just messaged and said, excellent coverage. Thank you so much. Thank you and your team. Was worth the struggle. Sending in my vote, someone says, to get West Bay West sorted out. Thank you, Ms. Rhonda. She says, good job, CMR. Prospect was won by Mr. Miles. Michael Miles is in now, folks. And as you guys know here in CMR, we're going to hold all of you that won, congratulations. But yes, we will hold all of you accountable. We will hold every single one of you. Your foot is going to be the fire, whether you're part of the government or you're in the opposition or whatever. It really doesn't matter. You've got an obligation to do the best possible job for the people of the Cayman Islands. This is no longer an easy ride, not with CMR looking at you. So make sure you know, because we are here to represent the voice of the people. Thank you, Miss Claudia. She said, Sandy, it's 3 a.m. here in the U.S. Thanks again. You're most welcome. We have Smith Campbell still watching from Miami, and I can't even vote, but we're still watching. Thank you so much. Both ladies look beautiful and strong, of course. Miss Karen going strong still.
Well, I still have 2 hours to go.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. I don't know how you guys do it.
That's why I made sure to have something to eat before I came on.
Like to go home and trash the place.
Yeah. Well, I am going to hit the sack. We're going to sort out Miss Mary and Elizabeth. Make sure you guys message me when you get home safely. And yeah, that's it. We'll check in the morning. I'm sure we'll yeah.
So I've just sent you through sort of a little synopsis. We still have the bottom down, but I think we can call Mr. Saunders. I've called Mr. Saunders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Based on the last count. Of course, that could change. So
yes.
That would be, but basically what you've ended up with is TCCP with Mr. Ebanks, is the leader, Mr. Wayne Patton, Miss Heather Borden, and Catherine. They're definitely TCCP. The independents will be the deciding factor in this election. Mr. Ralston Ebanks, Mr. J. Ebanks, Mr. Isaac Rankin, and I've included Mr. Chris Saunders. And then in the case of the PPM, you have Mr. Joey Hugh, you have Ms. Julianne O'Connor, Connolly, Mr. Kenneth Bryan, Ms. Paulina McCaw, Mr. Roy Tatum, and it depends on whether they get Mr. John Seymour. So right now it's an equal division between TCCP and PPM in terms of their membership. It's just a question of Bordentown now and Georgetown East, whether Mr. Roy Matt Taggart, if Mr. Roy Matt Taggart, Mr. John Seymour should go in. The TCCP, PPM will start off with 7 seats. And they'll have to still draw from the independents.
Yeah. All right. Rourke Man says, hate to see you go, Sandy. We still have a few. No. Debbie says, great coverage, Sandy. Thank you. She's all the way in Thailand. Thank you, Debbie. So good night, everyone. Thank you guys so much. Pierre says, great job, Sandy, and all panelists. We really, really appreciate it.
Somebody just said Roy won.
Sorry?
Somebody just said Roy won.
Roy Tatum.
Oh, Roy Tatum. Oh,
I wonder if it's Roy McTaggart. We'll double check. But Brenda says, thank you and your team here, Stan. As always, phenomenal coverage. God bless you and your families. Good night from Miss Morna joining us again from the States. Good night, Mr. Berman Scott. Thank you so much. So, Finya, good night to you and good night to everybody else. We will certainly see you guys tomorrow morning if I can wake up. Yes. This morning, no longer tomorrow morning. All right, we're going to call it there. I think now the feed is going to drop out because 8 hours is actually the limit on Facebook as far as I recall. So yeah, we've exceeded the streaming limit for Facebook, believe it or not. All right, folks, have a good night.
Night.
Good night.
Right.
Good night.
Thank you
Bye.
all.
Good night.
Thank you for listening. Thank you for being here for us.
Thank you so much.